Prologue Christmas 1990. There was cheer in the house in the heart of Manteo. From the outside, the large two-story frame building that served as the battered women's shelter was nondescript. There were no Christmas lights hanging from the eaves, not even a wreath on the door, as if the people who ran the house were afraid to draw attention to it, and Lacey supposed they were. Cruel men had put the women and children here, the sort of men she had no experience with and found hard to imagine. But she could see the fear in the women's faces and knew those men existed. More than that, she did not really want to know. Although there was no sign of the season outside the house, inside was another story. Fresh garlands decorated the railing that led up to the bedrooms, and branches of holly were piled on top of the huge old mantel. The scent of pine was so strong it had seared Lacey's nostrils when she first walked inside. A huge tree stood in the corner of the living room, decorated with white lights and colored glass balls and topped by one of her mother's stained glass angels. The tree was alive, and Lacey did not need to ask if that was her mother's doing. Of course it was. Annie O'Neill always insisted on live trees. They had one at home, and Lacey knew both trees would be taken inland, away from the sandy soil of the Outer Banks, to be planted once the Christmas season was over. She had not wanted to come to the battered women's shelter tonight. She'd wanted to stay home and listen to her new CDs and try on her new jeans with the rivets down the sides. She'd wanted to talk to her best friend, Jessica, on the phone to compare the gifts they'd received and decide what movie they would see the following afternoon. But her mother had insisted. "You have so much," she'd said to Lacey the week before. "You will have already opened your presents and had Christmas dinner with me and Daddy and Clay. These women and their children will have nothing. Less than nothing. They'll have fear for Christmas, Lacey." Her mother spoke with great drama, the way she always did. "Their families will be torn apart," she continued. "Serving them dinner, singing a few carols with them, that's the least we can do, don't you think?" Now, standing behind the long tables and dishing out Christmas dinner to the women and children, Lacey was glad she had come. At 13, she was certainly the youngest of the volunteers, and she felt proud of herself, proud of her kindness and generosity. She was just like her mother, whom all the other volunteers turned to for direction. Annie O'Neill was the most important person in the room. The tree in the corner probably wouldn't exist if it weren't for her mother. The buffet tables would probably hold half as much food. Maybe the entire shelter would not be here if it weren't for Annie. Lacey wasn't sure about that, but it seemed a real possibility to her. She smiled at the women as she spooned green beans onto their plates. 6 women, some of them still bearing the bruises that had sent them to the shelter, and more than a dozen children filed past the tables, balancing real china plates. Her mother had insisted that all the volunteers bring their good china for the women and their children to use. "They can't eat Christmas dinner off paper plates," Lacey had heard her say to one of the volunteers a few weeks before. At the time, she thought her mother was just being silly, but now she could see how much the beautiful plates and the cloth napkins and the glittery lights from the tree meant to these women. They needed every speck of beauty and warmth they could get right now. Outside, a cold rain beat against the house's wood siding and thrummed steadily against the windows. It had rained all day, a cold and icy rain, and she and her mother had skidded a couple of times as they drove to Manteo. "Remember how it snowed on Christmas last year?" her mother had said as Lacey complained about the rain. "Let's just pretend this is snow." Her mother was an excellent pretender. She could make any situation fun by twisting it around so that it was better than it really was. Lacey was too old for that sort of pretending, but her mother could always charm her into just about anything. So, they talked about how beautiful the snow-covered scenery was as they passed it, how the housetops were thick with white batting and how the white caps on the ocean to their left were really an icy concoction of snow and froth. The dunes at Jockey's Ridge were barely visible through the rain, but her mother said they looked like smooth white mountains rising up from the earth. They pretended the rain falling against the windshield of the car was really snowflakes. Lacey had to put her fingers in her ears to block out the pounding of the rain in order to really imagine that, but then she could see the wipers collecting the snow and brushing it from the car. It fluttered past the passenger side window like puffs of white feathers. The first Noel. Her mother began to sing now as she used salad tongs to set a small pile of greens on the plate of a young girl, and the other volunteers joined in the carol. It took Lacey a bashful minute or two to join in herself, and the beaten-looking women standing in line took even longer, but soon nearly everyone was singing. The smiles in the room, some of them self-conscious and timid, others overflowing with gratitude, caused Lacey to blink back tears that had filled her eyes so quickly she had not been prepared for them. A tall woman smiled at Lacey from across the table, nudging her son to hold his plate out for some green beans. The woman was singing "Oh Christmas Tree" along with the group, but her doe-eyed son was silent, his lips pressed so tightly together that it looked as though no song would ever again emerge from between them. He was shorter than Lacey but probably around her age, and she smiled at him as she spooned the beans onto his plate. He looked at her briefly, but then his gaze was caught by something behind her, and his mouth suddenly popped open in surprise. Or maybe, she wondered later, in fear. His mother had stopped singing, too. She dropped the good china plate filled with turkey and mashed potatoes, and it clattered to the floor as she stared past the volunteers toward the door of the room. Lacey was afraid to turn around to see what had put such fear in the woman's eyes. One by one, though, the women and children and volunteers did turn, and the singing stopped. By the time Lacey could force herself to look toward the door, the only sound remaining in the room was the beating of the rain on the windows. A huge man stood in the doorway of the room. He was not fat, but his bulk seemed to fill every inch of the doorway from jamb to jamb. His big green pea coat was sopping wet, his brown hair was plastered to his forehead and his eyes were glassy beneath heavy brows. Held between his two pale, thick, shivering hands was a gun. No one screamed, as if the screams had already been beaten out of these women. But there were whispered gasps, "Oh, my God, and who is he?" as the women quietly grabbed their children and pulled them beneath the tables or into the hallway. Lacey felt frozen in place, the spoonful of green beans suspended in the air. The tall woman who dropped her plate seemed paralyzed as well. The doe-eyed boy at her side said, "Daddy," and made a move toward the man, but the woman caught his shoulder and held him fast, her knuckles white against the navy blue of his sweatshirt. Lacey's mother suddenly took the spoon from her hands and gave her a sharp shove. "Get into the hall," she said. Lacey started to back away from the table toward the hallway, but when she saw that her mother wasn't moving with her, she grabbed the sleeve of her blouse. "You come, too," she said, trying to match the calmness in her mother's voice but failing miserably. Her mother caught her hand and freed it from her sleeve. "Go," she said, sharply now, and Lacey backed slowly toward the hallway, unable to move any faster or to take her eyes off the man. In the hallway, a woman put an arm around her, pulling her close. Lacey could still see part of the room from where she stood. Her mother, the tall woman, and her son remained near the tables, staring toward the doorway, which was out of Lacey's line of sight. Behind her, she could hear a woman's voice speaking with a quiet urgency into the phone. "Come quickly," she was saying. "He has a gun?" The man came into view as he moved forward into the room. The woman grabbed the doe-eyed boy, pulling him behind her. "Zachary," the woman said. She was trying to sound calm, Lacey thought, but there was a quiver in her voice. "Zachary. I'm sorry we left. Don't hurt us. Please." "Whore," the man yelled at his wife. His arms were stretched out in front of him and the gun bobbed and jerked in his trembling hands. "Slut." Lacey's mother moved in front of the woman and her child, facing the man, her arms out at her sides as though she could protect them more efficiently that way. "Please put the gun away, sir," she said. "It's Christmas." She probably sounded very composed to everyone else in the room, but Lacey knew her well enough to hear the tremulous tone behind the words. "Bitch," the man said. He raised the gun quickly, squeezing his eyes together as he pulled back on the trigger. The blast was loud, splitting apart the hushed silence in the room, and the women finally started to scream. Lacey's eyes were on her mother, who looked simply surprised, her deep blue eyes wide, her mouth open as if she'd been about to speak. The tiniest fleck of red appeared in the white fabric of her blouse, just over her left breast. Then she fell to the floor, slowly, as if she were melting. The man fell to the floor, too. He dropped the gun and lowered his face to his hands, sobbing. One of the volunteers ran into the room from the hallway. She grabbed the gun from the floor and held it on him, but the big man no longer looked like a threat, just weak and tired and wet. Lacey broke free from the woman holding her and ran to her mother, dropping to her knees next to her. Her mother's eyes were closed. She was unconscious, but not dead. Surely not dead. The bullet must have only nicked her, since the amount of blood on her blouse was no more than the prick of a thorn would produce on a fingertip. "Mom!" Lacey tried to wake her up. "Mom!" She turned her head toward the man, who still sat crumpled up on the floor. "Why did you do that?" she yelled, but he didn't lift his head to answer. Women crowded around her and her mother. One of them knelt next to Lacey, holding her mother's wrist in her fingers. "She's alive," the woman said. "Of course she's alive," Lacey snapped, angry that the woman had implied anything else was possible. The sound of sirens mixed with the pounding of the rain. Her body just needs rest from being so scared. She could hear her mother's voice in her own. That was just the sort of thing Annie O'Neill would say. The woman the man had meant to kill was huddled in the corner, her arms around her son. Lacey could hear her speaking, saying over and over again into the pine-scented air of the room, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," and another woman was telling her, "It's not your fault, dear. You were right to come here to get away from him." But it was her fault. If she and her son hadn't come here, this crazy man wouldn't have run in and shot her mother. The room suddenly filled with men and women wearing uniforms. They blurred in front of Lacey's eyes, and their voices were loud and barking. Someone was trying to drag her away from her mother, but she remained on the floor, unwilling to be budged more than a few feet. She watched as a man tore open her mother's blouse and cut her bra, exposing her left breast for all the world to see. There was a dimple in that breast. Just a trace of blood and a small dimple, and that gave Lacey hope. She'd had far worse injuries falling off her bike. She stood up to be able to see better, and the woman who had tried to pull her away wrapped her arms around her from behind, crossing them over her chest and shoulders, as though afraid she might try to run to her mother's side again. That was exactly what she wanted to do, but she felt immobilized by shock as much as by the heavy arms across her chest. She watched as the people in uniform lifted her mother onto a stretcher and wheeled her from the room. The man was already gone, and she realized the police had taken him away and she hadn't even noticed. Lacey tugged at the woman's arms. "I want to go with her," she said. "I'll drive you," the woman said. "We can follow the ambulance." "You don't want to be in there with her." "Yes, I do," Lacey said, but the woman held her fast. Giving in, she let the woman lead her out the front door of the house, and she turned to watch them load her mother into the ambulance. Something cool touched her nose and her cheeks and her lips, and she turned her face toward the dark sky. Only then did she realize it was snowing. Chapter June 1st, 2003. The chain at the end of the gravel lane hung loose from the post, and Lacey was grateful that Clay had remembered she'd gone out for dinner with Tom and had left the entrance open for them. "Will you put the chain up after you drop me off?" she asked Tom. "No problem." He drove between the posts and onto the forest-flanked lane, driving too quickly over the bumps and ruts. Lacey pressed her palm against the dashboard for balance. Although it was only dusk, it was already dark along the tree-shrouded gravel lane leading to the Kiss River Light Station. "You'd better slow down," she said. "I nearly ran over an opossum on this road last night." Obediently, Tom lifted his foot from the gas pedal. "I'm glad you don't live out here alone," he said in the paternal tone he occasionally used with her since learning he was her biological father a decade ago. "I'd be worried about you all the time?" "Well," Lacey sighed, "I won't be living out here too much longer." The Coast Guard had finally decided to turn the nearly restored keeper's house into a museum, a decision she had hoped would never come. "You're upset about it, huh?" "Oh, a bit." She was frankly scared, although of what, she couldn't say. The isolation the keeper's house had offered her had been more than welcome. It had been necessary, especially this last difficult year. "They've restored every inch of it except the living room and the sunroom." She shared a studio in Kill Devil Hills with Tom, but she turned the sunroom of the keeper's house into a small studio, as well, so she could work on her stained glass when she was at home. "They'll restore the sunroom after I leave, and the living room will be turned into a little shop and information area." "When do they want you out?" he asked. They were nearing the end of the road. A bit of dusky daylight broke through the trees and she could clearly see the gray in Tom's wiry blonde ponytail and the glint of light from the small gold hoop in his ear. "Sometime after the first of the year," she said. "Where will you?" Holy shit! Tom had driven from the gravel road into the parking lot, and the keeper's house came into view in the evening light. The upper portions of nearly every window were aglow with her stained glass creations. She followed his gaze to the house. "In the year and a half I've lived here, you haven't seen the keeper's house at night?" she asked. Tom stopped the car in the middle of the lot and a smile came slowly to his lips. Shaking his head, he leaned over to pull Lacey toward him, wrapping her in the scent of tobacco as he kissed the top of her head. She had gotten him to stop drinking, but had failed at getting him to give up cigarettes. "You're your mother, Lace," he said. This is just the sort of thing she would do. Turn her home into a, one don't know, someplace magical. She felt defeated. She wanted to tell him that she was not her mother any longer, that she had worked hard this last year to rid herself of her mother's persona. Apparently she had not succeeded. It was hard to succeed when you had no identity of your own to take the place of the one you were trying to discard. She was surprised to see her father's van parked in the lot next to Clay's Jeep. "Dad is here," she said. "Weird. He doesn't come to visit you much?" Tom asked, and she heard the competitive edge in his voice. Tom often displayed a quiet envy of Alec O'Neill for having had the honor of raising her. "He's smitten with Ronnie," she said, not really answering the question. "He likes having a grandbaby." Tom laughed. "You have one hell of a complicated family, you know that." "I do, indeed." Lacey unfastened her seat belt. The tight little nuclear family she'd grown up in had added and subtracted so many people that it sometimes seemed difficult to keep track of them all. To complicate her life even further, she worked with both her fathers, spending her mornings in the animal hospital run by the father who had raised her and her afternoons in the art studio with the father who had given her life. "Is that a kennel?" Tom pointed toward the large fenced area near the edge of the woods. "Is Clay training dogs again?" She said. "He's been back at it a few months now." With Gina and Ronnie in his life, her brother had undergone a metamorphosis. He was a devoted husband, and practically overnight, he'd developed parenting skills she had never expected to see in him. But it was the day she'd watched him roll chunks of wood and concrete into the forest obstacles for the dogs he trained in search and rescue work that she knew he was once again a man at peace with his world. She realized that Tom had not moved his car from the center of the lot. "Park your car and come in for a while," she said. He shook his head. "No, I'll just head on home." "You know you're welcome," she said. "I know that, sugar. But, I'll just never feel comfortable around Alec." "Your dad?" Lacey smiled. "I'm nearly 26 years old, Tom," she said. "What happened between you and my mother is ancient history and you know my father got over it a long time ago." "Some other time," Tom said. "Okay." She opened the car door and stepped out. "I'll see you tomorrow," she waved as he turned the car around and drove back onto the gravel lane. Slipping off her sandals, she dangled them over her fingertips and started walking across the sand toward the house. The air was thick with salt, and the rhythmic pounding of the waves against the shore was nearly drowned out by the buzz of cicadas. She often wondered if she should tell Tom the truth about her mother. It was clear that he thought he had her only affair, as if he alone had been so irresistible that he could cause a woman as saintly as Annie O'Neill to stray. As far as Lacey knew, he did not date anyone, still so haunted by Annie's ghost that he thought it impossible to find a woman who could take her place. Yet Lacey couldn't bring herself to hurt him with the truth. Inside the house, Clay's black lab, Sasha, ran into the kitchen to greet her, and she dropped her sandals on the floor and bent down to scratch the dog behind his ears. The room smelled of Gina's cooking cardamom and turmeric, coconut and ginger. She could hear voices coming from the living room. "Who's here, Sash?" she said, as if she didn't know. "Let's go see." Sasha led the way through the kitchen to the living room, tail wagging, and Lacey stopped in the doorway of the room, not wanting to interrupt the scene in front of her. Gina was stretched out on the sofa, grinning, her arms folded behind her head as she watched Clay and Alec playing on the floor with Ronnie and her dolls. Clay was making the Indian Barbie, which was bedecked in a pink sari, walk across the rug toward the plastic dollhouse. "Let's go to Ronnie's house," he said in a high-pitched voice. Alec was walking a brown-skinned baby doll, a big blob of a doll compared to the slender, shapely Barbie around on the carpet. "No," he said. "I want to go fishing." Ronnie looked alarmed, reaching for the baby doll. "No, no, no," she said, her enormous black eyes wide in her caramel-colored face. "Everyone comes to my house." Lacey laughed. At nearly 2.5, Ronnie tried hard to control her world. She'd had so little opportunity to control it during her first 2 years that she was making up for lost time. The little girl looked up at the sound of Lacey's laughter, then jumped up from the floor. "Lacey," she said, running toward her. "I love you." Lacey bent down to pick her up. She was a little peanut of a child. So tiny. So full of joy. And so wanted. "Hi, baby," Lacey said. "I love you, too." Gina had struggled to adopt Ronnie, and once Clay had fallen in love with Gina, he had joined that struggle with his whole heart. They'd spent from July to September in India the year before, fighting the system to get the court's permission to adopt Ronnie. The little girl had desperately needed heart surgery, but so many obstacles stood in the way of the adoption that Gina had feared the toddler might die before she could bring her home. Once permission had been received, the three of them were quickly ushered out of the country, escaping before the foreign adoption antagonists could become involved. By that time, Ronnie was so weak from her heart condition that she could barely hold her head up, and Gina and Clay feared it might be too late to save her. Gina had already made contact with a surgeon in Seattle, so she flew there with Ronnie. The surgery was successful and the two of them remained in Seattle as Ronnie healed. Clay had moped around the keeper's house, unable to think of anything other than the woman and baby he had fallen in love with. He and Gina talked for hours on the phone for so long, in fact, that Lacey had insisted he get a separate phone line installed in the keeper's house. In February, Gina and Ronnie traveled across the country to the Outer Banks. Gina and Clay were married the following day, and Ronnie, who had arrived shy and quiet and skinny as a twig, quickly blossomed into an insatiable chatterbox who fully recognized her role as the center of the universe. She was spoiled if it was possible to spoil a child who had spent her first 2 years with little more than dirt and deprivation and no one cared. Lacey carried Ronnie over to the sofa and sat down next to Gina's bare feet. She looked at her father, who still sat on the floor, holding the fat baby doll on his lap. "What are you doing here, Dad?" she asked. Alex set the doll down on the rug and leaned back on his hands. "I wanted to talk to you and Clay," he said. His serious tone was worrisome. She looked from her father to Clay, who shrugged, apparently as much in the dark as she was. The two men looked so much alike. Long, lanky bodies, translucent blue eyes. The only difference between them were the lines on her father's face and the gray in his hair. Clay could look at Alec O'Neill and know exactly how he, himself, would look in another 20 years. Gina sat up and reached for Ronnie. "I'll put her to bed," she said, as if knowing this conversation was meant for Alec and his children and not necessarily for her. "Good night, sweetie." Lacey planted a kiss on Ronnie's cheek before handing her over to Gina. Her father stood up as Gina left the room. "Let's go outside," he said. She and Clay followed him through the kitchen, down the porch steps and onto the sand, which felt cool now beneath her feet. In another few weeks the sand would be warm, even at night, never losing the heat from the day. As if on automatic pilot, the three of them started walking side by side toward the remains of the lighthouse. Illuminated by the half-moon, the white lighthouse glowed, its broken rim a ragged line across the night sky. A breeze had kicked up in the short time she'd been inside the house, and Lacey's long, wild hair blew across her face. If she'd known about the change in weather, she would have tied her hair back before stepping outside. People thought her hair was impossibly beautiful. She thought it was merely impossible. "What's up, Dad?" Clay asked, and Lacey wondered if he, too, was remembering the last time their father had asked to speak to both of them, the day he told them that their mother had been unfaithful to him throughout their marriage. "I received a letter today," their father said. "I forgot to bring it with me for you two to read it, but essentially it stated that a parole hearing is scheduled in September for Zachary Pointer." Clay stopped walking and turned to face his father. "Parole?" He sounded as astonished as she felt. "He's only been in prison." "What? 12 years. Apparently that's long enough to get him out on parole." Lacey caught her hair in her hands and began to braid it down her back, concentrating hard on the task. She didn't want to think about Zachary Pointer or relive that night, although the memory was always so near the surface that just the mention of his name would bring it back. Nothing could prevent her from remembering his face, the crazed look in his wild eyes. She could still hear his angry and ugly words toward his wife and see her mother's noble and successful attempt to protect the woman. Lacey had refused to attend the trial back then. In those days she could focus on nothing other than trying to survive the pain of losing her mother. But once and only once, before she realized what she was looking at and could turn away, she saw Pointer on television. The big man was leaving the courthouse with his lawyer. She'd been riveted by the sight of him. He wept when he spoke to the reporters. She'd been struck by the humanness in his face, by the unmistakable remorse and sorrow and shame she saw there. Now she pictured him in prison all this time, alone with the pain of that remorse. He'd been sick. Mentally ill. There'd been no doubt in her mind, but the jury had adamantly ruled against an insanity plea. Maybe she and Clay and their father should listen to the arguments for allowing him out on parole. 12 years was a long time. Stop it, she thought to herself. She had her mother's genes, whether she wanted them or not. She was doomed to feel compassion for everyone. He should have been fried, she said, the words so alien coming from her mouth that her brother and father both turned to stare at her. "Well, we're in agreement then," her father said after a moment. "We'll fight his parole. I'll hire an attorney to find out what our next step should be." In her bedroom later that night, Lacey opened the windows wide and let the strong breeze whip the sheer seafoam-colored curtains into the room. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she could hear laughter coming from Clay and Gina's room. She loved them both and loved that they were together, but the sound of their laughter increased the feeling that often crept over her in the evenings, loneliness. The feeling would only intensify once she was under the covers. That was the most alone time in the world, being in bed at night, in the dark, when all you had for company was your thoughts. The emptiness she felt was not new. It had started when her mother died. She'd lost her father then, too, as he became absorbed in grief. Once he started seeing Olivia, the woman he'd eventually married, he'd shifted that absorption to her. Although Olivia had been very kind to Lacey, she'd been more parent than friend, wrapped up in her own pregnancy and her growing love for Lacey's father. Sometime that year Lacey learned that she could fill the void with boys, however temporary that filling might be. She grew to be a woman, the boys grew to be men, but the void remained, yawning and insatiable, and she'd continued to fill it the only way she knew how. She hadn't had all that many lovers. Not as many as Clay seemed to think when he chastised her about her promiscuity. But all the men she selected seemed to fit the same mold. They were bad boys, edgy and exciting, who wanted nothing more from her than a good night in bed. That was the one thing she'd excelled at. Maybe the only thing. It had not been a conscious choice for Lacey to begin emulating her mother after her death. She'd tried only to be the sort of woman her mother would have wanted her to be, taking on volunteer activities, tutoring kids, reading to the seniors at the retirement home, donating as often as allowed. But the pull she'd felt to the wrong sort of men had always distressed her. Surely her mother would have disapproved. Little did she know that she was emulating her mother in that regard, as well, and the revelation had shocked her. Annie O'Neill had been, quite simply, a fraud. Since learning the truth about her mother and her adulterous behavior, Lacey had not had a single lover. Not a single date. She had avoided men altogether, distrustful of her own judgment. She felt like Tom, trying to fight his yearning for alcohol. Tom could not have a single drink or he would be right back where he started. It was the same with her and men. She'd discarded other qualities she thought of as her mother's, as well, pulling back from the many volunteer activities she used to do, turning inward. At Clay and Gina's insistence, she'd seen a counselor, a woman who had been too damn insightful for Lacey's comfort level. Lacey had presented herself to the woman as a sex addict. The label comforted her somehow, a neat little package that could be addressed through a 12-step program, the way Tom's alcoholism was being treated. But the counselor had not agreed. Depression, yes, she'd said. Some self-esteem issues, yes. Sex addiction, no. You don't fit the criteria. She'd forced Lacey to look at pieces of her behavior she could not bear to examine. You're always doing things for other people, the counselor had said, as though you don't feel you deserve anything for yourself. Focusing on others keeps you from feeling your own pain. You need to let yourself feel it, Lacey, before you can fix it. Well, she thought as she slipped beneath the covers on her bed, she was feeling it now. Chapter 2. From the outside, the stained glass studio in Kill Devil Hills looked the same as when her mother had worked there. Set back just a few yards from Croatan Highway, its floor-to-ceiling windows were filled with stained glass panels, but the trained eye would be able to detect a difference between then and now. Tom's glasswork had changed over the years and was now more geometric, and there was less of it since he had gradually shifted his focus to photography over the years. Lacey's stained glass panels hung intermingled with his. She did not think her work was as beautiful as her mother's had been. She had never mastered some of Annie's special touches, which had seemed more of an infusion of feeling rather than the result of a specific technique. But Lacey's work was popular, nonetheless. She had her own style, and her subject matter leaned more toward animals and florals than the stunning downed women her mother had been known for. Lacey's work table was the same one her mother had used, placed next to Tom's, as it had always been. She used her mother's tools, as well. For a long time she used her mother's green safety glasses, in spite of the fact that they were scratched and worn. A year ago, though, she'd tossed them away and bought her own glasses, amazed at how clearly she could suddenly see her work and the world. 2 women tourists were in the studio, awing over the artwork. Although Tom was out to lunch, a third woman stood next to his work table, seemingly mesmerized by the work in progress resting on the tabletop. From the corner of her eye, Lacey saw one of the women run her fingers lightly over a stained glass egret hanging in the window. She would buy it, Lacey knew. She could read the people who came into the studio. Those who were simply spending idle time held their arms folded across their chests as they walked around the room, looking without really seeing. Others, like the woman touching the egret, could not tear themselves away from a particular piece. They studied it from every angle. They reached out and touched. They imagined how the colors would look in their homes. They'd drag a friend over to see the piece. The friend would nod. Sold. Sure enough, the woman walked toward Lacey, a smile on her lips. I'd like to buy the egret, she said. Are you the artist? Lacey set down her glass cutter and slipped off her safety glasses. That's me, she said, standing up. I'm glad you're taking that one. It's one of my favorites. This was not a lie, not a ploy to make the woman feel good about her purchase. She loved the shades of green she'd found for the tall grasses surrounding the giant bird. She would make another piece similar to this one now that it was sold, but it would not be exactly the same. She liked the idea that each of her stained glass panels was one of a kind. The woman and her friends were just leaving the studio with a carefully wrapped glass egret when a man walked through the front door. His eyes lit briefly on Lacey, then on the large black and white photograph hanging on the movable wall in the center of the room. The picture had been there for as long as Lacey could remember. The man stopped walking. Slipping his hands into his pockets, he stared at the photograph, then at Lacey again. What a beautiful shot of you, he said. That's not me, Lacey said. That's my mother. Oh. The man winced as though embarrassed by his mistake. Quite a resemblance. People always think it's me, she said. A year earlier she had wanted to take that picture down, but Tom was the photographer and she could never have explained to him why a photograph she had once loved had come to disturb her. Were you the photographer? The man asked. No, I was only about 10 when that was taken. Oh. Of course. He had wandered toward the display table near the window and carefully picked up one of her kaleidoscopes. This is beautiful, he said, holding the heavy stained glass tube in his hands. Look through it, she said. He lifted the kaleidoscope to his left eye and faced the window. It's beautiful, he said again, turning the disc, and she knew what he was seeing: triangles of design formed by intensely colored glass beads and slivers of mirror. Lowering the kaleidoscope, he looked over at her. Did you make this? Aha! He looked like one of those preppy sort of guys you might see modeling clothes in a catalog. His brown hair was cut short and his eyes were dark, with lashes she could see from across the room. He was hardly dressed for the beach, in his khaki-colored chinos and plaid sport shirt. Although she supposed most women would find him drop-dead gorgeous, he was not her type, and that relieved her, because he was obviously interested in her. She would not tempt it. She went for the earthier types, a little disheveled, imperfect features, knowing grins and the sort of eyes that cut right through to her soul. She was grateful that this guy did not come close to fitting that bill. What's your name? He asked. Lacey O'Neill? And is all this stained glass yours? He motioned toward the windows. Most of it. Some of it was made by Tom Nestor. She nodded toward Tom's empty work table. He's at lunch. All the photographs are his. The man glanced again at the huge black and white print of her mother. Including that one, she said. He walked across the room to her work table. He was still holding the kaleidoscope, and he shifted it to his left hand as he held his right out toward her. I'm Rick Tenley, he said. She shook his hand. You just here for the week? She asked, making conversation. Most tourists visited the Outer Banks for a week. Actually, no. He lifted the kaleidoscope to his eye again and gently spun the wheel. I'm staying in a buddy's cottage while I'm working on a book. He's in Europe, and I wanted the peace and quiet. She had to laugh. Not much peace and quiet around here during the summer. He lowered the kaleidoscope with a smile. Well, it's away from my regular life, he said. None of the usual interruptions. She spotted Tom walking up the front steps of the studio, and Rick followed her gaze to the door. "This is the other artist," she said as Tom walked into the room. "Tom Nestor, this is Rick Tenley." Rick turned to shake Tom's hand. "You do beautiful work," he said. "Thanks." There was an awkward moment of silence between the three of them. Rick turned to face Lacey again, a question in his eyes she couldn't read, and in that instant, she knew he wanted something more from her than stained glass. "Rick is here for the summer, working on a novel," she said, to break the silence. "Not a novel," Rick said. "It's non-fiction. Dry stuff." "Ah." Tom moved to the coffee pot at the side of the he poured himself a cup, then lifted it to his lips, looking at Rick over the rim. "Where are you from?" he asked. "Chapel Hill," Rick said. "I teach at Duke." She couldn't help but be impressed. He looked too young to teach in a high school, much less a university. "What do you teach?" she asked. "Law." "Wow," she said. "That's great." Tom sat down at his table, slipped on his safety glasses and returned to his work, probably figuring that the stilted conversation was not worth his time. "How long have you lived here?" Rick asked her. "My whole life." He held the kaleidoscope toward her. "I'd like to buy this," he said. "Good choice." She wondered if he truly liked it or if he was simply trying to ingratiate himself with her. Taking the kaleidoscope from him, she began wrapping it in tissue paper. She could feel him appraising her. "Don't look at me that way," she thought to herself. From the corner of her eye, she saw him glance at Tom, then back at her, and she guessed he was trying to figure out if they might be a couple. A very odd couple. A 20-something-year-old woman and a 50-something-year-old ponytailed ex-hippie. Apparently, he came to the correct conclusion. "Any chance you'd have dinner with me tonight?" he asked her. "You probably know all the best places to eat." "Oh, sorry, I can't," she answered quickly, prepared for the invitation. She thought of telling him she was going to the gym, which was the truth, but then he might ask if he could join her there. She slipped the wrapped kaleidoscope into a plastic bag and handed it to him. "I can recommend some places for you, though." "Are you attached?" He caught himself. "Sorry." That was blunt. "None of my business." She might have lied, but found she couldn't with Tom listening in on the conversation. "Not really," she hedged. I'm busy tonight." "Okay." He seemed to accept that. "Some other time, maybe." He held the bag in the air like a salute. "Thanks for the kaleidoscope." "You're welcome." She watched him leave the studio and walk across the small lot, where he got into a BMW the same color as his pants. She felt Tom's gaze on her and knew he was smiling. "He'll be back," Tom said, standing up to pour himself another cup of coffee. A guy like that isn't used to rejection. Chapter 3. The cottage was tucked deep in the woods on the sound side of the island, but when Rick sat on the small, rotting deck, he could see patches of sun-soaked water between the branches of the loblolly pines. He could hold the kaleidoscope to his eye, aim it toward those silvery patches of water, and watch the beads of glass form designs as he twirled the wheel. The cottage did not belong to a friend, as he had told Lacey O'Neill. He wasn't even certain why he'd said that. Maybe he was simply practicing for the other lies he would have to tell. He was actually renting this place. It had 2 minuscule bedrooms, one more than he needed. No TV to distract him from his writing. No air conditioning, but he could handle the heat. There was a phone line to connect him to email and the internet, and electricity for his computer. That was all he required. When he'd first entered the musty-smelling cottage 4 days earlier, he'd guessed it had not changed in the 70 years or so of its existence. He doubted a stick of furniture had been replaced. The tourists who usually came to the Outer Banks for the summer would disdain this sort of place. They wanted houses that slept 10 televisions in every room, hot tubs, pools, views. That's why he'd been able to get the rundown cottage for a song. And it was perfect. There was a short, overgrown path that ran from the deck through the woods to a sliver of sand at the edge of the sound. Each day since his arrival, he'd taken a beach chair down to the water's edge and read or worked or just watched the boats from his nearly hidden vantage point. Last night, when it had been too hot to sleep, he took his flashlight and walked through the trees to the water's edge, then swam out into the bay, the quiet of the night surrounding him. He planned to make that nighttime swim a habit. There were grasses or something underwater that had given him the creeps as he swam away from the shore, but once he'd gotten past the grasping tendrils, the cool, dark water had buoyed him up and felt good against his skin. He'd floated on his back, and thought about Lacey O'Neill. That red hair. The warmth in her blue eyes. She was a kind person, you could tell that before she even opened her mouth. He would have tawdry again with her. He was not the type to give up. You didn't make it through law school by being a quitter. He'd practiced law for only a year before going the teaching route. The university had overlooked his lack of experience for his excellent command of his material, and he'd been grateful. He preferred teaching law to practicing it. He'd never liked twisting the truth to fit the needs of his clients, and sometimes that had been not only necessary but expected. He could never tell a lie without remembering his father's advice. He'd been only 8 or 9 when he'd overheard his father tell an elderly aunt that she looked nice in a new outfit when in reality, she'd looked like a pruny old woman trying to appear far younger than her years. In private, he'd asked his father if he really believed the old woman looked nice. Sometimes a lie can be a gift, his father had said. They were the words Rick tried to follow in his life. He would lie only when it was a gift. He waited 2 days before returning to the stained glass studio, and he was glad to find Lacey there alone. The older man with the ponytail had made him uncomfortable. He'd seemed entirely too interested in his conversation with Lacey. She was standing on a stepladder, hanging a stained glass panel in the window, when he walked in. "Hi, Lacey," he said. She glanced down at him, and he was pleased to see her smile. "Hi, Rick," she said, slipping the wire attached to the panel over a hook above the window. "Do you need some help there?" "I do this all the time," she said as she descended the ladder. Once on the floor, she started to fold the ladder, but he took it from her hands. "I don't mean to badger you," he said, folding it for her. "But you've been on my mind. Every time I look through that kaleidoscope, I think about you and your red hair. I'd really like to buy you dinner. Any night. You can choose." She sighed with a smile, and he knew he was making it difficult for her to offer a graceful rejection. "I'm sorry," she said. "The truth is, I'm taking a break from dating these days." Oh, I understand." He had the feeling she was being honest, and that only increased his guilt. "I've done that a time or two myself." "You're getting over a bad relationship, I guess, huh?" "Something like that." She took the ladder from him and carried it over to the side of the studio, resting it against the wall. "Well, how about if it's not a date?" he asked. "We won't dress up. I won't even pick you up. We can meet someplace very public. And we won't have any." That made her laugh. "All right," she said, shaking her head. "You win." They made arrangements for the following night, and he left the studio far happier than when he'd arrived. In the parking lot, he got into his car and buckled his seat belt. "Yes," he thought as he turned the key in the ignition. "I win." Chapter 4. Fi Collier walked into the hospital gym and climbed onto her favorite elliptical trainer machine, the one positioned in the middle of the wall of windows, so she could have an uninterrupted view of the San Diego hills while she worked out. Judy and Lita, the 2 physical therapists in the chronic pain program and her workout buddies, took the elliptical trainers on either side of her. Faye wondered briefly how the three of them looked from the rear. She was Judy and Lita's supervisor and had a master's degree in nursing. She was blonde, while they were both brunettes, yet she was 25 years older than either of them, and when it came to the backs of their thighs, she had no illusion that the physical therapist had her beat. "What do you think of that new patient?" Judy pressed some buttons on the console and started moving her legs and arms in a long, smooth stride. "The young guy with bone cancer?" Faye asked. "I think he needs..." "Hi, Faye." Jim Price was suddenly next to her, standing between her elliptical trainer and Lita's. The sight of him put an instant smile on her face. She hoped she wasn't blushing. "Hi," she said, slowing her pace on the machine. "I didn't know you worked out during lunch." "I don't," he said. "But I just finished the paper you gave me to read and wanted to compliment you on it." "Excellent. I'm glad you liked it," she said. She could feel perspiration, the result of the workout, and a poorly timed hot flash, running down her throat and between her breasts. She wiped her forehead with the back of her hand. "I made a few comments on it," Jim said. "I'll show you tonight, okay?" She was blushing now. Judy and Lita had grown very quiet. They both slowed their machines to soften the noise from the flywheels, and she knew they were hanging on every word of her conversation with Jim. "That'll be great," she said. In the light from the window, his eyes were a delicate bronze color. She had not noticed that about him before. Jim motioned for her to lean down so he could whisper in her ear. "You look terrific," he said, his breath soft against her skin. She straightened up again, smiling, and mouthed the word thanks. He left her side, and Faye was grateful that Judy and Lita had the presence of mind not to say anything until he was well out of hearing distance. "So," Judy asked, "when's your next date with him?" "Tonight," she said. Even though she had slowed her pace significantly, the monitor showed that her heart rate was the highest it had been since she'd climbed on the machine. She could not believe she was allowing a man to have that sort of effect on her. "You are so lucky," Lita said. Faye knew that many of the women and some of the men working in the hospital had a thing for Jim Price. Even the young women wanted him. A widower for 2 years, Jim had left his surgery practice to take care of his wife during the last few months of her life, and nearly everyone found that sort of love and sacrifice laudable. He had money, looks that were rare for a man of 55, and he was kind to patients and staff alike. Faye had known him for years, since he often referred patients to the pain program she had created, but he had not truly seemed to notice her until a few weeks ago, when her book on treating chronic pain was published. Someone must have told him that she had also lost a spouse, and his interest in her had been doubly piqued. In their first real conversation, they'd discovered another commonality: they had both grown up in North Carolina. That fact seemed to seal their fate as two people who should get to know one another better. "Is it getting serious?" Lita asked. "Define serious." "Have you slept with him?" "Of course not. Not that it's any of your business." "But this will be the third date, right?" Judy asked. "Yes." "So?" Lita laughed. "So you'd better shave your legs?" "Why?" She felt dense. Old and dense. She was also a little breathless and couldn't help but notice that Lita and Judy seemed to be having no problem talking as they pedaled the machines. "The third date is when you do it," Lita said. Faye laughed. "Who says?" "That's the rule these days, Faye." Faye pulled her water bottle from the holder near the machine's console and took a drink. "Well, he probably doesn't know the rules any better than I do," she said. As their superior, she knew she was crossing a boundary by talking to Judy and Lita about her love life, but this was one area in which they were more knowledgeable than she was, and she wanted their input. "We talked about that, actually," she said. "About dating being new to each of us." She hoped no one was filling Jim in on the third date rule. "It really depends on what those first 2 dates were like," though. Judy let go of the handlebars to pull the scrunchie from her dark hair and stick it in the pocket of her shorts. Vivi, here did you go? Starbucks the first time, and out to eat the second. Their first date had been a casual, impromptu sort of thing. He'd bumped into her in the hospital corridor, told her he'd read her new book and been impressed by it, and asked her if she wanted to get a drink after work that evening. They'd ended up at a Starbucks instead of a bar, and the coffee date lasted 4 hours. He did most of the talking, and that had been fine with her. As a matter of fact, she'd asked him questions non-stop to keep him from asking any of her. She was not good at sharing her life story. He had opened up easily about his, though, telling her about his North Carolina childhood, his marriage, his 2 daughters. He was so open that she'd felt guilty for all she was keeping to herself. But he didn't seem to mind. He wanted someone's ear to bend, and she'd been very willing. Starbucks doesn't really count. Judy took a swig from her own water bottle. How long did you stay there? Lita asked. 4 hours. They probably would have stayed longer, but Starbucks had been closing. Oh, they both said at the same time, nodding. That counts, then, Lita said. That's totally a first date. And do you talk on the phone a lot? Judy asked. Not really. He had called her a couple of times and emailed a couple more, but nothing lengthy or deep. Because a lot of phone calls count as a date. Faye laughed. You too. I would say that 4 hours on the phone equals 1 date, Judy said. Faye rolled her eyes, nearly winded to respond. Her thighs were burning. Where was the second date? Lita asked. The Sky Room, she managed to say. Again, he had been the talkative one. By the end of the evening, she realized he had not asked her a single question about herself other than what she wanted to eat. Another woman might have found that annoying. She'd welcomed it. Very nice. Judy nodded her approval. Did he pay for you? Yes, but I wasn't sure how to handle that, she said. Should I have paid for myself? No. Always let the guy pay, Lita said. I don't agree, Judy countered. You should at least offer to pay your share. Or pick up the check the next time you go out. So, you can pay tonight. I would never pay, Lita said. Especially not with someone as wealthy as Dr. Price. Where is he taking you tonight? Judy asked. Faye hesitated. She really was saying far too much. She pushed the button to lower the machine's resistance. We're going to a party, she said. Some friends of his. And then back to your house for a nightcap? Judy asked. I haven't thought that far ahead. Oh, girl, Lita laughed. You are ending up in bed tonight. No doubt about it. I barely know him. Faye felt priggish. Or rather, he barely knows me. Well, what did you talk about all those hours in Starbucks and at the restaurant? Lita asked. He did most of the talking. Lita groaned, shaking her head in disgust. That is so typical. All they want is someone to listen to them. You make sure he gets to know you before you sleep with him, Judy said. You know, you as a person? She let go of the handlebar to take another swallow of water. Otherwise you'll feel used, she continued. He can say to himself, I slept with that hot-looking nurse and I didn't even have to listen to her whine about her life. Faye was quiet, enjoying the fact that Judy had called her hot-looking. She hoped she was not being patronized. How long has it been for you? Lita asked. Hey. Faye said with a shake of her head. I'm your supervisor, remember? This conversation is off the record, Lita said conspiratorially. Okay. You need help. She let out her breath, knowing she was going to tell them. She did need help. My husband was my first and only, she admitted. Oh, my, GCK1? Judy stopped her machine altogether. And he died. Passed away, what? 10 years ago. Faye had to smile at the euphemism. They worked in a hospital, for heaven's sake, and Judy never used the term passed away. But somehow, everyone had learned to treat Faye with kid gloves when it came to the subject of her late husband. Nearly 13 years, she said. Wow, Faye, Lita said. It must feel like being a virgin all over again. She grew quiet. That was exactly how she felt, awkward and scared by the thought of taking off her clothes in front of a man, by the uncertainty of what to do, what would be expected of her. No one would call her fat, at least she hoped not, but she had grown bulky the way women often did at middle age, despite working out and watching her diet. She had little waistline left, her thighs were well padded. When she lay on her side in bed, she was aware of the force of gravity on her belly and breasts and could hardly imagine a man wrapping his arm around her in that position. Yet she had been imagining it lately. She'd been wondering what it would be like to lie in bed with Jim Price. Judy reached out to touch her arm in sympathy. It will be fine. He's the type who'll use protection and make sure you're, happy. He wouldn't need to use protection, she said. He hasn't had anyone since his wife. And I'm menopausal. Oh, my, GC. Lita laughed. You'd better take a tube of KY jelly from the supply room. Okay, that's really enough. Faye's cheeks burned, although she was laughing herself. She stopped the machine and stepped off it too quickly. The carpeted floor felt as if it was moving beneath her feet. I'm done, she said. See you downstairs. Jim picked her up at 7:30 p.m., looking handsome, his salt and pepper hair in contrast to his black suit and tie. It was to be a fancy event, something for charity, and she hoped she was dressed appropriately. Semi-formal, he'd said. She wore a short-sleeved, tea-length burgundy dress. She had good ankles, of that she was confident. His eyes lit up when she opened the door for him, and she guessed she was dressed just fine. He was talkative, as usual, on the way to the party, but the conversation was dear to the article she had written on the use of meditation in the treatment of chronic pain. She'd wanted his feedback on it before she submitted it to a journal. His comments were excellent, right on target, and she could tell the subject matter was nearly as close to his heart as it was to her own. She wondered if he was thinking about the pain of his patients or of his wife as he made a few suggestions for changes in the article. The party was held on the 12th floor of a downtown hotel, in a huge penthouse that offered a spectacular view of the city lights and the Coronado Bay Bridge. The crowd, slightly stiff and overdressed, was made up of doctors and politicians and their spouses. The women glittered with jewelry, and she wondered how obvious it would be to them that her earrings were made of cubic zirconium and her dress had been purchased at JCPenney's. Jim took her arm and held it locked through his own, as if to give her courage. She recognized many of the physicians and saw a few of them raise their eyebrows in what she gathered was surprise at seeing her so firmly tethered to Jim Price's side. A photographer from San Diego magazine snapped pictures of the guests as they milled around the huge, open room, and Faye wondered if she would see her face in the society pages of the magazine. She'd never cared for glitter, for the trappings of wealth, but she could not help but be impressed with both the other guests and with herself for simply being there. She wondered how much Jim had paid to get them into this party. It was a cancer benefit though, she reminded herself. Cancer had killed his wife. He probably welcomed any opportunity to donate to that cause. He had not asked her what had killed her husband, and for that, she was grateful. Conversation with the other attendees was easier than she'd anticipated. Several people knew who she was, a few of the doctors even knew about her book. Jim was good at introductions, telling her a little something about each person she met and giving that person a tidbit or two about her. He was used to this sort of high-powered social event. That much was obvious. Halfway through the evening, when Jim had been taken aside by someone to talk business, one of the women ushered Faye away from the crowd and into the women's lounge. "I just wanted to tell you how thrilled we all are to see Jim with someone," the woman said. She was very attractive, her dark hair twisted into a knot at the back of her head. She had to be close to 60, but her skin was flawless. "He grieved for so long?" Faye was touched by the woman's words, but she felt a need to defend Jim. "Thank you," she said. "I don't think there's a timeline on grief, though." "No, of course not," the woman said. There was a faint hint of an accent to her voice. "Italian, perhaps. It's just that he hasn't looked happy in years. He looks happy tonight, though." The woman smiled. "We were worried that if he finally did find someone, it would be one of the young nurses he works with. We're a little sick of watching the older guys leave the wives who've stuck by them all these years for some young babe." "Well, I guess I'm glad for once that I look my age." Faye laughed. She knew a backhanded compliment when she received one. "Oh, sorry." The woman laughed at her own faux pas and squeezed Faye's hand. "I didn't mean to imply that you look old." I know what you meant," Faye said, forgiving her with a smile. "Just, someone with maturity," the woman continued. "It's refreshing. My husband has an oncology practice in Escondido and he read your book. He said you're the real deal." "That's so nice to hear," Faye said, as sincere as she was surprised. "I'm Rosa Stein, by the way," the woman said. "How do you do? So, is it serious between the two of you?" "That question again, not yet." "Well." Rosa touched her shoulder. "I hope it gets that way." "Me, too." Faye surprised herself with the words. When they stepped out of the lounge, she spotted Jim across the room, near the window. He was engaged in conversation with a man and a woman, and the sight of him filled her chest with warmth. "God, she liked him. Thanks for going with me," he said later, as he drove her back to her house. "I know those affairs can stuffy, but they're for a good cause." "I enjoyed it," she said honestly. She was wondering how to handle the next part of the evening. Lita and Judy's discussion of the third date rule still rang in her head. He pulled into the driveway of her modest, one-story house, shut off the engine, and turned to her with a smile. Reaching over, he gently touched the short hair at the back of her neck. Her heartbeat kicked up a notch, both at his touch and at her uncertainty about what to do next. She had to say something. "If I invite you in," she said, "does it sound like I'm asking you for more than coffee and conversation?" He laughed lightly, then took her hand. "That's what I like about you," he said. "You're so straightforward. No games. And though I'd love to come in for some coffee and conversation, I think maybe I'd better not. I'm not ready for." It was the first time she'd seen him at a loss for words, but she understood. "Neither am I," she said. He walked her to her door, where he leaned down and kissed her softly on the lips. "I can't believe I used to work with you and never even noticed you," he said, drawing back to look at her. "You were thinking about your patients," she said. "And your wife." He nodded slowly. "I think that's one thing that drew me to you." He smoothed a strand of her hair away from her forehead. "You know, the fact that you were widowed. That you know what that's like." "Yes," she said, although the truth was, she didn't know. She was only pretending. Chapter 5 Lacey didn't even consider telling Clay and Gina that she had a date. She left the keeper's house at 6:30, stating only that she was meeting a friend for dinner. They would assume it was a female friend. They knew she wasn't up for dating. They were proud of her. Everyone was, as though she'd successfully battled her demons and won. For the most part, she had, although she knew she wasn't yet ready for temptation. A date with Rick Tenley, however, was no threat to the pact she'd made with herself to end her promiscuous behavior. He was the sort of man that might make other women swoon, but his preppy good looks did nothing for her. He was simply a nice guy, and she would have dinner with him as friends. She also had an ulterior motive in meeting with him. He was a lawyer. She might be able to pick his brain about how she and her family should approach Zachary Pointer's parole hearing. She'd had trouble deciding where to meet him, finally deciding on the Blue Point Grill in Duck. She would have preferred a restaurant less filled with tourists, but Shorty's Grill, her favorite eatery, was not the sort of place she could picture a guy like Rick. Besides, everyone knew her at Shorty's, and tongues would start wagging. If people wondered why they never saw her with a man these days, they were keeping their curiosity to themselves, and for that she was grateful. She didn't need to stir the pot. It would be best if she and Rick simply blended in with the tourists. He was already waiting for her when she pulled into the parking lot by the Blue Point. She could see him on the deck next to the little restaurant, leaning against the railing, looking into the water. He was dressed in a sports coat and crisply pressed trousers, and she wondered if her description of the restaurant had made it sound more formal than it was. Didn't he realize he was at the beach? No one dressed up here. Plus, it was hot. He had to be roasting in that jacket. She pulled a wide barrette from her purse and clipped back as much of her hair as would fit inside the clasp, letting the rest of it fall free over her shoulders. Her long sundress skirted her sandaled feet as she got out of her car and started walking toward the deck. The dress was loose-fitting without being matronly. At least she hoped it was not matronly. Her wardrobe had changed dramatically. She'd tossed out her more provocative clothing, shocked at how little that left in her closet, and she'd taken herself on one of the most depressing shopping sprees of her life. She might as well let her belly button piercing close up for all the exposure it had gotten this year. Rick turned just as she climbed the last step onto the deck, and he smiled broadly when he saw her. "Great choice," he said, motioning toward the restaurant. "The specials look fantastic." "I thought you'd like it," she said. "Everything they serve is good." They had a short wait for a table and they passed the time standing on the deck, leaning against the railing and watching the sailboats on the Sound. "It's going to be a beautiful sunset," he said, noting the clouds on the horizon. She nodded. "I grew up on the Sound," she said. "That must have been wonderful." He pointed south. "The cottage I'm staying in is just a mile or so in that direction. It's on the water, too, but it doesn't have a view like this. It's very small and so deep in the woods you can barely see it until you're on top of it. But there's a path leading to the Sound. It must be perfect for someone working on a book," she said. "You're right. It is." The hostess stepped onto the deck to call them into the restaurant, and Rick rested his hand on her back as they walked into the welcome air conditioning. They were lucky to get a table by the window, and he held the back of her chair as she took her seat. "Did you write today?" she asked as he sat down across from her. "Not as much as I should have," he said. "It was so beautiful out, I had to play a round of golf." "Ah," she said. "Do you do that often?" "Play golf?" "As often as I can." He smiled at the waitress who brought them their water, and Lacey saw the young woman nearly melt under the power of Rick's long dark eyelashes and white teeth. They studied the menu for a few minutes, both of them selecting the shrimp and scallops. The waitress took their order, and once she had walked away, Rick returned his gaze to Lacey. "So," he said, lowering the cloth napkin to his lap. "Do you want to tell me about your breakup?" For a moment, she thought he had said breakdown and was startled by the question. She would not have described what she went through after learning about her mother's infidelities as a breakdown, and how could he know about that, anyhow? With relief, she realized what he had actually said. "What breakup?" she asked. "You know, the breakup that's made you take a breather from dating?" "Oh, it's not that." She suddenly wished she were a more dishonest person. She could simply say, "Yes, it was painful, but I'm getting over it." Even as a kid, though, she'd been a lousy liar. "I've just sworn off men for a while," she said. "Because you were hurt." "Only by myself." She offered a rueful smile. "By my choices. My actions. I have a tendency to move too fast. To not look out for myself. To pick the wrong kind of guy." That was enough. She didn't need to go into any more detail with the waitress poured wine into their glasses and neither of them spoke until she had walked away again. "What's the wrong kind of guy?" he asked. "Oh, well." She squirmed uncomfortably, wanting to change the direction of the conversation. "Not a guy like you." He raised his eyebrows, and she realized she might be giving him hope with that statement. "All I mean is that you seem very safe to me," she said. He laughed, his wine glass halfway to his lips. "Why does that feel like an insult?" he asked. "It's not," she said. "At least I didn't mean it that way." He took a sip of his wine and set the glass on the table again, then leaned forward. "You don't need to worry about me, Lacey," he said. "You've made it clear you don't want a romance. I'll honor that." "Thank you," she said, grateful for that clear communication. He really had a lot of charm. She could think of a couple of friends she could fix him up with who would appreciate him far more than she would. "So, now," he said. "Tell me everything there is to know about you." "Everything." "You grew up on the Sound, you said. A child of the sand and the sea." She nodded. "Exactly. Is your family still in the area?" "My father and stepmother live nearby, in Sanderling. My brother and his wife and their little girl live with me in the keeper's house at the Kiss River Light Station." "You're kidding. You live in a keeper's house?" She nodded. "How did you manage that?" "I got very lucky. My brother and I helped with the restoration of the house. It's going to be turned into a museum next year, though, and we'll have to leave then, unfortunately." "Amazing." He sipped his wine again. "You didn't mention your mother," he said. "That beautiful woman in the photograph at your studio. You have her dimples. Does she live nearby, too?" "No," Lacey said. "She died when I was 13. "Oh, I'm so sorry." He looked a bit embarrassed and she wished she could say something to put him at ease. "It was a long time ago," she said. "It must be so hard to lose a mother, especially as a girl that age." "Had she been sick long?" "She wasn't sick. She was murdered." "God, no." "What happened?" He raised a hand to prevent her from answering him. "I'm sorry. We don't have to talk about this. I mean, I'd understand if you don't want to. Actually, I'd like to tell you about it since you're a lawyer. I'd like to pick your brain a little, if you don't mind." "What about?" He leaned back as the waitress set their plates of shrimp and scallops in front of them, and Lacey waited until the woman had walked away. She picked up a slice of bread from the basket on the table. "Well," she said, spreading butter on the bread, "my family and I just learned that her murderer may be getting out on parole and we want to prevent that from happening. My dad's getting in touch with an attorney, but I wondered if you might know what we should do to fight it." She took a bite from the bread and watched him absorb the information. He sighed. "That's not my area of expertise, I'm afraid," he said. "Not by a long shot. I'm a tax attorney. I could run it by some of my friends, though, if that would help." "Oh, no, you don't have to do that." She suddenly felt guilty for asking. "How did it happen exactly?" he asked. "Your mother." Between bites of seafood, she told him about the battered women's shelter and how her mother had saved the life of Zachary Pointer's wife. Rick listened with rare attentiveness for a man, barely touching his food as she spoke. "It's heartbreaking," he said. "She sounded very special. I'm so sorry." He reached across the table for her hand, and she let him hold it. His touch felt friendly, brotherly. She thought he actually had tears in his eyes, but she wasn't sure. One thing she was certain of was that she really was safe with this guy. Maybe he could be a friend. But she let her hand rest in his only a moment before gently withdrawing it. "What's your goal?" he asked. "I mean, with the legal system. Do you want to punish him longer, or do you want to keep him off the streets because you think he might hurt someone else?" "Well, my father and brother and I and all the people around here who loved my mother, we just feel that 12 years is not long enough. He'd be out, alive and healthy and free and getting on with his life, while my mother can never come back. I'm going to look into this for you," he said with sudden determination. "I can check with people who know that part of the law better than I do." "That's so nice of you. I have one important question for you first," he said. She set her fork on the edge of her plate, waiting for him to continue. "I may be one apologize, because this might not be fair of me to ask, but have you thought about what pursuing this will cost you?" She opened her mouth to reply, but he stopped her. "I don't mean financially," he said. "I mean emotionally. It could be long and drawn out. You and your family need to really think this through. You need to be sure you're up for going through the whole thing again." "I think we have to do it," she said. He moved a scallop around on his plate. "I'm just playing devil's advocate here, all right?" he asked. "I can't possibly know how this feels to you, how it feels to lose your mother. But have you thought of just letting it go? Putting it behind you? Maybe even taking it one step further by forgiving the guy who did." He must have seen her stiffen, because he continued quickly. "Maybe not forgive him, exactly, although I have to tell you, I believe strongly in the power of forgiveness," he said. "It brings peace to the person doing the forgiving. I understand that's probably too much to ask. But you might consider not fighting his release. Not wasting your energy on him. As long as the parole board decides he's not a danger to anyone else, as long as he's truly been rehabilitated, can you just let it go?" She shook her head. "No," she said. "Lacey, I'm not talking about letting it go for his sake, but for yours," he said, his dark eyes searching her face. "If you fight this, you'll have to relive everything that happened." "I'll never stop reliving it," she said, but she was frankly touched by what he had said. He was a kind man, and she knew there was wisdom in his words. "You sound like you've been through something like this." He shook his head. "No," he said. "Not really." He pressed his napkin to his lips, then smiled at her again. "I haven't known you long," he said, his voice soft, "but just seeing you with customers at the studio, seeing the sweet and gentle way you are with me, I can tell that you're a compassionate person. I bet you usually forgive people very easily." "Well," she sighed, lifting her fork from the edge of her plate. "The irony is that my mother would have been the first to forgive him," she said, spearing a scallop. "Unfortunately, though, I'm nothing like her." Chapter 6. Lacey stood next to the examining table at the animal hospital, her hands buried in the thick, black shoulder fur of a Bernese mountain dog, while her father snipped the stitches from several shaved areas on the dog's side. "You're such a good boy," Lacey cooed to the dog. He was huge, 110 pounds, and panting up a storm. His heavy coat was not designed for a North Carolina summer. "He's healing very well," her father said. From where she stood, she could see how the gray was rapidly invading her father's once dark hair, and for some reason, that distressed her. "Don't you try to escape again," Lacey said to the dog, who appeared to be ignoring her. He stared straight ahead at the wall, stoically tolerating the procedure until he could return to the waiting room and his beloved owner. The dog belonged to a family staying in a beachfront house, and he'd run straight through a flimsy wooden fence on the day of their arrival, anxious to cool off in the ocean. Susie, the receptionist, suddenly opened the door to the examining room and poked her head inside. "There's a gorgeous vase full of yellow roses out here for you, Lacey," she said. "They were just delivered." "You're kidding." Lacey looked at Susie. "Mo, are they from?" She knew there could only be one answer to that question. Susie held up a small envelope. "You've got your hands full," she said. "Want me to open it for you?" Lacey nodded, and Susie pulled out the card and held it toward her. One hand still deep in the dog's fur, Lacey took the card and read the handwritten message to herself. "You are the best thing about this summer. With affection, Rick." "Well?" Susie asked with a grin, her curiosity clearly piqued. "A friend." Lacey slipped the card into the pocket of her lab coat. "Thanks for letting me know." Susie left the room, and Lacey did not need to look at her father to know his eyes were on her. "Roses, huh?" he asked. 2 little words, but she knew all that was behind them. "What are you doing, Lacey? Are you being careful? Are you falling into your old ways?" "Not from anyone special, Dad," she said. He returned his attention to the stitches without another word, but she knew he wasn't finished. He wouldn't be able to help himself. She wasn't surprised when he spoke again. "None of them were ever special to you, though," he said. "That was the problem, wasn't it? That you were indiscriminate? That caring about a person wasn't really what mattered to Dad," she said. She loved him immensely, but he could be such a pain in the neck. "I don't want to talk about this, okay? The roses are from a nice guy I've been seeing recently. Platonically. They're yellow roses, not red. Please have a little faith in me." She was quiet a moment, then added, "Gina and Clay have met him, and they like him." She and Rick had been out 3 times so far, and she'd finally allowed him to pick her up at the keeper's house the night before. She'd been nervous about introducing him to her brother and sister-in-law, but they'd instantly been able to tell that Rick was different from the other men she dated. The house had been full of people when he arrived, and she'd worried that Rick would be overwhelmed. Henry, the grandfather of Clay's first wife, and Walter, Gina's grandfather, were both there. The 2 elderly men were frequent visitors to the house, especially now that Ronnie had arrived. The men had lost their dear, long-time friend, Brian Cass, over the winter, and some of the joy had gone out of them. Ronnie, though, had brought it back. Rick had handled all the introductions easily, and this morning at breakfast, Clay and Gina had given him their stamp of approval. Her father snipped the final stitch and straightened up. "I'm sorry, hon," he said, reaching for a dog treat from the bowl on the counter. "I feel like a kid who gets an A- on a test and you yell at her for not getting an A," Lacey said, still wounded. He smiled at that. "I know you've tried hard to change, Lace," he said. "I've admired that. And I do trust you. I just flipped out there for a section." He was backpedaling so fast she felt sorry for him. "It's okay," she said. She helped him lift the dog from the table and set him on the floor. The dog instantly ran to the door of the room, pawing to let out. She reattached his leash to his collar. "I'll take him out," Alex said, taking the leash from her hand. "Your shift's nearly over?" "Thanks," she said. "I'll see you tomorrow." The roses, resting in a glass vase on the reception counter, were and just about to open fully. Ordinarily, she would stop at a restaurant, usually Sam and Omi's, for lunch between her morning at the animal hospital and her afternoon in her studio, but she wanted to take the roses home with her and they would bake in the car while she was eating. So, instead, she bought a sandwich from the subway around the corner and settled into the small kitchen at the animal hospital to eat and read. The book she was reading was titled Making Good Choices, A Woman's Guide to Relationships, and was one of a half-dozen her therapist had recommended to her. Most of the books, filled with psychobabble, had not spoken to her, but this one did. She could see herself in the anecdotes the author used to illustrate her points. And this author was forward-looking rather than focusing on the past. Lacey appreciated that. She did not want to be analyzed. She didn't want to look at how, in some bizarre way, she had followed her mother's promiscuous footsteps without even knowing about them. She just wanted to stop. This author made sense. It's so much easier to stop an old behavior when you have a new behavior to take its place, she suggested. The author was big on relationships that started as friendships, that did not rush toward physical intimacy, that involved deep and open communication. The person selected for that relationship should be someone different from the type of person the reader was ordinarily drawn to, the author advised. Someone who would not trigger those old behaviors. Someone, Lacey knew, like Rick. He had kissed her for the first time last night. She doubted she had ever been on 3 dates before without kissing. In truth, she had not been on 3 dates before without going to bed with the guy. Last night's kiss had been chaste, closed-mouthed, and that had been fine with her. She'd wanted nothing more than that. She was a bit worried she had permanently frightened the libido out of herself, but maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. She knew she should be thrilled that Rick had come along at this point in her life. Someone decent, who listened to her when she said she needed to move slowly, who made no demands on her. It felt like a gift, like some greater power was telling her, "You've been a good girl for a whole year, Lacey. Now you have earned this truly decent man." And yet, something was missing. She was now reading a chapter she desperately needed, discovering attraction where there is none. Often, the author wrote, women are attracted to bad boys, those men who are a challenge or who are in need of fixing. The good boys are uninteresting and unattractive to these women. But feelings follow behavior. If the man seems right, but the chemistry is lacking, stop focusing on that point. Instead, talk to yourself about his good qualities. I promise, if it was meant to be, loving feelings will follow. This was perfect timing, Lacey thought. She had the man. The good boy. And he was even attractive. Feelings follow behavior. Standing up from the table, she reached for the phone on the wall. She would call to thank him for the roses. Chapter 7. Even as he pulled into the parking lot in front of Lacey's studio, Rick could see the roses through the broad front windows. She had brought them with her from the animal hospital. They meant something to her, and that could either be good or bad. He was not exactly sure how to proceed with Lacey. All he knew was that he needed to move carefully. It was unusual for a woman not to fawn all over him. He was undeniably handsome. He was an attorney. He drove a BMW, but it was clear that superficial trappings didn't matter to Lacey, and that frankly intrigued him. She couldn't handle too much of him at once, though. Of that he was certain. He turned off the ignition and picked up a book from the passenger seat, resting it on his lap. He wondered if stopping in to see her after sending her roses and after speaking to her on the phone only an hour before and now bringing her yet another gift would qualify as too much. He was willing to take the risk, though. The roses in the window gave him courage. He'd learned to time his visits to the studio when Tom Nestor wasn't present. He'd actually been relieved to learn that Tom was Lacey's biological father, because it explained the extreme interest the man seemed to take in her affairs. Still, he would just as soon visit with her alone. He walked into the studio, the book in his hand, and was surprised when Lacey stood up, walked over to him, and gave him a quick hug. "It's good to see you," she said. "You, too." This was a rare welcome from Lacey. He must have turned a corner with her with those flowers. The vase rested on the table next to the kaleidoscopes, and afternoon light shone through the fragile petals. "What a perfect spot for the roses," he said. "They nearly look like they are made of stained glass sitting there." "That's exactly what I was thinking," she said, taking her seat behind her work table again. She was so pretty in her pale, freckled way. So delicate looking. He hoped he would not hurt her. "They're inspiring me, actually," she continued. "I think my next piece will be yellow roses." He sat down on the chair adjacent to the table. "Glad I could tweak your artistic sense a bit," he said, then added, "You act like you don't receive flowers very often." "I don't think I ever have," she admitted. "At least not from a man. Well, other than my father or Tom." "Hard to believe," he said. "A woman like you deserves flowers." She shrugged off the compliment, and he thought he might have taken things a bit too far with it. Two customers, a man and a woman, walked into the studio and began wandering among the glass and photographs. Rick lowered his voice to avoid being heard by them. "Listen," he said. "I wanted to tell you that I spoke with a friend of mine who's more familiar with criminal law than I am. He had some suggestions for you on how to protest that guy's parole." She was suddenly all ears. "Vivi had, did he say?" "You'll need to contact the members of the parole commission," he said. "They're the people who decide whether this guy, what's his name again? Zachary Pointer? Whether he should be paroled or not. They'll take into account his previous criminal record and his behavior in prison. Do you know anything about that?" Lacey glanced over at the man and woman, who were standing in front of a glass panel, talking about its colors. "I don't think he had a criminal record," she said, looking as though that fact disappointed her. "And I have no idea what he's been like in prison." "Well, here's where you have some input," he said. "The commission has to take into account any information they get from you or from other people who knew your mother and were impacted by her death. You'll need to write what they call a victim impact statement. How his crime has impacted your life. Everyone in your family can submit one. You're in the best position to write one, though, since you were impacted both by the loss of your mother and by witnessing her. What happened?" She nodded slowly, her gaze somewhere in space as she thought over what he'd said. "Okay," she said. "I can do that." The man and woman headed for the door, and the woman turned to Lacey, waving with a smile. "We'll be back later," she said. "I want to get my sister to see that stained glass rooster." "Okay," Lacey said. "See you then." Rick waited for Lacey's attention to return to him. "You or your attorney, at least, will want to look back at any statements the guy made after the arrest and during the trial," he continued. "Look for a lack of remorse, or that he's still protesting his innocence. Anything that shows he needs continued incarceration." "All right," Lacey said. He hesitated, a little nervous about the next item on his agenda. "On another note, though," he said, "I have something for you." He handed the book to her. She looked at the title. "Forgiveness." Then she raised her eyes to him, her expression quizzical. "Are you very religious or something?" she asked. He smiled. "Nope. Just a run-of-the-mill, hardly ever goes to church Presbyterian. But I've worked hard at figuring out my priorities," he said. "You know, what's most important in life. What's worth my effort and energy and time, and he killed my mother, Rick," she said, a flash of fire in her deep blue eyes. He kidded. "I understand. Or rather, I guess I don't understand what that must feel like. I'm sorry." The jingling sound of glass against glass caught their attention, and Rick turned to see a woman push the studio door open with such force that the small, stained glass suncatchers hanging on it were in danger of breaking. The woman was very tanned, her white blonde hair pinned up at the back of her head. She wore a navy blue suit with a small gold pin on the lapel, and she was not a customer, that much was clear. Her eyes were red and smudged with mascara. "Nola!" Lacey was instantly on her feet, rushing toward the woman. "What's wrong?" "Oh, Lacey, I'm beside myself." The woman stood in the middle of the floor, looking as though she might burst into tears. Her hands were pressed to her cheeks and the heavy gold bracelets on her wrists clanged together. Her fingers sparkled with rings. "I can see that." Lacey took her arm and drew her toward Tom Nestor's work table. "Here, sit in Tom's chair. Are Jessica and Mackenzie all right? I think so, the woman said. I think they'll be all right. But I'm on my way to Arizona and wanted to stop in to let you know what was going on before I left. She looked at Lacey, her eyes wide and filled with pain. Jessica and Mackenzie were in a car wreck, she said. Oh, my, GCK. Lacey's hand flew to her mouth. She lowered herself to her haunches in front of the woman, her long skirt billowing around her on the floor, and rested one of her hands on Nola's. How bad? Mackenzie's fine, or at least that's what they are telling me. But Jessica has broken ribs and a collapsed lung and a broken pelvis. The woman ticked the injuries off on her fingers, and who knows what else. Oh, Nola, how awful. Lacey looked over at Rick. Jessica Nola's daughter is an old friend of mine, she explained. How did it happen? A drunk driver, Nola said. That's all I know. I'm going out there to take care of Mackenzie while Jessica is in the hospital. Right now, she's with a neighbor. You'll feel better once you see Jess and know she's in good hands, Lacey said, and Rick could see tears forming in her eyes as well. He felt intrusive. Nola nodded, but she looked unconvinced. My poor little girl? Lacey stood up and leaned over to hug her. The woman was unresponsive, stiff as a stick. He wondered how old she was. There was not a wrinkle on her tan face, and it was obvious she'd visited a plastic surgeon more than once. She's tried so hard to make it, Lacey, Nola said, a mix of anger and sorrow in her voice. You know that. Raising Mackenzie by herself, holding down a stressful job, going to school at night. I know, Lacey agreed. Maybe I should go with you. No. Nola opened her large brown leather purse and pulled a tissue from inside it. She stood up, dabbing at her eyes. I'll call you when I see how she is. Please do, Lacey said, embracing the woman once again. Please call me right away. With a nod, Nola turned and walked out the door, the suncatchers clanking against the glass once again. Lacey sank into her chair at the work table. I can't believe it, she said. Poor Jessica. You're very close to her, he asked. We grew up together? She was staring at the door, but he could tell she was not really seeing it. She was my best friend from the time we were in kindergarten through junior high. She got pregnant when she was 15, though, and Nola shipped her off to Arizona to live with her cousins, and she ended up staying out there. We've lost touch a bit since then, but we still have these long, wonderful phone conversations a few times a year. I haven't seen Mackenzie, her daughter, since the last time they visited the Outer Banks, which must have been 3 years ago. She stood up abruptly. I've got to go home, she said. I want to call her. I need to hear for myself how she is. Of course, he said, standing up. Lacey looked at her watch. I'll call Tom to come back to the studio to keep it open, but would you mind staying until he gets here? In case that couple comes back? Or I could just lock up and put a sign on the "I'll stay," he said. It'll make me feel like I'm helping somehow. She smiled at him, a quick, distracted sort of smile. Thanks, she said, gathering up her purse and day planner. I'll talk to you later. He watched her leave. She was gentle with the door, the suncatchers barely clinked against the glass. Looking over at her work table, he noticed she had left behind the book on forgiveness. He wanted to run after her, press it into her hands, but he didn't dare. She already thought him strange in that regard, a religious zealot, perhaps. And the last thing he wanted to do was to scare her away. Chapter 8. If it had not been for the beach traffic, Lacey would have ignored the speed limit and raced all the way to Kiss River from her studio. As it was, she was stuck in a sluggish trail of cars making their way north from Kill Devil Hills. She wanted to call the hospital and hear for herself that Jessica was all right. She wanted to talk to her old friend, hear her voice, reassure her that Mackenzie would be taken care of while she recovered. Again, she thought of packing a bag and flying to Arizona with Nola. They could spell each other while they took turns taking care of 11-year-old Mackenzie and spending time with Jessica in the hospital. But even though she'd known Nola for as long as she could remember, she had never felt completely at ease with her. Nola could be difficult. She'd been divorced for many years and had never remarried or even dated, although at one time it had been clear that she had her eye on Lacey's father. Thank God Olivia had come along at that point, or Lacey might have ended up with Nola as a stepmother. Just talking to Nola on the phone could send a chill up her spine. Nola had been a lax and permissive mother with Jessica. Lacey's mother had certainly been lenient and indulgent, as well, but Annie O'Neill's permissiveness had been balanced by her deep love for her children. Although Jessica had often been critical of Lacey's parents, she'd admitted just a few years ago that she had actually been envious of the close and loving relationships Lacey had enjoyed growing up in the O'Neill family. The traffic was ridiculous. She was driving through Duck, her car creeping so slowly that she feared it might overheat. It had happened before. She turned off the air conditioning and opened the windows to try to prevent it from happening again. She knew every alternate route available along the Outer Banks, but the island was so narrow here that there was only one road running south and north, and she was on it. She glanced at her cell phone lying on the passenger seat. She could try to call Jessica on the cell, but she didn't know what hospital she was in, and the thought of coping with cellular information and the iffy reception in the area was more than she could manage. Her thoughts turned to Mackenzie. What had the accident been like? Mackenzie wasn't hurt, Nola had said, so maybe she had been conscious and had witnessed everything. Maybe she saw her mother's body pinned behind the wheel, or maybe the car had flipped over. Then she began wondering, as she always did when she thought about Mackenzie, what had become of the girl's father. That had been a sore spot between her and Jessica for years. Mackenzie's father was Bobby Asher. He'd been one of the many guys she and Jessica had hung around with the summer Lacey was 14. In her mind, Bobby would always be that 17-year-old chain-smoking, beer-drinking, pill-popping, sexy-as-hell guy, with the blonde hair that touched his shoulders and the same light blue eyes she saw in every picture of Mackenzie. Lacey had lost her virginity to him, as had Jessica, the very next night. She'd been hurt that Bobby had ultimately picked Jessica over her. Jess had been less uptight, ready for anything. Lacey had been fairly wild that summer, too, but she knew the scared little kid inside her had been evident to anyone who looked hard enough. Nothing had seemed to frighten Jessica, however, and Bobby had been drawn to that quality in her. At the end of that summer, Bobby returned to his home in Richmond, Virginia, and neither she nor Jessica ever saw him again. When Jessica realized she was pregnant, she adamantly refused to tell Nola or anyone else who the baby's father was. Only Lacey knew. Jessica had had other lovers, if you could call them that, at age 14. They'd both had others. But the timing of her pregnancy fit perfectly with her time with Bobby. At first Lacey thought that Jessica was right to keep the identity of the baby's father to herself. Bobby was crazy. Undoubtedly, he would have talked her into an abortion so he could rid himself of the problem. Nola had tried to talk Jessica into an abortion herself, but Lacey had persuaded her not to do it. Lacey had only recently lost her mother, and the thought of yet another life being wiped off the planet, no matter how tiny and unformed that life might have been, was unbearable to her. Jessica agreed. She had turned 15 by then, and there was no way any doctor would take that baby against her will, so Nola arranged for her to leave the Outer Banks, spiriting her away to an aunt in Phoenix so that her expanding belly would not be a source of gossip and shame for Nola, a prominent real estate agent. When Lacey was 16, she learned that Tom was her biological father, and her feelings about Jessica keeping the identity of Mackenzie's father to herself changed. A child needed to know who her father was, even if knowing the truth created more problems than it solved. And a man needed to know that he was responsible for a child. The subject of Mackenzie's paternity had nearly caused a falling out between her and Jessica. As recently as Mackenzie's 11th birthday this past April, Lacey had once again brought it up with her. "You really should tell Bobby Asher," she'd said. "Mackenzie's getting old enough to know the truth." As always, Jessica had adamantly refused to even consider it. She knew Jessica had told Mackenzie that her father was someone she'd seen for a short time and that she didn't know where he was. That was true, but he was findable. Anyone was findable. Lacey tried to picture Bobby Asher now. He would be nearly 30, Clay's age, but the only image that came to her mind was of a long-haired man in need of a bath, standing at a corner of a busy Richmond street, holding a bowl out to drivers passing by, the sign at his side reading, "Homeless. Please help." That was surely the direction in which he'd been heading. When she finally reached Kiss River, she was glad to see that the chain across the driveway was already down and she wouldn't need to get out of the car to unhook it. She turned onto the shaded lane and sped over the ruts, spraying gravel behind her, not really caring about anything other than getting to the phone. Clay's Jeep was next to Gina's van in the parking lot, and she knew he was either in the woods with one of his search and rescue trainees or in the house waiting for a client to arrive. She jumped out of her car and ran across the sand toward the house. Clay and Gina were in the kitchen when she pulled open the screen door, and Gina lifted a finger to her lips. "SHH, she said. "I just got her down for her nap." Clay was sweeping the always sandy kitchen floor and he looked up from his task. "What's wrong?" he asked, and she knew her worry was showing in her face. "Jessica and Mackenzie were in an accident," she said. "They're alive, but Jessica was hurt." She rattled off Jessica's injuries to the best of her memory. "I'm going to try to call her at the hospital." "Whose fault was the accident?" Clay asked, as if it mattered. "Drunk driver." Dropping her purse on the table, she reached for the cordless phone and dialed information. "Who's Jessica?" Gina asked Clay. "An old friend of Lacey's," he said. "She was crazy. She got pregnant when she was 14, and I think she used every drug in the book that summer. She's completely different now." Lacey felt tears burn her eyes as she waited to get a human being on the line. She didn't know the name of a single hospital in Phoenix, much less which one Jessica was in. "Besides," she added, "you were not so staid yourself." She was annoyed at the speed with which her brother jumped to judge her friend. "My guy?" Gina asked, putting her arm around Clay's shoulders and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Did you have a wild side back then?" "Lacey was so wasted that summer that she wouldn't have known what I was doing," Clay said. She had known, though. She'd been at parties where she'd watched her older brother drink himself into the adolescent oblivion that was typical of the other graduating seniors that year. True, he'd only used alcohol, at least to the best of her knowledge, while she and her friends had dabbled in marijuana and an occasional tab of LSD. Some of the rowdier kids had actually used crack. But Clay had been old enough to pass himself off as a responsible adult when he needed to. She and Jessica had simply been a mess. Finally, a male voice came on the phone. He gave her the numbers for 3 different hospitals and she wrote them down on a piece of paper Gina slipped onto the counter in front of her. "I'm going to call her from the studio," she said, clutching the paper in her hand as she headed out of the kitchen in the direction of the sunroom. "Good luck," Gina called after her, and as Lacey walked through the living room, she could hear her sister-in-law chastising Clay for his insensitivity. Sunlight poured into her small home studio, filling it with color from the panels of glass hanging in the windows. The room was at the back of the keeper's house, away from the ocean and the lighthouse. Her view was of the stretch of sand between the house and the scrubby maritime growth in the distance. There were 2 work tables, one where she drew her designs out on paper, the other where she cut glass. Sitting down at that second table, she reached for the phone and dialed one of the numbers on the list. "She's in the ICU," the hospital operator told her after Lacey gave her Jessica's name. "No phones in the rooms up there?" "The ICU." She pictured machines and tubes, respirators and EKGs. Poor Jess. Can I find out how she's doing? Lacey asked. Talk to a nurse. Hold on. The operator sounded sick of her job. I'll connect you to the ICU. A woman answered quickly, her voice friendly and upbeat. Hello, Lacey said. I'm calling to find out how one of your patients is doing. Jessica Dillard. Are you family? The woman asked. Nearly, Lacey said. A very close friend? Her condition's been upgraded from critical to serious, the woman said. Critical? Lacey said. I had no idea it was that bad. She's doing much better now, the woman reassured her. We'll be moving her out of the ICU sometime this afternoon. Would you like to speak with her? I can carry the cordless into her room. Oh, yes, please, Lacey said. Jessica was well enough to talk. Thank God a few moments passed, and she could hear a rustling sound. The next voice she heard on the phone was weak but familiar. Hello. Jessica said. Jess, it's Lacey. Lacey. She sounded tired. Maybe half asleep. You're so sweet to call. How do you feel? Are you in terrible pain? She was slow to answer. I think I would be if they weren't pumping me with drugs, she said. How did you know I was here? Did Mom call you? She came into the studio to tell me about the accident and that she's going out there to help with Mackenzie. Poor Mackenzie, Jessica said. I think it was worse for her than for me, since I was knocked out and don't remember a thing. Do you want me to come out, too? Lacey asked. I can, you know. I mean, Dad has enough help that he can get by for a few days without no, Jessica said. I'll be fine. But you have to promise me that you'll come visit after I've recovered, okay? All these years I've been out here, and you've never visited. Lacey had to smile. As terrible as Jessica must be feeling, she was still able to push her guilt buttons. And she was right. Lacey always said she would visit Jessica someday soon, but in the nearly 12 years Jessica had lived in Phoenix, that day had never come. I will, she said. I promise. Jessica sighed. I was so lucky, Lace, she said. This morning they told me how close I'd come to dying. I am going to really embrace every minute of my life from now on. You do the same, okay? You sound so strong, Lacey marveled. How did you get that way? Jessica laughed, though the sound was weak. Motherhood, she said. Either makes you strong or it kills you. I love you, Lacey said. Love you, too, Lace. Don't worry about me, okay? Okay. Lacey hung up the phone, relieved by the conversation and wondering what she could do to help from 2,000 miles away. Sending flowers was one option, but Jessica would probably get plenty of those. She'd buy her books and magazines, things to help her pass the time as she healed. Yet even that idea didn't ease her powerless feeling, and she wished she could do more. She had no idea just how much she would be asked to do. Chapter 9 Lita and Judy had been wrong about the rules. It wasn't until Faye's 6th date with Jim that they finally made love. And by then she felt so comfortable with him, so trusting and at home, that she was no longer anxious about her body or her performance. He had shared so much with her about himself and his life. He'd told her about his own performance anxiety. He'd had some prostate problems a few years ago, and she'd been able to share her own insecurities about her weight, her crepey skin, her wrinkles. He had only laughed, as though her concerns had been the furthest thing from his mind. Of course, once the line had been crossed, they spent a lot more time in bed than they did going to dinner or the movies. The third time they made love, they had not even bothered with the pretense of going out. She drove directly from work to his house. She was exhausted, Having taught an all-day seminar for chronic pain clinicians, and although she'd loved every minute of the training, it had taken a lot out of her. She found new energy in the car, though, as she thought about spending the evening with Jim. It was the first time she'd been in his home, and he gave her a short tour before leading her up to the master suite. She'd known he had money, but she hadn't expected the absolute luxury that surrounded her when she walked into the grand foyer. It was obvious that every inch of the house had been professionally decorated, and she couldn't help but wonder if she was seeing Jim's taste in the elaborate window treatments and floral print upholstery or his late wife's. The view from the bedroom from nearly every room of the house actually was spectacular. The house stood on a hillside, and in the evening light La Jolla stretched out beneath it like a quilt. The sun was a vivid coral as it drifted toward the sea. Faye studied the scene before her with great attention, doing her best to ignore the fact that she would soon climb into Alice Price's antique bed. Was Jim thinking about that, too? Did it feel strange to him to have another woman in this room? The thought slipped from her mind, though, as he began undressing her. Love-making with Jim was slow and sweet, and Judy had been right about him leaving her satisfied. Judy would have to speculate about that, though, since Faye had stopped sharing private information with her and Lita, much to their frustration. After they made love and darkness had fallen in the room, Jim hugged her close and let out a long sigh. It sounded like contentment to her, and she nestled her head against his shoulder. "I've been thinking about you a lot the past couple of days," he said, rubbing her bare shoulder. "You have? I want you to know how much I've appreciated all the listening you've done," he said. "I haven't been able to talk to anyone the way I've talked to you in a very long time. Maybe never." She was touched. "I'm glad you felt able to," she said, resting her palm flat against his chest. "I realized, though, that you haven't really told me much about yourself," he continued. "You tell me how you feel about things, and I really like that. You're such a straight shooter. I don't have to guess with you. But..." His voice trailed off. "But... I don't know anything about your past." "Ah," she said. She'd hoped to avoid talking to him about her past, but clearly that was going to be impossible. "Here's what I know," he said. "You grew up in North Carolina, like I did. You were an only child. Your parents are dead. You have no children. You were married, but your husband died long ago and you haven't dated since. But I don't know what it was like for you growing up, or what your parents did for a living, and that's my fault for not asking questions. I know that. And I'm sorry." "It's all right," she said. "The biggest blank of all is your marriage." His hand toyed with her hair where it fell in wisps at the back of her neck. "Your husband," he said. "You never talk about him. You know all about Alice." "I talk about her too much, I suppose." He laughed self-consciously and she felt a little sorry for him. "No, you don't," she reassured him. "I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm sorry I haven't asked you about these things before now," he said. "That I haven't given you the chance to tell me about yourself. I hope you haven't misconstrued that as disinterest. It's really been..." He laughed. "It's been selfishness, pure and simple. I needed to dump my problems onto you. But I'm ready now." She was quiet, and he nudged her. "So go ahead," he said. "Tell me." She let out her breath. "Oh," she said, "this is hard." "Why is it hard?" She could feel the blank slate he'd placed in front of her, waiting for her to fill it. "Some things are difficult to talk about," she said. "But I do want to tell you. I want a good relationship with you and I know I can't build one on lies." "Have you been lying to me?" It sounded as though this was not a complete surprise to him. "Yes," she said, though mostly through omission. "You can tell me anything," he said, and she wondered if he knew what he was getting himself into. "I have to ask you to keep what I say just between us, okay?" she asked. I mean, I'm ready to tell you. Some things. But not the world. All right. She was quiet a moment, forming her thoughts, and he spoke before she could get the first word out. You have had a child, he said. The question surprised her. Of the things she was preparing to say, that was low on her list. Yes, I have, she said. But how did you know? Your body gave it away. My stretch marks. He laughed. You are so self-conscious about your body, he said. I didn't notice any stretch marks. But the color of your nipples. The areolae are dark. That's what I get for dating a doctor, she said. Did you lose the child? She pressed her palm against his chest again, trying to formulate her response. Yes, she said. But not the way you mean? She squeezed her eyes shut. My husband didn't die, she said. I'm not really a widow. She hurried on as she felt the muscles in his chest tighten up beneath her hand. And I'm very, very sorry for having led you to believe that I am, because I know that's part of what drew you to me. Thinking we had that in common. I'm sorry. You're still married? He asked. No. I'm divorced. But when I moved here to California 8 years ago, I couldn't bring myself to tell complete strangers the truth. It was easier to just say he died. I didn't want to have to answer questions about my ex. He was dead to me, as far as I was concerned, so it wasn't a lie that was hard for me to stick with. Until now. Until you. It was a nasty divorce, then? He was upset over her pretense of being a widow. She could hear it in his voice, and she didn't blame him. I want you to know that I'm an honest person, she said. I mean, basically, I'm very honest. I do have this one big lie I've been living, but please don't think that it defines who I am. Because it doesn't. Tell me, he said. My ex-husband is in prison for murder? She had said those words to herself many times, but never, not once, had she said them out loud. They echoed in the huge room. God, he said. What happened? She rolled away from him to turn on the Tiffany lamp on the night table. The old, nauseating images were filling her head, and whenever that happened, she couldn't tolerate being in the dark. Are you okay? He asked. She rested her head on his shoulder, swallowing hard against the nausea. Could that be enough for now? She asked. Enough of the truth? I still get nightmares about it sometimes and don't really want to have any tonight. How could she tell him she had lived in a cramped little North Carolina trailer and spent time in a battered women's shelter when here she was, lying in a $3,000 carved cherry bed in La Jolla, trying to fit in with the sort of people she hadn't even known existed back then? Just tell me one thing, Jim said. He didn't kill your child, did he? No, she said. Nothing like that. Is it a boy or a girl? A boy. A man by now. His name is Freddie. Fred. We're estranged. He blamed me for what happened with his father. He thought I somehow drove him to kill someone. After it happened, Freddie and I left North Carolina and moved to LA, where I had an old girlfriend from nursing school. We moved in with her and I got my master's degree there. My son was very hard to manage, though. He wasn't a bad kid. Just so terribly angry with me. The day he turned 18, he moved out. I went to a counselor who said I should practice tough love. You know, let him go, let him make it on his own. So that's what I did. She recited the situation with little emotion. She couldn't let herself feel the pain behind the words or she might fall apart, and she wasn't ready to do that with Jim. With anyone. And you haven't been in touch with him since. I don't know where he is, and he's never tried to find me. Jim sighed, rubbing her shoulder again. I actually had a similar problem with my daughters, he said. You did. She had not yet met his adult twin daughters, but she'd seen pictures of them just that night during the house tour. Photographs of the blue-eyed blondes at various ages were on the bookshelf in the den. There were a few photographs of Alice on that bookshelf, too, and she looked just as Faye had expected, well coiffed, well dressed, and glittering with gold. The woman was her opposite, at least on the surface. They didn't talk to me for a year after Alice died, he said. It was his turn to hesitate. They blamed me for their mother's death, he said. I talked Alice into enrolling in an experimental treatment program. I didn't see that she had much of a chance otherwise, and I hope she understood that. The girls were furious with me, though. They said I turned Alice into a guinea pig, etc., etc. He sighed, and she knew he'd been through quite a battle with his girls. She could only imagine what it had been like for him to endure the loss of his wife and his daughter's antipathy at the same time. I think they were cruel to turn their backs on you, she said. They were in a lot of pain, he said, but eventually, they realized that I truly had Alice's best interest in mind. So maybe, someday Fred will come around, too. God, I wish, she said, struggling not to feel the sorrow welling up inside her. Every time I see a young man come into the pain clinic, I think of him. Even when they don't look a thing like him. Gunshot victims, especially, tugged at her emotions. If it hadn't been for Annie O'Neill, Freddie might have been one of them himself. She waved her hand in front of her face as if trying to bat away the thought. I can't talk about it anymore, she said. She lifted her head to study his face. In the light from the Tiffany lamp, she could see the arc of wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, the deep crevices that ran from his nose to his chin, and she knew he must be seeing similar flaws on her own face. She should turn off the light. But before she could roll over, he touched her cheek with his fingertip, tracing whatever lines he might be finding there, and smiled. When you're ready to tell me more, he said, I'll be here for you. Chapter 10. The keeper's house was quiet and calm as Lacey and Rick sat at the kitchen table, sipping iced tea and wrapping gifts for Jessica. Sasha slept by the screen door, occasionally opening his eyes to see if Clay or Gina or Ronnie might be walking through the sand toward the house. It was Clay's long day at work, and Gina had taken Ronnie to her toddler swim lessons. Isn't she a little young for swimming lessons? Rick had asked when Lacey told him where they were. It's mostly to get her used to the water, Lacey said. She was afraid of it when she first got here. She couldn't even look at a full bathtub or the toilet without crying. For reasons they were never to understand, Ronnie would scream even when approached with a damp washcloth. Gina's best guess was that her little daughter had been subjected to rough shampooing with harsh soaps, necessary to kill the lice and nits that every child in the orphanage seemed to have. But Ronnie's phobia was improving. She let Gina or Clay bathe her now in a large basin, and the previous week, Gina had finally coaxed her into the pool. It was at moments like these, when the only sounds in the house were from the ocean and the cicadas, that Lacey realized how much chatter and energy Ronnie produced. Just a few months ago, Gina had worried there was a problem with her development, because Ronnie never spoke. One morning, though, the child simply woke up a chatterbox. Not only did she seem to know the right words for nearly every object she encountered, but she also strung those words together in sentences. She may not have been speaking, but she'd certainly listening. She ran into the kitchen that morning, looked up at Clay, and said, "Daddy, I want you play with me, now." Gina and Lacey had looked at each other and laughed, but Clay had cried. He had changed so much since Ronnie came into his life. There was a softness to him Lacey had never expected to see. Should I wrap each of these separately? Rick held up the 3 gel pens they had bought for Jessica. Sure, Lacey said. It will be more fun for her to have a bunch of things to open, don't you think? She and Rick had shopped most of the afternoon, picking up small gifts to send to Jessica. Little things like pens and magazines, tiny jigsaw puzzles and one of Lacey's kaleidoscopes, gifts that could help her while away her time in the hospital. Lacey planned to put all the wrapped gifts into one big box and ship it to her. It had been kind of Rick to go shopping with her, and he'd seemed to get into it, picking up things on his own that he thought someone like Jessica might enjoy. Adding the kaleidoscope had been his idea. A car door slammed shut in the parking lot, and Sasha was immediately on his feet, nose pressed against the screen and tail wagging. It was too soon for either Clay or Gina to be home, and Lacey got up to walk over to the door. Her father was walking strolling, really toward the house. His head was down, his hands in his pockets. He was not a stroller. He always moved quickly, like Clay, and the sight of him like this scared her. She pushed open the door and stepped onto the porch. "Dad," she called. He looked up from his pensive staring at the sand and waved to her. "What's wrong?" she asked, as he neared the house. "Let's go inside." He reached past her for the handle of the screen door. "Go on in," he said. He followed her into the kitchen, and Rick was quick to stand up. "Dad, this is Rick Tenley," she said. "Rick, this is my father, Alec O'Neill." "Hello, Dr. O'Neill." Rick held out his hand, and Alec shook it, frank curiosity on his face, but the expression disappeared quickly as his somber look returned. "What's wrong?" she asked again. Her heart was beating hard, and she thought of Ronnie's little heart, so newly repaired and delicate. "Please tell Ronnie's okay." "Ronnie's fine." Her father touched her shoulder. "Sit down," he said, and she dropped into the chair Rick pulled out for her. "Nola just called me," her father said. "She was trying to reach you, but didn't have you out here?" All of a sudden, she knew. "It's Jessica," she said. Her father leaned against the kitchen counter and nodded. "She died this morning, honey." "I'm sorry." Lacey leaped to her feet so quickly that Sasha started barking at her. "Oh, Dad, no," she said. "How could that happen? She sounded so good when I talked to her yesterday." "They think it was a blood clot from the surgery," her father said. "It was fast. She probably didn't even know what hit her." That's what they had said about her mother, but her mother had known. Lacey would never forget the look of surprise on her face. "Oh, God, I don't believe it." She sat down again, one elbow on the table, her fist pressed to her mouth. She was not aware of crying until she felt the tears falling over her clenched fingers. Rick rested his hand on her back. She knew he was trying to console her, but his touch felt like more of an intrusion than comfort. "Nola said they weren't sure about arrangements for a service yet," her father said, "but that it would probably be Monday." "I'll go," Lacey said into her fist. "I have to go." She turned toward her father and saw that he looked tired and drained. The O'Neill family had become all too accustomed to coping with unexpected loss. "How's Nola taking it?" she asked. "She's in a lot of pain, as you can imagine. I had trouble understanding her, she was crying so hard." "Oh." He reached into his pocket and drew out a piece of paper, handing it to her. "She left this in case you wanted to call her," Hess said. Lacey took the piece of paper from his hand and stared at it numbly. "I have to get back to the office, hon," her father said. "I still have some appointments today, but I didn't want to tell you over the phone." "Thank you." She knew he had done some major shuffling of his patients to be able to make the trip to Kiss River. Her father turned his attention to Rick. "How do you know Lacey, Rick?" he asked. "We met at her studio," Rick said. "Well, I'm glad you're here." Her father surprised her with the words. "I'm glad Lacey's not alone right now." After Alec left, Rick began unwrapping the items they had bought. "I'll return these things for you," he said. She glanced at the puzzles and pens without seeing them. "You don't have to do that," she said. "I want to." I know there's not a lot else I can do to help out right now. He stood up and began digging through the trash can beneath the sink for the receipts. I'd like to go with you to Arizona, he said as he pawed through the trash. Thank you, but no. She didn't want him there. He would feel like more of a liability than an asset. She upped the piece of paper her father had given her in her hand. I'm going up to my room to call Nola, she said. You don't have to stay. He looked up from his work in the trash can. Your father didn't want you to be alone, he said. I'll be okay. Gina and Clay will be home soon. And I really just want to crawl into bed and pull the covers over my head. He put his hands in his pockets, worry on his face. It's not even 4:30, he said. She shut her eyes, drained of energy to explain her need for time to herself. I just want to go to bed, she said, and it came out like a plea. He kidded. All right. He slid the trash can back under the sink, then walked over to her and hugged her tightly, and all she could think about was having him leave so that she could fall apart in peace. Once he was gone, she carried the cordless phone upstairs and crawled, still dressed in her blue t-shirt and striped capris, into her. A breeze billowed the sheer curtains into the room, but it was still too hot for more than a sheet. She pulled the box of tissues from the night table to her bed. Hugging her arms across her chest, she thought, should I let myself break down before or after I talk to Nola? Without making a decision, she dialed the number on the piece of paper. A woman with a quiet voice answered. I'm trying to reach Nola Dillard, Lacey said. This is Lacey O'Neill? Her name seemed to mean nothing to the woman. Nola's lying down, she nearly whispered. Can I have her call you when she gets up? Yes, I'm calling from the East Coast, but please tell her to call me any time, Lacey said. No matter what time it is here, all right. She gave the woman her phone number and made her repeat it back to her. For once in her life, she wanted to talk to Nola Dillard. She needed to talk to someone else who loved Jessica. Once she hung up the phone, her tears started. They lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, then faded away, and just when she thought she was done with them, she pictured Jessica's smile and thought about the fear and disbelief Mackenzie was enduring, and her sobbing started again. She'd long ago given up asking why things like this happened. Her mother had died from a bullet meant for someone else. Her sister-in-law, Terry Clay's first wife, had died while doing search and rescue work. The losses seemed so random, so meaningless, although once this past year, she'd wondered if her mother's death had been fitting punishment for all the cheating she'd done during her marriage. If GCKI existed, though, she refused to believe he worked that way. She longed for the escape of sleep, but her nose was stuffy from crying and she could not prevent memories of Jessica from slipping into her consciousness. Vivi when they'd been very young, she and Jessica had been in Brownies together, with Lacey's mother as their much-adored troop leader. Lacey could not count all the milkshakes and French fries they'd shared at McDonald's over the years, or all the times she and Jessica had slept at one another's houses. Jessica had changed dramatically during their time in middle school, when she'd become one of the cool crowd, leaving Lacey confused and envious, but after Mackenzie was born, she'd reverted quickly to the sweet person she'd once been. She heard Gina and Ronnie come home, followed by Clay a half hour later, but she didn't want to get up to talk to them. The only person she truly wanted to talk to was the person she could never talk to again, Jessica. Why hadn't she gone to Arizona to visit her sometime in the past 12 years? She had taken their friendship for granted. She should have known better than that. Now she was finally going to Phoenix, just a little bit late. Someone knocked lightly on her bedroom door. You awake, Lace? Clay asked. Yes. Dad called to tell me, he said. Can I come in? I want to be alone, she said. He hesitated a moment. I'm sorry, sis, he said, finally. And I'm sorry for the things I said about Jessica yesterday. It's all right. She pressed a damp, overused tissue to her eyes. Clay. Yes. I love you. Please don't die. She heard his soft laughter through the door. I love you, too, Lacey, he said. But he didn't promise her anything. He knew better than that. She did not sleep, did not even doze, the entire night. She lay with a box of tissues on the pillow next to her and the phone clutched in her hands, waiting for the return call from Nola. But the call never came, and it would be nearly noon the following day before she understood why. Chapter 11 Lacey didn't go into work at the animal hospital the next morning. It was Saturday, and the hospital would be packed with patients, but she knew her father would understand. Instead, she sat in her home studio trying to reach Nola and getting no answer to her calls, not even an outgoing message on an answering machine. She studied the piece of paper on which her father had written the phone number. Whose number was it, anyway? A friend of Jessica's probably. She knew Jessica had several good friends in Phoenix, since she talked about them over the years. Lacey had always felt an uncomfortable mixture of happiness and envy during those conversations, glad that Jessica had those friends, yet jealous that they had taken her place. Between phone calls, she tried cutting glass for a panel she was making, but her heart wasn't in it. She knew better than to cut glass when she could not give it her full attention. Finally, she took off her safety glasses and settled on staring out the window. She could see Clay working with one of his search and rescue clients, a tall man with a skinny golden retriever. She could not make out what they were doing, but the golden could barely contain his excitement. Lacey couldn't help but smile at the happy, anticipatory dance the dog was performing in the sand near his owner. She wanted to call a travel agent to make plane reservations for her trip to Phoenix, but hated to tie up the phone line in case Nola tried to reach her. Finally, though, she took the risk and contacted one of Olivia's friends who was a travel agent. The fare to Phoenix was exorbitant at this late date, and although she wondered if she would qualify for a discount based on the fact that she was flying there for a friend's funeral, she didn't feel like going into the subject with the agent. Instead, she gave the woman her credit card number, wrote down the flight numbers and hung up. The instant she got off the line, the phone rang, and she picked it up quickly. Nola, she asked. There was hesitation on the line. No, this is Charles Rodriguez, a male voice said. Am I speaking with Lacey O'Neill? A telemarketer? Yes, she said, but I'm waiting for an important call. So, Ms. O'Neill, I was Jessica Dillard's attorney, the man said. Lacey frowned. Her attorney? Yes, he said, and first let me express my sympathy over your loss. Thank you. I was the attorney who drew up Jessica's will and her other legal papers. She was a very responsible young woman. Amazing for her age, the way she took care of everything. She even had an advance medical directive, although that turned out too unnecessary. It's still always good to have. Excuse me, Mr. Rodriguez? Can you tell me why you're calling? I'm waiting to hear from Jessica's mother, and I don't want to tie up the line. That hesitation again. Did Jessica talk to you about this? About what? Her daughter Mackenzie's guardianship. Lacey searched her memory. As far as she could recall, it was a topic she and Jessica had never discussed. Why would they? Jessica was only 27. No, she said. Not that I remember. The attorney sighed. I'd hoped she discussed it with you long ago. She said she would. She wanted you to be Mackenzie's guardian if she were to die. Her guardian? You mean? To make decisions about. She wanted you to raise her? Me. She felt a moment of panic. I live in North Carolina and I'm not even related to her. Mackenzie has a grandmother. And Jessica had some very close friends out there. And I haven't even seen Mackenzie in 3 years. I've only seen her 3 or 4 times in her entire life. I understand, the attorney said. And Mrs. Dillard, Jessica's mother, was very upset when I told her about this last night. She may try to fight it, but I doubt very much she will win, because Jessica was adamant that she wanted you to be her daughter's guardian. She stated clearly in the document that she did not want her mother to have guardianship of Mackenzie. Lacey winced, thinking about how hurtful it must have been for Nola to hear those words. No wonder she hadn't returned her calls. But when did she make out this will? She asked. I mean, was it years ago? We were much closer friends years ago, so maybe she did initially file all these papers several years ago. That's what I mean about her being so responsible. What 20-something-year-old takes care of things like that? But she also updated all the documents only last year. She just made a few minor changes, and she was still clear that she wanted you to be Mackenzie's guardian. It doesn't make sense, Lacey said. I'm sure she never thought she'd die this young. Maybe she just wasn't thinking. Ms. O'Neill, she and I talked about it at length, the attorney said patiently. I suggested her mother might be a better and more logical choice, or failing that, the parents of one of Mackenzie's friends, perhaps, but she said she trusted you to be the same sort of mother she had been. Lacey started to cry, moved by the sentiment and yet frightened by its meaning. Jessica had been a good mother. A superlative mother. She wanted to tell this stranger how motherhood had forced her to grow up quickly, how beautifully Jessica had risen to that challenge. But she would never be able to get out all those words. Ms. O'Neill? Are you still there? Yes. She reached for a tissue from the box on her work table and pressed it to her nose. I'm here. I suggest you plan to stay out here a few extra days when you come for the funeral so that you and I can take care of the necessary paperwork. And more importantly, so you can get to know Mackenzie better before taking her back with you. Bring her back? To Kiss River? The sense of panic was so strong that she could barely breathe. She didn't want to do this. She had never wanted a child and certainly didn't want one thrust on her when she was so totally unprepared. Her thoughts shamed her, yet if someone could tell her how she could get out of this new and unexpected responsibility, she would jump at the chance. I don't know if I'm suited to be anyone's mother, she said, more to herself than to the lawyer. Do you think Jessica was more suited at the age of 15? He asked. That's not the point. This can't be forced on you, the attorney said. If you can't take on the guardianship of this girl, we'll have to work out some other arrangements. Jessica had wanted her to do it, to be Mackenzie's mother. She'd been adamant about it, the lawyer had said. She knew the other options open to her and she'd chosen her. Lacey thought of the little trinkets she'd wrapped the previous day to send to her friend. The gel pens and jigsaw puzzle suddenly seemed as insignificant as a grain of sand on the beach, silly gifts for a woman who would trust her with the life of her daughter. She had the ability to give Jessica a far greater gift: her life, her dreams for the future, her freedom. I'll do it, she said. I'll bring Mackenzie home with me. Chapter 12. One of Jessica's friends, a very young-looking woman named Amelia, met Lacey in the baggage area of the Phoenix airport. She was holding a sign that read Lacey in huge red block letters. Once Lacey introduced herself, Amelia hugged her tightly, and Lacey let herself remain in the embrace for a long time, breathing in the scent of the woman's dark hair, knowing she was finally connected to someone who felt her loss as deeply as she did. I'm so glad to meet you, Amelia said as she let go of her. I've heard a lot about you. Her voice was sweet and high-pitched. She looked about 22 and sounded 15. Her nearly black hair was long and swung free around her shoulders, and freckles were spattered across the bridge of her nose. Lacey had to rack her brain to remember if she'd ever heard Jessica talk about this particular friend. She supposed she had. Jessica had been one to say my friend this and my friend that, rather than speak of them by name. Same here, she said. I'm sorry we couldn't have met under better circumstances, though. The trite words slipped out of her mouth and she was relieved at having found them without a struggle. The day before, she had finally been able to reach someone at the number she had for Nola, and although Nola was purportedly still sleeping, the woman on the phone told her she would be picked up at the airport and she would have a place to stay. The woman had sounded frazzled, as though she was trying to organize too many things at once and Lacey was just one more ball for her to juggle. "I could get a hotel," Lacey had told her. "No, no," the woman said. "We've got it all worked out." "You're going to stay with me," Amelia told her now as she started rolling Lacey's suitcase toward the exit. "Thank you," Lacey said. "That's great." Amelia didn't say another word until they were in her car in the parking lot. It was a convertible, but the top was up and the air conditioning on, and Lacey was glad of that because the temperature had to be at least 100 degrees. "I've never been to North Carolina," Amelia said. "How's the weather there?" "Just really starting to heat up," Lacey said. She knew they were about to get into a conversation about the difference between Arizona heat and North Carolina heat. Jessica used to talk about it all the time. "It's 115 degrees here today," Jessica would tell her over the phone, "but it's a dry heat. Not like the Outer Banks." Sure enough, Amelia started down the same path, and Lacey played along. Why did every conversation between strangers always begin with the weather? "How did you know Jessica?" Lacey asked when they'd exhausted the topic of the heat. "We work together," Amelia said, then shook her head. "I don't know how I'm going to be able to go back to work without her." She made it bearable. Lacey knew that Jessica had worked in an office doing something with computers, but she'd never understood precisely what. After quite a long drive, Amelia turned into the parking lot of a large complex of cute and well-maintained Spanish-style condominiums. "You can stay with me just as long as you need to," she said, swinging the car wide to pull into a marked parking space. "I'm expecting to be here 3 or 4 days, Lacey said. "Are you sure that's not too much of an imposition?" "Actually, I don't think 3 or 4 days will be long enough," Amelia said. "You might be underestimating the time it's going to take to get Mackenzie ready for the trip back with you." They got out of the car, and Lacey pulled her suitcase from the trunk. "How is she doing?" she asked as they walked toward the building. "Terrible," Amelia said. "You can imagine what it's been like for her. She only had her mother. She's lost her world." Lacey thought back to her own mother's death. "Is she able to sleep?" she asked. "Is she having nightmares?" "I don't know." Without asking, Amelia took the suitcase from Lacey and began lugging it up the stairs to the second story of condominiums. Lacey didn't protest. It was too damn hot. "She's staying with Mary," Amelia said, another friend of Jessica's who has a daughter Mackenzie's age. "Mary could tell you how she's doing. All I've heard is that she's gotten very quiet and has lost about 5 pounds in the past 2 days." Lacey could barely picture Mackenzie. She'd been a skinny kid the last time she saw her. If she'd lost 5 pounds back then, she would have been skeletal. Amelia stopped at one of the second-story doors. She slipped her key into the lock and pushed the door open, and Lacey felt the welcome rush of cool air hit her face. The condominium was small and neat and tastefully decorated with furniture and accessories that looked as though they'd come from Pier 1. "Your place is so cute," Lacey said, touching the arm of the squat gold sofa. "And it's so nice of you to put me up." Amelia rolled the suitcase into the guest bedroom, which was filled with white wicker furniture. "Not a problem," she said. "Why don't you get unpacked and then come into the kitchen and have a glass of iced tea or something?" "Okay." What Lacey really wanted was a shower. She felt grimy from the flight and the heat. "Mary, the woman Mackenzie's staying with, and another friend are coming over in a little while," Amelia said. "We're going to plan the memorial service tonight. I hope that's okay with you. We thought you'd probably want to be in on the planning." "Sure." Lacey nodded, although she had not even thought of that. "Will Nola be here, too?" Amelia opened the closet door and pulled some empty hangers from among the items of clothing. "I don't think Nola's up to it," she said, her back to Lacey. She turned, handed her the empty hangers, and sat down on the edge of the bed. "The truth is, Nola's really upset about you being named guardian," she said. "And we're a little confused about it. Not that you wouldn't be the right person to do it," she added quickly. "It's just that." She looked at the wall instead of Lacey. "Well, we didn't think you had any special connection to Mackenzie." "Who is we?" Lacey hoisted the suitcase onto the bed and started to unzip it. "All Jessie's friends," Amelia said. "And, of course, Nola. Nola has seen Mackenzie at least once a year, and I don't have kids, but Jessica has lots of friends who do and who would take Mackenzie in a heartbeat. And who are married, so Mackenzie would have two parents raising her." Amelia lifted her hands in a helpless gesture, then dropped them to her lap. She had tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry," she said. "I know this is coming out all wrong. I don't seem to have the energy right now to make it come out right. Are you one of the friends who would be a better choice?" Lacey asked, and Amelia's eyes widened. "No," she said. "I'm only 23, I'm not married, and I don't have any kids of my own." "Well." Lacey tried to smile. "Except for the 23 part, you just described me." She pushed the suitcase toward the center of the bed so that she could sit down, herself. "I'm just as confused about this as you are, so you don't need to feel awkward about it," she said. "But Jessica's attorney told me that she was very firm about wanting me to take Mackenzie. She obviously had her reasons, and I want to do what she wanted. I think it would be horrible to put a lot of thought and care into making a huge decision like that, and then have the people left behind not follow through on my wishes." Amelia nodded. "I know Jessica really cared about you," she said. "Some of her friends don't remember her talking about you, but I do. I was probably closest to her. She said that, even though you didn't see each other much, she still considered you her best friend. Or maybe she didn't say best, but she said that when you saw each other, you could just pick up where you left off without any problem. That's true." It seemed like a slim reason to leave her child to her, though, Lacey thought. She pulled her thick hair up and held it against the back of her head to let the air conditioning reach her neck. "I had a lot of time to think on the plane," she added. "I came up with a few reasons she might have wanted me to take care of Mackenzie." "What are they?" Amelia asked. "Maybe she wants Mackenzie to be raised in the place she was raised," Lacey said, dropping her hair to her shoulders again. "In the Outer Banks?" "That's possible," Amelia said. "She always talked about how she loved it there and she complained about how dry it was here. But she stayed here, didn't she? I mean, she could have gone back. And if that was the reason, she could have left Mackenzie to her mother." "True. But I think Jessica really liked my family. She felt comfortable with us. Maybe she wanted Mackenzie to be part of that." Amelia nodded. "Well, maybe. Was she very close to your family? Is it big? I know she was always sad she had no brothers or sisters." "Well, she was close to us when we were kids, though not since she moved out here," Lacey said. "I have a brother and a niece and a father and stepmother and half-siblings. And my mother also died." "Yes, I remember Jessica saying something about that," Amelia interrupted her. "Do you think that could be her reason? That she knew you would understand how Mackenzie felt, losing her mother?" "I thought of that," Lacey agreed. She'd also thought of another reason, Nola's wanting Jessica to have an abortion and Lacey's dissuading her from that decision, but she didn't want to mention that to Amelia with Nola in town. "And there's one other possibility I can think of," Lacey added. "What's that?" "I was always after Jessica to let Mackenzie's father know that he had a daughter. To let the two of them at least know about each other's existence, if not actually be in each other's lives. Maybe she really wants that for Mackenzie and thinks I'll do it. Oh, I don't think so. Amelia shook her head, almost violently. She never talked about him. What was his name? Bobby. Lacey nodded. The only thing she ever said about him was that he was no good, her very words, and that she didn't want Mackenzie to have any part of him. But she knows she caught herself. She knew that I didn't feel that way. Lacey pleaded her case. I don't care what a person is like, unless he's an abuser or something. Children still have a right to know who their parents are. Jessica knew that was the way I feel, and she still chose to leave Mackenzie. To tears of frustration filled Amelia's eyes. God, I wish we could talk to her and find out what she was really thinking, she said. Me, too. Lacey stood up, suddenly anxious to have her hostess out of the room so that she could cry herself. She reached for her suitcase. I'll unpack and be out in a minute. Two other women arrived at the condominium shortly after she and Amelia had eaten chicken salad sandwiches for dinner. At least, they'd tried to eat the sandwiches. Neither of them had much of an appetite. The women, Mary and Veronica, were the mothers of Mackenzie's closest friends. It was Mary's family with whom Mackenzie was staying. The women were in their middle to late 30s, blonde, well-dressed, and with an air of casual sophistication that accompanied them into the condo. Lacey felt them appraising her shorts and t-shirt, her unruly red hair and her youth, and finding her lacking. She felt instantly on edge. She had not expected to come to Arizona and face such scrutiny. Or maybe she was reading too much into the cool greetings the women gave her. Amelia, clearly nervous and out of her league with the two older women, ushered them into the little living room. She poured them iced tea and set a plate of Pepperidge Farm cookies on the glass and wrought iron coffee table, next to a stack of books Mary had carried with her into the room. When can I see Mackenzie? Lacey asked Mary, as she reached for a cookie she had no interest in eating. We haven't told her about you, yet, Mary said. She's been through so much. We thought we'd wait to tell her until after the memorial service. I guess we were hoping that it was a mistake and didn't want to tell her until we were absolutely sure she'd be going with you. Mary didn't even attempt to spare Lacey's feelings as she spoke. But the lawyer said it's valid, so. She shrugged her shoulders. I just hope Jessica wasn't out of her mind when she drew up those papers. Me, too. Lacey tried to smile, to join in the subtle attacks against her competence with good humor, but the attempt fell flat and all three women simply stared at her, expressionless. So, she said awkwardly, I guess I won't see Mackenzie until the funeral, then? It's a memorial service, Veronica said. Not a funeral? I have it mostly worked out. Mary pulled a small notebook from her purse and opened it on her lap. I'll do a reading, and Amelia, you wanted to say something, right? Amelia nodded. And Jessica's boss will speak, Mary continued. And how about you, Lacey? Would you like to do a reading? It had never occurred to her to participate in the funeral. The memorial service. I wouldn't know what to read, she said. We can find something for you, Veronica said in a voice meant to reassure, although Lacey did not feel reassured in the least. Mary studied her notes. Oh, she said suddenly, her gaze returning to Lacey, to answer your question, I don't think you'll be seeing Mackenzie until after the service, back at my house. She refuses to go to the service itself. Oh, she has to go. Veronica said. She'll regret it for the rest of her life if she doesn't. She shouldn't go if she doesn't want to, Lacey said. The words surprised her as much as they did the women. All of a sudden, she was the one who knew what was best for Mackenzie, at least in this regard, and the feeling was alien to her. My mother died when I was 13, she explained, and I didn't go to her funeral. I just couldn't. I wish I could have, but I don't regret it. I know I wasn't capable of handling it at the time. Don't make her go." "Oh," Veronica said. "You lost your mother, too." She turned to Mary. "Maybe that's why Jessica decided Mackenzie should go to Lacey." Mary shrugged again. "Mo knows," she said. Picking up one of the books from the coffee table, she leaned forward to hand it to Lacey. "I know Jessica liked this book," she said. "It's about living simply and that sort of the thing. I haven't read it myself, but maybe you can find something in it to read." Lacey took the book from her, wondering how she would ever be able to get up in front of a group of people she didn't know, all of whom loved Jessica and most of whom would forever wonder why this childless, unmarried woman was taking Mackenzie away from them, and read the words of an author who meant nothing to her. "Thanks," she said. "I'll look through it tonight." Chapter 13. Lacey found nothing in the book she wanted to read at the service. She leafed through the pages, studying a phrase here and there, unable to truly absorb what she was reading. Then she lay awake much of the night, putting her own words together. She was no speaker and had never spoken in public, unless you counted the occasional stained glass class, and she was afraid she would freeze at the last minute. But she was not going to read an essay that had no meaning for her. It wasn't until she awakened from a fitful sleep the morning of the memorial service that she remembered the date, July 3rd. Her birthday. So she was 26. She would be without her friends and family today, but she would have more birthdays. Jessica would have none. She vowed to tell no one the significance of the date. She'd had so little sleep in the past few days that by the time she and Amelia arrived at the small, crowded chapel, she was in a strange, dreamlike state. It felt as if she were moving through someone else's life rather than her own. She followed Amelia to the front pew of the church where the participants were all seated. And there was Nola. The woman's eyes were red, her mouth a tight, downturned dark, and although her face was unlined thanks to way too much plastic surgery, she looked very old. Lacey separated from Amelia and walked over to Nola, knowing she had to do this. She could not allow the tension to exist between them any longer. "Nola," she said, sitting next to her on the pew. She reached for her hand and was forced to hold on to just the bony tops of her fingers, since Nola would not turn her hand or lift it toward Lacey's. "I'm heartbroken, Nola," Lacey said. "And I know it must be so much worse for you. I'm so sorry." Nola turned her head away from her, staring in the direction of the chapel stained glass windows. Lacey lightly squeezed the lifeless hand, then stood up, and as she walked back to her seat next to Amelia, she was mortified to see all eyes on her. Everyone in the front pews had surely witnessed the rebuff. She'd met with the attorney the day before and signed the necessary paperwork to take Mackenzie back to Kiss River with her. The placement would be temporary, the lawyer explained, because several people had come forward, concerned that Lacey's guardianship would not be in the best interest of the child. They would have to make their case to have her removed from Lacey's custody, he said. For now, though, Jessica's wish would be granted. Lacey floated through the service in a daze, her brain not truly in sync with her body. A woman with a stunning voice sang a couple of Sarah McLachlan songs, Angel and I Will Remember You, and although Lacey could hear sniffling all around her, she felt cried out. People stepped up to the podium to speak or to read, and when it was her turn, she welcomed the foggy state she was in because it dulled her nerves. She walked up to the podium and turned around, stunned for a moment at the sight of so many people crammed into the tiny chapel. They filled all the pews and lined the walls. "I'm Lacey O'Neill." She spoke into a microphone for the first time in her life and jumped a little as she heard her voice echo in the air of the church. "I was Jessica's best friend when we were children, up until the time she moved to Arizona. Some of you might think you know her better than I do because you knew her as an adult, but I knew all those things you get to know about a person when they are young. Those things people learn to hide from other people when they get older. I knew her secrets and her longings and her dreams. And I knew what she wanted to when she grew up, a cowgirl." People chuckled at that. Lacey clearly remembered the conversation with Jessica. They'd been 8 or 9 years old, lying on the beach and finding shapes in the clouds, and Jessica thought one looked like a bull. "I want to do what those cowboys get to do," she'd said. "You know, ride wild horses and throw ropes around the cows or calves or whatever they are. I want to be a cowgirl." From time to time over the years, Jessica had mentioned that aspiration and it had become a running joke between them. "It's true," Lacey said. "There are only 2 things she ever told me: she wanted to be a cowgirl and a mom." The crowd was beginning to blur in front of her and she blinked hard. "She got to be the most important one of those 2, she continued, "and I'm really, really glad she did." It seemed an awkward place to stop speaking, but she stepped down from the podium. She could say more. She wanted to talk about how today was her birthday, and how Jessica had told her to embrace every minute of her life, and how she planned to do that, always, in Jessica's name. But she knew if she tried to say another word, she was going to simply fall apart. After the funeral, many of the people from the chapel drove to Mary's house. The one-story house, with its spacious and vaulted ceilings, was like Mary herself, elegant, sparely decorated, with every corner and window ledge filled with prickly cacti. In the backyard, children played in a huge, meandering pool, and Lacey guessed Mackenzie was among them. Mary poked her head out the sliding glass doors to tell the children she was home from the church, but she did not invite them in. Several women, probably caterers, placed platters of hors d'oeuvres on the massive dining room table, and the guests filled their plates. Lacey stayed close to Amelia's side, the one place she felt safe. Funny how one of the youngest women in the room was also the warmest, as though age had sapped the warmth right out of the older women. 2 nights before, after Mary and Veronica had left the condominium and before she and Amelia had gone to bed, Amelia had apologized for them. "They were rude to you," she said. "They're not always like that." "It's hard for me to picture Jessica being friends with them," Lacey had felt brave enough to say. "They were friends because of their children," Amelia said, and that seemed to explain everything. Lacey wondered if having Mackenzie would force her to be friends with women she couldn't stand. "They truly care about Mackenzie, though, and just want what's best for her," Amelia added. She and Amelia now sat next to each other on dining room chairs pushed against the walls of the room. "Well," Lacey said, after nibbling some sort of egg roll and knowing that was all she would be able to eat, "there are 2 people here I really need to talk with." "Mackenzie and Nola," Amelia said, and Lacey nodded. Nola was keeping her distance from her, but Lacey thought she looked as uncomfortable as she was feeling. Nola was chatting with a group of people, talking quickly as she always did when she was anxious, and focusing on the features of the house. Lacey saw her point out the tall windows and ceramic floors and the open kitchen with its decorative tile. She had on her realtor hat. Houses were a safe topic for her. Watching Nola's own discomfort gave Lacey courage. She stood up. "Here goes," she said to Amelia. "Will you excuse me?" "Go for it." Amelia smiled at her. She reached for Lacey's empty plate. "Let me ditch that for you." She gave Amelia her plate, then walked toward the massive arched window, where Nola was talking to a man, waving her arm in the air as if describing something. Lacey touched her elbow, and Nola turned to look at her. "Could I speak with you for a few minutes, please?" Lacey asked. Nola hesitated, but only for a second. "Yes," she said. She smiled at her companion. "It was nice talking to you. Please excuse us." Lacey looked behind her at the vast open space that contained the living room, kitchen, and dining room. People were everywhere. Privacy would be hard to come by. "Should we go out front to talk?" she suggested. "In this heat? We'll melt." Nola pointed toward a hallway. "Let's just find one of the bedrooms. No one will mind." Lacey wasn't sure about that, but she followed Nola down the hall and into a large bedroom with French leading out to the pool. This had to be the palm tree room, Lacey thought. Palm trees graced the bedspread and the curtains and the art on the wall, and a potted palm stood in one corner. Nola sat down on the platform bed and Lacey took the upholstered chair next to the dresser. "How are you doing?" Lacey asked. "How do you think I'm doing?" Nola snapped back, but there was so little energy in her voice that the question lacked punch. She rested one hand on her chest. "There's a big empty, aching void in my heart," she said. "First, I lose my only daughter. Then..." She shook her head and looked up at the ceiling, and Lacey waited for her to continue. Nola finally lowered her gaze to Lacey again. "Knowing that Jessica wouldn't immediately think of me when she considered who should take care of Mackenzie. One just don't understand that. She's my granddaughter. I'm her only relative. If it was up to me, I'd agree with you, Nola," Lacey said. "That's what would make the most logical sense. But it wasn't up to either of us, and we have to make the best of this. Please. I have to do what Jessica wanted, but I'll make sure you have all the time you want with Mackenzie. I promise that." Tears filled Nola's eyes and she stood up to pull a tissue from the box on the dresser, then sat down again. "I'm thinking of fighting for custody of her, Lacey," she said, and there was a warning in her voice. "My attorney says I could get her if I did. You need to know that. A court would take into account the best interest of the child, and any judge worth his salt would know that it's not in her best interest to be with you. You're so irresponsible and I'm not irresponsible." Lacey felt wounded. Jessica would never have gotten pregnant if she hadn't been hanging around with you. She had to bite her tongue to keep from telling Nola she had it backward, that her dear daughter had been far more reckless and irresponsible than she had been that summer. "That's history, Nola," she said. "I'll do my best with Mackenzie. That's all I can do. You know, Lacey." Nola sighed and her features suddenly softened. "I also want to carry out Jessica's wishes. I truly do. And the only thing I can think of is that she wanted Mackenzie to have a mother your age. Just please." Nola's lower lip trembled so terribly that Lacey wanted to wrap her arms around her. "Just please don't cut me out," she said. Lacey nodded and stood up. "I won't," she said, then leaned over to hug her. "I want to see Mackenzie now," she said. "Could you take me to her? She doesn't know yet." Nola looked a bit alarmed. "You won't tell her, will you?" "I think it should really come from me and Mary." "I won't tell her," Lacey promised. "But I want to at least say hi to her and give her my condolences." Nola got to her feet and walked toward the French doors. Her hand on the doorknob, she turned back to Lacey, a small smile on her lips. "I'd completely forgotten that Jessica wanted to be a cowgirl," she said. Lacey followed Nola across the patio toward the pool. The yard was filled with the giggles of preteen girls and the sound of splashing water. 5 slender, tan bodies in various stages of prepubescent development sat on the edge of the pool, their backs to the house, their legs idly kicking the water. Nola walked toward the skinniest of the girls. "Mackenzie," she said. The girl turned to look up at her grandmother. Lacey was not certain she would have recognized Mackenzie. She'd changed so much in the few years since she'd last seen her. Her hair was long, a dark blonde bleached paler by the sun. The beginning of breasts sprouted beneath her hot pink bikini top. Her eyes, reddened from crying, reminded Lacey of Bobby Asher's blue eyes, but her face was Jessica's, pure and simple. "What?" Mackenzie asked her grandmother. "Do you remember Lacey O'Neill?" Nola asked her. "Your mother's old friend?" "Oh, yeah. Hi." Mackenzie Lacey had to shade her eyes from the sun. "I'm so sorry about your mom." "That's okay," the girl answered, as if Lacey had apologized for bumping into her in the hallway. "Could I talk with you for a few minutes?" Lacey asked. Mackenzie hesitated. It was obvious she wanted to stay with her friends, but good manners seemed to win out. She stood up. She was long-waisted, like her mother. Lacey was going to have an everyday reminder of Jessica in her home, and that thought brought a smile to her lips. Mackenzie smiled back at her. "Why don't you go into that bedroom we just came out of?" Nola suggested. "And I'll go back into the house through the living room door." Lacey was grateful to Nola for giving her time alone with Mackenzie. She touched the girl's shoulder, pointing her in the direction of the French doors. Walking in silence next to her, she wondered what she would say to her once they were inside the bedroom. She took her seat on the upholstered chair again, while Mackenzie climbed onto the platform bed on all fours, like a little kid, then sat cross-legged near the pillows. Her hands rested on her knees and chipped pink nail polish graced her stubby fingernails. "You look so much like your mother." Lacey smiled at her. "That's not news," Mackenzie said, her voice tinged with annoyance. She seemed a little hard, not at all like the child Lacey'd been expecting to encounter, the child who had suffered the loss of the most important person in her world. Puffy, dark half-circles beneath her eyes, though, gave her grief away. "Do you remember me from your visits to your grandmother's?" Lacey asked. "Sort of," Mackenzie said. "Were you the lady with those triplets?" Lacey shook her head. She had no idea who Mackenzie was talking about. "No," she said. "I don't have any children. I guess when your mother visited your grandmother, you and I didn't get to spend much time together. Your grandmother would babysit for you while your mom and I went out." Mackenzie looked at her blankly. "It's a shame," Lacey said. "I would have liked to get to know you better." "Why?" Mackenzie sounded perplexed by the thought. "Just. You're the daughter of my best friend. I guess." Mackenzie glanced toward the French doors, leaning back on the bed so she could see her friends at the pool. She wanted out of the conversation, and Lacey couldn't blame her. She knew she wasn't handling this well. "You'd like to go back to your friends, huh?" Lacey said, smiling a smile that felt plastered to her face. Mackenzie nodded. "Go on, then. It was good to see you." Mackenzie scooted off the bed. "TTYL," she said, as she headed for the French doors. Lacey sat alone in the bedroom for another minute, her smile gone now as she replayed her pathetic attempt to engage Mackenzie in conversation. That little girl didn't belong with her. She belonged here with her friends. "Jessica," she said aloud, "what the hell were you thinking?" The following day, Mary called Amelia to say she had finally told Mackenzie about the custody arrangements. Sitting in the living room of the condominium, Lacey listened to Amelia's end of the conversation, and it was apparent that Mackenzie had been anything but pleased by the news. Lacey didn't blame her a bit. That night, she took Mackenzie out to dinner, just the two of them. Mackenzie refused to talk to her in the car Lacey had borrowed from Amelia, and as soon as they sat down in the restaurant, she knew this had been a stupid plan. Mackenzie wasn't hungry. There was nothing on the menu she was willing to order, and she wouldn't even look Lacey in the eye. "Let's leave," Lacey said, after the waiter had come back a third time to attempt to take their order. Mackenzie raised her eyebrows at her. "Just leave?" Lacey nodded. "You're not hungry?" "I'm not really hungry. Let's get out of here." Mackenzie hopped up from the seat and walked ahead of Lacey out of the restaurant. In the car, Lacey turned on the air conditioning and pressed the lever to move her seat back a few inches. "We'll just talk here for a while," she said. Mackenzie rolled her eyes. "I don't have anything to talk about with you," she said. "I want to change that," Lacey said. "I want to get to know you. You're going to be living with me, after all." The eye roll again. "That is so totally stupid," she said. "I can't believe my mother did that." "Well, maybe that just shows you how close your mom and I were. That she would leave me her prized possession to take care of." Mackenzie shut her eyes instead of rolling them this time. You and I have one very important thing in common, Mackenzie, Lacey said. My mother. Mackenzie ventured, eyes open now. Besides your mom? Stop calling her my mom, Mackenzie said. She's my mother. Okay, Lacey said. Besides your mother? So what's the big thing we have in common? My mother died, too, Lacey said. I was a couple of years older than you. I think maybe your mom. Your mother knew that I would understand how terrible it is to go through what you're going through. If you understand so much, then you should know I need to stay here. I want to stay in Phoenix. I know you do, honey. Don't call me honey. Lacey was perspiring in spite of the air conditioning, and she worried that Amelia's car might overheat. Hers certainly would if she let it idle like this with the AC on. Mackenzie, she said, I know this is hard, but we have to trust your mother's judgment, okay? Neither of us understands her reasoning right now, but we have to do what she wanted. Mackenzie shut her eyes again, and when she spoke, she bit the words off one by one, her nostrils flaring. I don't get why I can't just stay here. Lacey was not getting it either. She didn't see how Jessica's plan could possibly work out. She pressed the lever to move her seat forward again. Let me take you back to Mary's, she said. Good idea. They drove in silence, Lacey annoyed with herself for her naivete. She'd pictured this evening so differently. She knew Mackenzie would be upset, but she'd planned to ask her questions about herself and her interests and her friends and her hobbies. She'd planned to connect. If anything, she'd driven a wedge between herself and the girl. The next afternoon, Mary, Veronica, and a third woman whose name Lacey did not catch showed up on Amelia's doorstep. They marched into the little living room of the condominium, filling it with an angry presence. This is not going to work, Mary announced as she sat down on the sofa. What are you talking about? Amelia asked. We've tried to understand and honor Jessica's wishes, Mary said, but Mackenzie is going to pieces about this. She cried all night long. It's bad enough she had her mother die, but ripping her from the place and people she loves is just nonsense. Lacey was growing weary of defending a decision she, too, thought was ridiculous. I know it seems, it's just crazy that Jessica left her to you, the third woman said. She was so young. She probably had some romanticized notion about leaving her child to an old friend. But Lacey, she leaned in Lacey's direction. You don't know Mackenzie, and you don't know us. Our group of friends. You don't know how close we all are. She didn't ask for this, Amelia said in Lacey's defense. She doesn't like you, Mary snapped at Lacey. She doesn't know me, yet, Lacey said. And you're right. I don't know her, yet, either. But I will. And I owe it to Jessica to try, but Mackenzie doesn't owe anything to anyone, Veronica said. And this is her life we're talking about. And you don't try to raise a child, Mary said. Either you do it or you don't. She folded her arms across her chest. Nola told us about you, Lacey. What do you mean? She said you run around with the wrong crowd. That you sleep with every guy in town. Something inside Lacey broke apart at that, and she started to cry. She couldn't handle one more bit of criticism. She thought of saying, I used to be that way, but I've changed, yet she knew any defense at this point was useless. She stood up, wiping her cheek with the back of her hand. I want to say something to all of you, she said. This has been hard for me and hard for Mackenzie, and all of you are only making it so much harder. Mary stiffened her spine at that. You have no idea how this is the way it is. Lacey cut her off. I am Mackenzie's guardian. I know you don't like that. And for some reason, you don't seem to like me, and I think Nola's told you some lies that just add to your feelings. But you care about Mackenzie, and so do I. What Mackenzie and I need from you is support. She needs you to stay in touch with her, to let her know you're still there for her, no matter where she's living. That you'll never forget her or discard her. So, please give Mackenzie and me your support and stop making it sound like I'm kidnapping her." She walked away from them, into the guest room, sick of them all except for Amelia. She knew she was leaving Amelia to deal with their wrath alone, but she could not tolerate another second of it. She crawled into with her cell phone and called Rick, who she knew would listen to her ramble on as long as she needed to about the situation. She'd spoken to him a few times this week. His had been one of the many happy birthday messages on her cell phone the night after the memorial service. And he was, she mused as she dialed his number, exactly the type of man that the women in Amelia's living room would approve of. If Mackenzie had had the energy, Lacey felt certain she would have resisted physically as they boarded the plane for the trip to North Carolina. Her relationship with the girl had not improved much, if at all, over the past couple of days, but now she would have her undivided attention for hours as they flew east. Maybe she could finally get her talking. She'd helped her pack the night before. It was the first time she'd been inside Jessica's little condominium, and seeing her old friend's surprising decorative touches, her use of pastel colors and her penchant for hanging mirrors in unexpected places made her feel she had not really known the adult Jessica at all. The walls of Mackenzie's room were covered with posters of singers and musical groups Lacey had never heard of. God, she was getting old. Mackenzie wanted to take everything from her room with her. Lacey helped her pack it all in boxes, only a few of which they'd take with them on the plane. The rest would be shipped to Kiss River at a later date. They were lucky to have 3 seats to themselves on the plane, and Mackenzie took the window seat. Lacey could tell the girl was an uneasy flyer. Her tan faded several shades as the plane ascended and her hands gripped the armrests. She was wearing hip-hugging shorts and a tank top, leaving her skinny pre-adolescent tummy bare, and once the plane had leveled off, she broke open the plastic-wrapped blanket and covered herself with it from toes to shoulders. "Did your mother die in an accident?" she asked, the question so out of the blue that it took Lacey a minute to respond. "No," she said. "My mother was killed." Somehow the word killed sounded better than murdered. "A man shot her?" Mackenzie had no response to what had to be an alarming revelation, but it was clear she was lost in her own thoughts. "We were arguing when we got hit," she said. "I was yelling at her. I don't think she was paying attention to her driving." Lacey instantly understood. She'd suffered from survivor's guilt herself after her own mother's death. "Oh, Mackenzie," she said, "it wasn't your fault. The man who hit your car was drunk. He is totally responsible for what happened." Mackenzie grew quiet again, and Lacey wasn't sure what more to say. An announcement came over the loudspeaker. "Lunch would be served shortly," the male voice said, followed by the second Lord of the Rings movie. "Awesome," Mackenzie said, with the first genuine smile Lacey had seen on her face. "You're a Lord of the Rings fan?" she asked. "I've seen the first one 4 times and the second one 3 times. And you want to see it again?" Mackenzie looked at her. "Elijah Wood," she said, as if that explained everything. They sat through the movie, and as soon as it was over, the plane began to bounce a bit, ever so slightly, not even enough to make the captain turn on the seatbelt sign. Mackenzie paled again, though, her hands once more clutching the armrests. Lacey tried to talk to her to take her mind off her discomfort. "What kinds of things do you like to do?" Lacey asked. "What do you mean?" "I mean, do you have any hobbies or anything?" "I don't want to talk right now." Lacey wondered if she was feeling sick. She felt a little queasy herself. "Well," she said, "you don't have to talk. Just listen, instead. I'm going to tell you about who's picking us up at the airport and who you'll be living with." It did not seem the time to tell her that they would be booted out of Kiss River in less than a year, when the museum opened. Mackenzie couldn't think past the next moment, much less the next year. Let her get used to one uprooting at a time. My brother Clay will pick us up, she continued. He knew your mother, too. He was a few years older than your mother and me, but we hung around together sometimes. That was certainly an exaggeration. The year Jessica got pregnant, Lacey and Clay had not gotten along at all. There had been a deep love between them, certainly, but it had not been reflected in their adolescent banter with one another. And although she and Jessica would sometimes show up at the older kids' parties where Clay was in attendance, he would have a fit when he saw her there and tell their father about it to get her into trouble. Clay recently got married to a woman named Gina, and they adopted a little girl from India. Her name is Ronnie. So you'll have a cousin. Mackenzie rolled her eyes. No, I won't, she said with a nasty edge to her voice. She's not related to me. Take it slower, Lacey warned herself. And we have a dog named Sasha? She thought she saw a spark of interest at that piece of information. I wasn't allowed to have a dog, Mackenzie said. Mom was allergic. Lacey remembered that Jessica had never been comfortable around animals. She had not been allergic, though, or at least not to Lacey's knowledge. Well, you have one now, she said. He's a black lab, and we all live together in this wonderful old house where the lighthouse keeper used to live. Weird, Mackenzie said. And your grandmother only lives a short distance away, Lacey said. I go right past her street on my way to work at the animal hospital my father owns. He's a vet. Your grandmother should have gotten home yesterday, so tomorrow we can go and visit her. I don't want to, Mackenzie said, and Lacey was surprised. You don't want to see your grandmother? She shook her head and unbuckled her seat belt. I need to get out to go to the ladies' room, she said. Lacey got out of her own seat to let Mackenzie pass by her. Do you feel all right? She asked, but the girl didn't answer her. Lacey sat down again and stared at the phone that was built into the seat back in front of her. When she first got on the plane and saw that phone, she'd wondered who in their right mind would make a phone call that probably cost several dollars a minute. Now she knew, desperate people. She read the instructions, then dialed the emergency room in Kill Devil Hills and asked the receptionist if she could speak to Dr. Simon. This is her stepdaughter, she said. It took a few minutes, but she finally got Olivia on the phone. How's it going? Olivia asked. Terrible, she said. We're on the plane and she's in the restroom and I'm about to tear my hair out. She doesn't want to be with me. She hates me. I think she might be getting sick in the restroom. I am not cut out for this, Olivia. If you think she's sick, you should be with her. Lacey pictured trying to work her way into the tiny restroom, holding back Mackenzie's hair as she got sick. Oh, God. She was relieved to see Mackenzie in the aisle, walking toward her. Oh, she's coming back, she said. I'll get in touch when we're home and settled in a little, Olivia. Yes. Bring her over to meet Jack and Maggie. Olivia. Ahua. I'm sorry if I was difficult when you first met me. Olivia laughed. You were pretty easy, Lace, but then you weren't being uprooted like Mackenzie is. True, she said. I've got to go. Mackenzie was very pale. There were dark rings around her eyes, and as she pushed past Lacey to return to the window seat, Lacey thought she could detect the faint smell of vomit. Did you get sick? She asked. I'm okay, Mackenzie said, cutting off the conversation with the curt tone of her voice. Lacey patted her arm. Only another 40 minutes, she said. Then we'll be in Norfolk and you can meet your new family. Mackenzie turned her head toward the window, eyes glistening. I don't want a new family, she said. I just want my mother. Chapter 14. As soon as they stepped off the plane, Mackenzie was on her cell phone. Veronica and Mary had chipped in to give it to her, along with unlimited minutes of talking time, so that she could stay in touch with her Phoenix friends. At the time, Lacey had thought it was a thoughtful gift and criticized herself because she never would have thought of it. Now, though, as Mackenzie walked several paces in front of her, jabbering away on the phone, using more words in 10 seconds than she had used with Lacey in the past 5 days, she was not so sure. She followed the girl to the baggage area to begin watching for their suitcases and Mackenzie's boxes. They had not brought her computer, and Mackenzie had been upset about that. Lacey promised that Mary would ship it to her quickly, but the truth was, they would not need it. That had been Clay's kindness. He'd bought a computer Mackenzie could use and had reinstalled the second phone line to the house so she could have her own access to email and the internet. Yet another one of Mackenzie's needs that Lacey had not thought of. Standing next to the girl at the baggage area, she felt alone and helpless, much as she had on the plane. Mackenzie was talking in hushed tones into the phone, and Lacey figured the conversation was about her, how she had forced Mackenzie to go away with her, how the only good thing about the trip had been getting to see Elijah Wood in Lord of the Rings again. Lacey bit her lip and studied the bags, which were thumping along on the conveyor belt. Either Jessica had lost her mind, or she knew something about Lacey's strength and resilience of which she, herself, was unaware. With great relief, she spotted Gina walking toward the baggage area. Ronnie was with her, pushing her stroller instead of riding in it, and the brown baby doll was sitting in the seat. "There's Gina," Lacey said, although she knew Mackenzie was too involved in her phone conversation to hear her. She tapped the girl on her shoulder. "Could you please tell your friend you'll call her back later?" she asked. "And Gina are here and they'll want to meet you." "It's a him, not a her," Mackenzie said. Then in a voice tinged with annoyance, she spoke into the phone. "I have to go," she said. "TTYL. Clay, what does that mean?" Lacey asked, trying to sound interested rather than nosy. "TTYL. Talk to you later," Mackenzie said, her tone flat. She stood on her toes to look for her suitcase and boxes. "Hello," Gina called cheerily as she neared them. Clay was right behind her, pushing an empty baggage cart. "Hi." Lacey wanted to grab Gina, hug her and scream into her ear, "Help me." Instead, she motioned toward Mackenzie. "This is Mackenzie," she said, her hand light enough on the girl's shoulder that she hoped it would not be felt, and shrugged off. "Mackenzie, this is Gina and Clay and their daughter, Ronnie." Mackenzie muttered her hello, then turned her attention back to the conveyor belt. Lacey gave her brother and sister-in-law a pained look and they smiled at her with sympathy. She bent over to pick up Ronnie, who molded her little easily into her arms with a pliability so welcome it nearly brought tears to Lacey's eyes. "Hi, baby girl," she said to her niece. "I missed you." Ronnie pointed to the conveyor belt. "Boxes come fast," she said. "That's right," she said. "They do." Clay pushed the baggage cart forward. "Point out your stuff," he said to Mackenzie, "and I'll load it onto the cart." "How was your flight, Mackenzie?" Gina asked the girl. "It sucked." Mackenzie didn't shift her gaze from the conveyor belt. "I'm sorry to hear that." Gina gave Lacey a sympathetic smile. "Nothing worse than a flight that sucks." Mackenzie glanced at her then, but only for a second. "It was a little bumpy," Lacey said. "But they showed Lord of the Rings, which is one of Mackenzie's favorite movies." Mackenzie uttered an exasperated sound, as though Lacey had revealed some secret information about her. When the girl turned away again, Lacey mouthed "I can't win" to her sister-in-law. Gina leaned forward to kiss her cheek in sympathy. When all the suitcases and boxes had been accounted for and piled onto the cart, the entire entourage started walking toward the exit. Ronnie insisted on getting down from Lacey's arms to push the baby in the stroller again, and Lacey let go of her reluctantly. Mackenzie walked ahead of them all, pulling her phone from her waistband again and lifting it to her ear. "Whew," Clay said, as he walked next to Lacey. "She's a tough one. Is she at least crate trained?" Lacey laughed, and it felt as though it had been months since that sound had left her mouth. Although Clay had quickly become a loving father to Ronnie, his skill in fostering creatures truly lay with dogs. "And, is the dog crate trained?" was always his first question about any animal he took on. In the parking lot, Lacey was glad to see that Gina and Clay had brought the van. They would need the space for Mackenzie's luggage. "Why don't you ride in the front seat so you'll be able to see the area better?" Lacey suggested. "My mother never lets me ride in the front seat," Mackenzie said. "Well, you can now." Lacey enjoyed the feeling of being a permissive parent, but it lasted only a second. "I guess you don't care if the airbag takes my head off," Mackenzie said. "They really suggest children ride in the back until they are 12, Gina said quietly. "I didn't know that," Lacey said. "Okay, you and I can sit in the back with." Mackenzie watched Gina buckle the little girl into her car seat. "She sure doesn't look like any of you," she said. Apparently she had not been listening when Lacey told her Ronnie was adopted. "That's because she's Indian," Gina explained. "We adopted her last year." "What's her name again?" "Ronnie. Rani. She's so cute." Mackenzie actually smiled, and the expression made her look exactly like her mother. "Thanks," Gina said. "She doesn't look anything like the Indians on the reservations in Arizona, though," Mackenzie said. Gina straightened up, her task with the car seat completed. "She's from India," she explained. "She's not a Native American?" "Oh, I get it," Mackenzie said, and she walked around the car to climb into the middle seat so she'd be next to Ronnie. Lacey had never appreciated Ronnie more than she did on the trip from Norfolk to Kiss River. The little girl was impossible to ignore. Mackenzie chatted with her about her baby doll and actually taught her a song about a rabbit and a fox. For the first time Lacey saw a softness, a goodness in the girl that gave her hope for the future. Still, the drive was a long one, and when Ronnie dozed off, the car grew quiet. They stopped briefly at a Wendy's for some dinner, but Mackenzie only ate the top part of her hamburger bun, nothing more, and Lacey felt a little twinge of empathy, remembering how her own appetite had disappeared after her mother's death. Gina tried asking a few questions of Mackenzie, the same questions Lacey had already asked her. What did she like to do? What were her hobbies? But Mackenzie's monosyllabic answers made the conversation too exhausting, and most of the ride was spent in silence. When they pulled into the Kiss River parking lot, the world had taken on the pink-gold tint of sunset. Clay turned to look at Lacey. "Why don't you and Mackenzie get out and stretch your legs and I'll cart this stuff into the house," he said. "You can give her a tour?" "Thanks." She was grateful for the offer. "Come on, Mackenzie. Let's walk over to the lighthouse." Mackenzie shrugged her way out of the car and stretched, looking around her. "This is where I'm supposed to live?" She sounded incredulous. "This is the middle of nowhere?" "We're not all that far from things," Lacey said, although she knew that after Mackenzie's Heart of Phoenix home, Kiss River would be a major adjustment. "And there are some great advantages to living out here. First of all," she kicked off her sandals, "you don't ever have to wear shades." "Come on. Really? Take 'em off." Mackenzie slipped out of her tennis shoes and stood on the sand-covered macadam of the parking lot. Lacey took the girl's shoes from her and set them next to her own at the edge of the lot. "You were about 8 the last time you visited the Outer Banks, right?" Lacey asked, one hand resting briefly on the girl's back to turn her in the direction of the lighthouse. "Yeah. Did you like the ocean?" Mackenzie shrugged. "It was full of jellyfish," she said. "You must have been here during the red tide," Lacey said. "That's when all the jellyfish wash in. Not too pleasant, I admit. But I haven't seen any yet this summer." Not that she'd looked. "Do you like to swim?" Mackenzie turned to look back toward the house. "Where's the pool?" she asked. Lacey laughed. "Out there." She motioned toward the sea. "You don't have a pool?" "Everyone in Phoenix has a pool." "You and your mother didn't have one?" "But all my friends did." "We don't need one here," Lacey said. "The ocean's a lot more fun, and if that's too rough for you, there's always the bay." "There's so much to do here, Mackenzie. You'll be amazed." "I don't want to do anything," she said, more to herself than to Lacey. "What's the matter with that lighthouse, anyway? What happened to it?" They were getting close to the lighthouse, which was surrounded by a pool of nearly motionless ocean water. The sea was quiet this evening, the waves small and smooth. "The top broke off in a storm years ago," Lacey said. "But you can still sit up there. You can see forever and get a real feel for where we are. Come on." Lacey started walking through the water toward the steps leading into the lighthouse. "Ugh, the water's cold," Mackenzie said, as she waded into the pool of seawater. Lacey chose to ignore the complaint. She climbed the stairs to the interior of the lighthouse, and the marble tiles felt cool beneath her feet as she walked into the octagon. Mackenzie stood next to her in the middle of the octagon and up. The black stairs, backlit by the pink evening sky, formed an ever-tightening corkscrew above them. "Let's go up," Lacey said, grasping the railing and starting up the winding staircase. Mackenzie was moving far more slowly than she was. She took a few steps up the stairs, then hesitated. "This is stupid," she said. "Why'd they leave it here if it's broken? It can't be used." She looked up at the dizzying, circular stairway above them, and Lacey picked up the chill in the girl's voice. She was afraid. Many people felt disoriented on these stairs. Lacey turned and began to descend the stairs. "You can come up here some other time," she said. "We don't have to do everything today." She walked out of the building and down the steps, Mackenzie clothes once back on the dry sand. Mackenzie slapped her shoulder, then her knee. "You have mosquitoes here?" She sounded accusatory. "Afraid so, especially around now, when the sun's going down," Lacey said. "There aren't any stupid mosquitoes in Phoenix," Mackenzie said. "I'll give you your own personal bottle of repellent," Lacey offered. "But for now, let's go into the house. You can see the rest of the outdoors tomorrow in the daylight." They stopped to pick up their shoes at the edge of the parking lot, then walked toward the house. Lacey pointed to one of the upstairs windows. "That will be your room," she said. Mackenzie looked up and shook her head slowly, and Lacey didn't bother to ask what was bothering her now. She really didn't want to hear. "How am I supposed to meet other kids, living out here? It will be hard during the summer, I admit that. Maybe I can arrange something, though." Mackenzie could at least meet Jack and Maggie, although Jack, who was 11 himself, did not think much of girls. "Once school starts, you'll meet lots of kids. And we can actually only live in this house until sometime early next year, when it's being turned into a museum. Then we'll move someplace closer to civilization. I promise." "Wait till I tell my friends I'm going to live in a museum," Mackenzie said, and the tone of her voice let Lacey know this was not a good thing. "What's that fence there for?" Mackenzie pointed to the large dog pen near the woods. "Is that where your dog lives?" "No, Sasha lives in the house. But Clay trains dogs for search and rescue work. That's a holding pen for them." "What's search and rescue work mean?" "You know, let's say a kid gets lost in the woods. They send specially trained dogs out to find them. Or there's an earthquake or a building caves in." "Right. Awesome." The word was said under her breath, but it sounded sincere. Lacey led Mackenzie through the kitchen and living room, up the stairs and across the hallway. She could hear Clay and Gina's murmuring voices as they read to Ronnie in their bedroom. They had turned the smallest of the bedrooms into a nursery for their daughter. Although they couldn't truly alter the room, since it would be part of the museum, they were still able to fill it with baby furnishings, a crib, a changing table, cute lamps, and mobiles. But Ronnie refused to sleep there. She had never slept alone in a bed, much less alone in a room. Clay and Gina gave up the battle and put a toddler bed on the floor of their own bedroom, and the nursery remained mostly unused. Lacey reached the door of the room that would be Mackenzie's and motioned her inside. Mackenzie's suitcases and boxes were piled in one corner, but otherwise, the room held only a lovely old sleigh bed and an ancient dresser. "You can decorate this room any way you like," she said. It would not be fair to ask Mackenzie to live in the room as it was. Lacey had already decided she would pay to have the room restored before they moved out. The view of the lighthouse was dead center from the windows. It was a beautiful sight as the gold of the sunset cast a flame against the white brick. She wanted to point it out to Mackenzie, to tell her how lucky she was to have this view, but by now, she knew better than to bother. The new computer sat on a table near the door, and Lacey could see that the phone line already ran between it and the jack on the wall. "Can I use this?" Mackenzie touched the keys. "It's yours," Lacey said, loving her brother more than ever at that moment. "Clay bought it for you and set it up. And you have your own phone line in here to connect to the internet?" "Why would he do that for me?" Mackenzie asked. "He doesn't even know I told you," she said. "He knew your mother. And he knows how hard it must be for you to be here, suddenly cut off from all your friends, and so he wanted to get this for you." "Weird," she said. "You know," Lacey said, sitting down on the edge of the bed, "a long time ago, the lighthouse keeper's daughter lived in this room. Her name was Bess and Gina is related to her." Mackenzie touched the corner of the computer monitor. "He got me such a big screen," she said, and Lacey could not tell if she was happy about that fact or not. "How about something to eat?" she offered. "Or at least to drink. I know you don't have much of an appetite, but I'm fine. This has been a long day for you, Mackenzie." She wanted to touch her, to smooth the blonde hair back from her cheek. "I understand everything that's happened is so hard and don't make such a big deal out of it." Lacey stood up, weary of having every attempt at connection with this child thwarted. "I'll leave the light on for you," she said. "I don't need a night light," Mackenzie said. "What time is it in Phoenix?" 2 hours difference." Lacey looked at her watch. "Only 8. Good." Mackenzie lifted her cell phone from her shorts and began to dial. Chapter 15. "Want it to work out," Lacey said, "but the truth is, I can barely stand her." She was lying on a raft, floating on the dark water of the Sound behind Rick's tiny cottage. She'd thought he was crazy when he led her out here in the darkness, and although she was used to the weedy entry into the water in the daylight, the unseen tendrils wrapping around her legs had given her chills. She'd been relieved to get into the deeper water. Now she and Rick lay on their stomachs on separate rafts, face to face, moving their hands through the water only enough to keep their rafts from drifting too far apart. "I really feel for you," Rick said. She liked the way he looked out here at night, his hair a bit mussed and his eyes huge and dark in the faint light from the sliver of moon. "Is there any way to get her involved with other kids before school starts?" Lacey ran her hands through the water. She was dressed in a pair of his baggy swimming trunks and her t-shirt, having been unprepared for this nighttime journey into the Sound. "I contacted the middle school to find out about summer activities for kids her age," she said. "There's plenty she could be doing. Swim teams, nature clubs, field trips. I told her about them, but she doesn't want to do any of them. I really understand, though. It's too soon for her, she's still completely wrapped up in grieving. But understanding all that doesn't make it any easier for me to tolerate her. The past 4 days had been some of the most trying in her life. She was suddenly responsible for a child who wouldn't talk to her, who, at times, actually seemed to hate her, and who certainly hated Kiss River. Lying in bed at night, Lacey would think of the living, breathing child who was in her care, not only now but for the rest of that child's life, and utter panic would set in. If she couldn't talk to Mackenzie now, if she couldn't summon up a modicum of caring for her when the child was 11, what would it be like when she was a rebellious 15-year-old? Tonight, Mackenzie was staying with Nola. It was a blessed reprieve. When she dropped her off at Nola's house, though, Lacey had noted that there were no hugs, no warm exchanges, and Mackenzie didn't seem any happier to see Nola than she had been to see her. She'd felt a little guilty leaving her there, but she was in desperate need of some time away from her. "You know who she gets along best with?" Lacey asked Rick. "Ronnie and Sasha," she said. "A toddler and a dog." Mackenzie would finger paint with Ronnie or read her one of her picture books or sing songs with her, displaying a gentleness that touched Lacey and that made her see, however briefly, another side to the girl. When Ronnie was not available, Mackenzie would spend time with Sasha, grooming the dog or just lying with her head on his flank as she watched television. "She was extremely annoyed to discover we don't have cable." Lacey laughed. She'd told Mackenzie that cable didn't reach out to Kiss River, and the girl had replied, "I guess I should be grateful you have plumbing." She was both smart and smart-mouthed. "I'm glad you finally have a night off," Rick said. "I've really missed seeing you." "You've been great," she said, honestly. "You've let me complain on the phone to you nearly every night. I really owe you." He smiled. "No, you don't. And I wish I could help you more, but I know zilch about kids." She didn't need his advice on dealing with Mackenzie. What she'd needed had been his absolutely amazing listening skills. She'd never known a man quite like him. Good-looking, attentive listener, never pressuring her for more physical intimacy than she wanted to give. Every woman's dream guy, and he might as well have been a plate of mashed potatoes for all the attraction she felt to him. "All I've done this week is kid stuff," she said. "Talking to the school. Taking her to a counselor who seems to be having as much trouble talking to her as I am. The counselor said I should tell her things about her mother that I know but that she might not." She laughed. "There are plenty of things I could tell her about Jessica, but most of them need to be censored." Jessica sounds like she was quite a kid. "And I worry Mackenzie's going to be just like her." Lacey ran her hand through the cool water. "So, anyway, I tried telling her about her mother. I got my old photograph albums from my father's house and brought them back." She couldn't have cared less. She'd shown Mackenzie the old pictures of her mother from both the albums and their exceedingly slim middle school yearbook, but Mackenzie barely glanced at them. Lacey talked about her experiences with Jessica. Mackenzie would tell her to stop. "You were just a tiny part of her life," she said. "I have my whole lifetime full of experiences with my mother. I don't need to hear about yours." "This must be very hard," Rick said. "I admire you for even trying to deal with her. She spends all her time on the phone and sending email. I know she's terribly homesick, but she's just so hard to feel sympathy for." Rick was quiet for a moment. "I don't understand why Mackenzie didn't automatically go to her father," he said finally. "Because Jessica never acknowledged him as Mackenzie's father. Not even on the birth certificate. She didn't want him to have anything to do with her." She swirled her hand through the water again, making little ripples in the dark surface. "And that brings up a dilemma." "What's that?" "I always thought Bobby Mackenzie's father should know about her, but Jessica disagreed. Yet she left her to me knowing that was how I felt. So, did she want me to get in touch with Bobby or not? I just don't know. Do you know this guy?" She wasn't about to tell Rick the exact nature of her adolescent relationship with Bobby. "Jessica and I hung around with him the summer she got pregnant," she said. "He used drugs and was irresponsible and just a mess." "Where is he?" "I don't know. He lived in Richmond back then. But I could probably track him down." "I think you should do it," Rick said. "If I had a kid wandering around, I would certainly want to know. Yes, but you're a responsible and upstanding type of guy. His turned dark. I'm not a Boy Scout, Lacey, he said. It's just that I think every kid needs a father figure. I agree. She folded her hands together on the raft and rested her cheek on the backs of her fingers. On another note, Rick said, how's the legal situation going? With Mackenzie? No, with that parole hearing. Have you had time to meet with a lawyer with everything else you have going on? She couldn't blame him for turning the conversation from childcare to a legal issue, something he would feel on solid ground discussing. Actually, my brother and father and I have an appointment with one tomorrow morning to talk about it. Ah, that's good, he said, although she was not certain of the sincerity behind the words. She knew he thought it was a poor use of her time and energy. She raised her head to look at him. You'll be pleased to know, though, that it's about the last thing on my mind. And it should be, he said. You're going to make yourself sick if you take one more thing onto your plate. She felt suddenly very tired and wondered if he was right. Well, she sighed. As usual, I've been doing all the talking. Tell me how your book is going. I made a lot of progress while you were tied up, he said. I went home for a few days to Chapel Hill. Right. I needed to do some research in the law library at Duke. Got a lot done. He reached for her hand and drew her raft toward him. Raising himself to his elbows, he leaned toward her for a kiss, his lips light on hers. How come you are so willing to settle for just a kiss? She asked him once he drew away from her. Because I know you don't want more than that. At least not yet. Are you going out with other women? She asked. I mean, I don't mind. I'm just curious. Nope. He smiled. Maybe you should. She felt guilty for taking up his dating time when her feelings for him were so conflicted. I didn't come to the Outer Banks to date, he said. Meeting you was just a bonus. She was never sure how to respond to him when he said things like that. She did not want to encourage him. Instead of speaking, she rolled onto her back, sloshing cool water over herself in the process, and looked up at the stars. I wish I could bottle this, she said. Lying out here under the stars, I mean. I'm dreading tomorrow morning when I have to pick Mackenzie up again. You said that her grandmother might fight to get custody of her, didn't you? Rick asked. Yes. Maybe it makes sense to let her take her. She turned her head to look at him. Do you think that's what I should do? The thought was both enticing and guilt-inducing. What I think doesn't really matter. Lacey looked up at the sky again, then closed her eyes. Could we just stay here all night? She asked. I could fall asleep out here. He laughed. You go right ahead, he said, as if he really meant it. I'll hold on to your raft so you don't float away. Chapter 16. Late the following morning, Lacey sat in the waiting room of the attorney's office, waiting for her father and Clay. She hadn't yet returned to work at the animal hospital, and she hadn't cut a piece of glass since the trip to Arizona, but that would change the following week. She and Nola had come up with a plan, however temporary it might be. Weekdays, she would drop Mackenzie off at Nola's on her way to work at the animal hospital and pick her up on her way home from the studio, although occasionally Mackenzie would spend the night at her grandmother's house. Mackenzie would spend her weekends, when Nola was busiest with her real estate company, at the keeper's house. In theory, it sounded like a good plan. They would have to see how it worked out in practice. She wondered how Nola had made out with Mackenzie's overnight visit, and hoped it was going well. Although she was not prepared to let Nola take Mackenzie away from her, at least not yet, she wanted the girl to be comfortable enough at her grandmother's to spend the night now and then so that Lacey would have some respite. She'd slept better the night before than she had since learning of Jessica's death. Tempting though it had been to fall asleep floating on the sound, she'd craved a good night's sleep in her own bed, without the worry of Mackenzie in the room down the hall. Clay and her father walked into the waiting room the same moment Diana guessed. The attorney stepped out of her office to call them inside. In spite of her carefully cut light brown hair, her dark suit and her sophisticated plastic eyeglass frames, she could not have been more than Lacey's age. "Wow," Diana spoke to the two men. "There's no doubt that you two are father and son, is there?" Her father and Clay smiled the same smile at the attorney, their identical sets of ice blue eyes acknowledging the truth in her statement. Lacey had long ago accepted the fact that, without her mother's presence, she did not look as though she fit into the little family unit at all. Diana guest ushered them into her office, and Lacey and Clay took seats on either side of their father. "Okay." Diana sat down, and picked up some papers from her desk. "Let's see." She read a few lines to herself, then looked up at them. "The first thing you need to know is that, unfortunately, Zachary Pointer has a strong case for parole, so our task won't be easy." "Why?" Clay asked. "What gives him a strong case?" Diana tapped her closed fountain pen on the leather desk blotter as she checked her notes. "To begin with, he received psychiatric treatment when he first went into prison," she said. "The psychiatrist he saw said he'd had a stress-induced psychotic breakdown and, yes, all that came out at the hearing," her father said. "It's not news, and he was found to be sane at the time of the incident." Diana nodded. "That's true, but it really isn't an issue at this point. He was treated for the psychosis and is stable on medication. According to prison records, he's been a model prisoner. And to make matters worse for our case, at least he studied theology while in prison, and if he's released, he plans to attend seminary and become a minister." "Convenient," her father said with a cynicism Lacey rarely heard him use. "Maybe every prisoner up for parole should try that line. Let me out and I'll become a minister. The prison records indicate that it's not a passing fancy with him." Diana lifted one of the sheets of paper from her desk. "This is dated 1993, she said, then began reading from the paper. "Pointer is repentant for what happened and is involved in the Bible study program run by the prison chaplain. Then in 1995, Pointer is helping Chaplain Luce lead the Bible study classes. And in 1997, Pointer is studying theology in a correspondence course as well as with Chaplain Luce." "Saint Zachary," Lacey thought to herself. "I'm delighted he found some solace in God," her father said in a flat voice. "I wish my wife had had that chance." "I'm not saying it's impossible to keep him in prison," Diana said. "You just need to know what we're up against." "So what do we need to do?" Clay asked. "I wasn't in this area when your wife was killed," Diana spoke directly to Lacey's father, "but I've heard about all the good she did for the community. I suggest you come up with a carefully formulated letter-writing campaign. First, since you three are the direct victims, you should each write a compelling victim's impact statement." Rick had been on the right track, Lacey thought. "The statements should how the loss of your mother and wife affected you. Still affects you." She looked at Lacey. "This will be most important coming from you, Lacey, since you were there with her when she was murdered. Even if no one else gets around to writing a statement, you absolutely must." "I'm really not a good writer," Lacey said truthfully. She thought of Rick's warning that she would have to relieve her mother's death if she pursued legal action to keep Pointer in prison. He'd been right, and she wondered if she'd be able to handle it. Revisiting her mother's death was not something she had the energy to do right now. "You don't need to win a Pulitzer," Diana said. "Just write about the lasting impact that losing your mother and being there when it happened has had on you, and do it in a compelling but not overly emotional way. Too much emotionalism can be off-putting for the parole board. You have to strike the right tone, and I'll help you. All three of you. Write your statements and then I'll go over them with you." "Is that all we can do?" Clay asked. "Write these statements. Don't minimize their importance," Diana said. And the statements won't just come from you. I need you all to think about who else should write one. The directors of the places she volunteered. That sort of thing. We want to demonstrate the magnitude of her loss on the entire community, not just on your family. When do you need them by? Her father asked. The hearings in September, Diana said. But to give me time to go over them with you, you'll probably want to finish them by mid-August. Here's some information I've put together to help you see what you should include. She handed a sheet of paper to each of them. I suggest you make copies of it and give it to anyone you hope to have write a statement. We could have 100 statements for you, her father said. Is that overkill? I would say it's more important to choose carefully. Quality over quantity. She stood up, obviously through with the meeting. 10 great letters would do more good than inundating the parole board with 100 over-emotional diatribes. Her father stood up and reached out to shake Diana's hand. All right, he said. You'll keep us posted? I will. She smiled at Clay, then Lacey. It was very nice meeting all of you, she said. They walked out of the office in silence, and once in the parking lot, her father put an arm around each of them. You guys okay? Fine, Clay said. I wish there was something more we could do, though. I didn't expect his staying in prison to boil down to how well we write. Why don't we grab something to eat? Alec pulled his keys from his pocket and hit the remote button to unlock his car. Then we can talk about who we should ask to write the other statements. Lacey looked at her watch. I can't, Dad, she said. I have to pick Mackenzie up at Nola's in a few minutes. How's it going, hon? Her father had met Mackenzie a few days earlier, when Lacey D brought her over to introduce her to Jack and Maggie, a visit which had not been a success. No surprise there. Although she and Jack were the same age, Mackenzie was a couple of inches taller than him and looked a year or two older, and 9-year-old Maggie had like a little girl next to the newcomer. While Jack and Maggie swam in the sound behind their house, Mackenzie basked in the sun on their deck wearing her pink bikini. She wanted nothing to do with the weedy, brackish-looking water close to the beach. In Arizona, Mackenzie had told them with a haughty style she was quickly perfecting, everyone has a pool. Let's just say that I've decided if Nola wants her, she can have her, Lacey said, not really sure if she was joking or not. Ouch, Alex said, and Clay laughed. She is a challenge, Clay said. Are you serious? Alec asked her. Is it that bad? I don't know, Dad, she said. I'm so crazed right now, I can't think straight. Clay put his arm around her shoulders. Well, I personally hope you keep her around, he said. She'll make a great babysitter in another year or so. Nola greeted her on the front porch of her 3-story house in Southern Shores. She's upstairs on my computer, she said. She's been on my computer nearly her entire visit. I know. Lacey climbed the stairs to the porch and leaned against the railing. She misses her friends? Has she talked to you? Nola asked. About her mother? Or, well, about anything. She looked exhausted. I really haven't been able to get her to talk. Don't blame yourself, Nola, Lacey said. She's not talking to me, either. Has she always been reserved like this? Not when she was younger? Nola fanned herself with her hand. But the truth is, she doesn't know me very well. I saw her once a year, if that. It was just not enough. I regret that now. I feel the same way, Lacey said. Nola slipped a wayward lock of her white blonde hair back into her French twist. Tell me something, Lacey, she said. And please be truthful. Lacey nodded, waiting. Why do you really think Jessica left her with you and not with me? Nola asked. I simply have no idea, Lacey answered honestly. Was I a bad mother? It was rare to see Nola look and sound so vulnerable, and Lacey felt sympathy for her. Jessica told me that I could sometimes be cold. Of course you weren't a bad mother, Lacey said, letting honesty fly out the window. I doubt that has anything to do with why she asked me to take Mackenzie. I think what we talked about in Phoenix is right. Jessica probably wanted a peer, someone her age, to raise her daughter. Maybe she thought she'd come up with a brilliant idea by having it be me, since she knew I lived close to you. She looked in the direction of the ocean. Although she couldn't see it from the front porch, she could tell the water was rough today. She could hear the waves smacking against the beach. But she looked back at Nola. If we mutually decide at some point that she would be better off with you, or if she says that's what she wants, I won't fight you on it. Well, Nola let out a long breath. I certainly expected to fight you for her, she said. But the truth is, I don't know that I could handle her on an everyday basis. Maybe Jessica knew that I'm not cut out to have an 11-year-old child in my life. Though I do love her. She's all I have left of Jessie. Nola sighed. I just want whatever is best for her. I think I'm going to contact her father, Lacey said suddenly. Nola's eyes widened. She has no father, she said, a warning in her eyes. I know Jessica listed the father's identity as unknown on the birth certificate, but you and I both know who her father is. She didn't want him involved, Nola said. That boy was a complete and utter loser. Then why did she leave Mackenzie with me, when she knew I would want to let Bobby Asher know about her? He corrupted Jessica? I thought I corrupted her? Lacey couldn't resist throwing that statement back in Nola's face. I was angry when I said that, Lacey. Angry and hurt. I'm sorry. Lacey had never seen Nola as soft and wounded as she seemed today. 24 hours with Mackenzie had humbled her. That's all right. Her head was starting to ache and she rubbed her temples. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do about Bobby, Nola, but I'll keep you in the loop. Okay. Mackenzie was quiet on the drive back to Kiss River, giving her usual one-word answers to Lacey's questions about the time spent with her grandmother. When they arrived at the light station parking lot, she jumped out of the car and ran ahead of Lacey into the house. By the time Lacey got inside, Mackenzie was sitting on the floor of the living room, watching a soap opera on TV and cuddling with Sasha, the one creature whose love was unconditional, who didn't care if she talked or sulked. Mackenzie looked like a little child at that moment. Not like the girl who dressed like Britney Spears, who made scornful comparisons between life in Phoenix and life in this god-forsaken place. She was, Lacey had to remind herself, just a hurt little kid. When everyone was in bed that night, Lacey got up and rummaged through her top desk drawer for a notepad and a pen. Sitting down at her desk, she stared out at the moonlit lighthouse, thinking. Composing. I was with my mother when she was killed, she wrote. I still have nightmares about it. My mother had taken me to the battered women's shelter to give a little something to people who had less than we did. She was always like that. She would help anyone who needed it. She even donated her bone marrow to save the life of a child she didn't know. She was the kindest woman in the world. And she was also a self-centered whore who slept with half the men in the Outer Banks, and she hurt my father more than words can say. Shit. Lacey balled the paper up in her hands and tossed it across the room into her trash can. This would not be an easy thing to write. Chapter 17. $20 was missing from her wallet, and Lacey was afraid she knew who had taken it. She and Nola were putting their new schedule of sharing time with Mackenzie into place, and Lacey had made a couple of stops with the girl in the car on her way to the realtor's house. She'd gone to the bank, where she cashed a check for $100, and she'd stopped at a 7-Eleven to pick up a cup of coffee for herself and a donut for Mackenzie. She'd taken one of the 20s into the 7-Eleven with her, leaving Mackenzie and her purse in the car, and she'd stuck the change from the 20 in her pocket. It wasn't until she stopped for lunch later in the day that she noticed only 3 20s remained in her wallet. Her heart sank as she rummaged through her purse, hoping to find the missing 20. She had known that Mackenzie had taken the money, though, and she didn't have a clue how to deal with the situation. Driving home from Nola's that afternoon with Mackenzie, sullen and uncommunicative, in the back seat, she thought of ways she could broach the subject. She could simply make a declarative statement: "I got 5 20s from the bank, took one into the store with me, and at lunch discovered there were only 3 20s left in my wallet." Or she could make a bargain with Mackenzie: "A 20 disappeared from my wallet. If it reappears within the next day, all will be forgiven." The fact was, she was afraid to say anything to Mackenzie. Chicken, she chided herself. Their relationship was already rocky enough, and she feared making it worse. She would warn Gina and Clay to watch their money. She would keep her own wallet on her at all times. And she would give Mackenzie an allowance. She had not even thought about that. Of course. The girl needed money of her own. She knew how her own mother would have handled the situation. She would have said something like, $20 is missing from my wallet, and I guess someone needed it more than I did. I hope that someone will simply ask me for it in the future instead of taking it. That would have been so typical of Annie O'Neill's gentle and slightly goofy parenting style. But Lacey was not her mother. She would have to come up with her own approach, and right now, that appeared to be doing nothing. Bobby Asher had been a thief. He'd stolen money from her and from Jessica. He'd stolen a Danish from a little corner store in Nag's Head nearly every day, and Lacey had felt sorry for the elderly clerk behind the counter, who was half-blind and who had no idea he was being ripped off. She'd seen Bobby steal something as small as a cigarette from a pack lying on a table in a restaurant, and as large as boogie board from a store window. He had been a master thief, and just as Lacey seemed to have inherited her mother's gene for promiscuity, perhaps Mackenzie had inherited her father's gene for stealing. Why on earth had Lacey been so attracted to him? She'd dreamt about him at night and fantasized about him during the daytime. She would have done anything he asked her to, and she'd felt a deep ache in her chest every time she saw him with Jessica. Maybe Jessica had been wise to keep Bobby out of Mackenzie's life. Yet he was the girl's father. Even Rick, Mr. Conservative himself, thought that he should be told. And she was going to tell him. At best, he would understand Mackenzie better than she did. At worst, he would have graduated to more sophisticated forms of running outside the law. Either way, though, she'd decided that he needed to know he had a child. The evening after discovering her 20 was missing, Lacey sat in her bedroom, the phone in her lap, and dialed information. There were several Robert Ashers in the Richmond area, the operator told her, and Lacey wrote down all the numbers. The first one she reached turned out to be Bobby's cousin. "He lives down the street," the cousin said, and he gave her Bobby's number, just like that. She wanted to ask the cousin, that is he like? Does he still do drugs? But the only question that came out of her mouth was, "Does he still go by Bobby?" The cousin laughed. "He sure does," he said. "Just about all us Ashers go by Bobby." Lacey chewed her lip now as she looked at the number he'd given her. Mackenzie was in her room exchanging email with her Phoenix friends. Ronnie was asleep, and Gina and Clay were downstairs watching a movie on the VCR. She had the time and privacy she needed for the call. All she needed now was courage and the ability to find the words. She dialed the number. It rang 7 times, and she was trying to formulate a message for his voicemail when he suddenly picked up. "Hey." He sounded winded. "Is this Bobby?" she asked. "Speaking." "Who's this?" She would not have recognized his voice. It was the voice of a man, not the boy she had known. "I don't know if you remember me or not," she said. "I'm Lacey O'Neill." "And Lacey," he said. "What a flash from the past. How are you doing, girl?" She felt relief that he remembered her, that she would not have to add that explanation to this conversation. He'd been so wasted much of that summer that she'd not been sure he would be able to recall any of it. "I'm fine," she said. "And how about you?" "I'm doing good." He sounded boisterous and upbeat. She did not remember him that way. "So, how come I'm hearing from you after all these years?" "Well," she said, "this is a little complicated, and I'm not quite sure where to start, so bear with me, okay?" "No problem." "You remember Jessica Dillard?" "Sure. I practically spent one summer of my life with her." "How's she doing?" She passed away recently." There was a beat of silence before he responded. "Jesus, you're kidding. She was only, what? 26? 27? She was a year older than me even though we were in the same grade. She started school a little later than." "What the hell happened?" He interrupted her. "She was in a car accident. She was hit by a drunk driver, but she survived and had to have a lot of surgery. They thought she'd recover, but she got a blood clot in her lung and it killed her." "A drunk driver?" he asked. "Yes. Son of a bitch." "How fair is that?" "Not at all fair. The two of you stayed close, Lacey." She liked the way he used her name, the way it sounded in his new, grown-up voice. "Yes and no," she said. "She'd been living in Arizona since she was 15, and we didn't get to see each other much. And here's the real reason I'm calling you. Jessica had a child. A little girl. That's why Jessica moved to Arizona, because she got pregnant and her mother really thought it was best that she not stay here." Lacey. He stopped her frantic rambling. "What are you trying to tell me? You're the girl's father?" That silence again, this time stretching for long, agonizing seconds, and Lacey squeezed her eyes shut as she waited for his response. He let out a short laugh. "What makes you think that?" "Jessica knew you were the baby's father," she said. "There was never any doubt. But she also knew you were young and that it was just a summer fling and that you were, well, you weren't exactly the responsible father type back then, and she figured it was best just to put unknown on the birth certificate where it asked for the father's name." "Hold on," he said. "I've got to sit down for this." She heard some rustling of papers and then he was back on the line. "You don't plan to dump this kid on, do you?" Now, that sounded like the Bobby she remembered. "Jessica left her in my care," she said. "But I thought you should know." "Why didn't she tell me?" he said. "I mean, she could have tried to get child support out of me, if nothing more." "She figured you were?" "What could she say? The two of you didn't have a serious, adult relationship, Bobby. You know that." He didn't respond, and she continued. "I only picked up Mackenzie, that's Jessica's daughter, a week and a half ago," she said. "And the thing is, I always told Jessica I thought she should get in touch with you about her. That you should know. I didn't find out who my father was until I was 16, and your father was that vet, wasn't he?" "Yes, but my birth father was someone else altogether," she said. "I didn't know that, and I think I had a right to know. And so did he." She was rambling, talking fast. "Anyway, Jessica disagreed with me, but I think deep down, she really wanted you to know, or else she wouldn't have left her to me. So, that's why I'm calling. Just to let you know that Mackenzie exists. That you have a daughter." Again, the silence, followed by a low chuckle. "I'm feeling something like. I think I'm having a panic attack." His vulnerability softened her. "I guess I can't blame you for that," she said. "You know, Lacey, Jessica was. Well, she was pretty loose." Her sympathy for him quickly evaporated, although she could understand his doubt. Jessica talked a lot looser than she actually was, she said. You were the only guy she was intimate with around that time. And she was sure. A drunk driver, he said, suddenly returning to the previous topic. Damn. Yes, she said. So, what's she like? The girl? Did you say her name is? Mackenzie. Lacey pondered how to describe her. She's going through a difficult time right now, losing her mother and moving here. Frankly, she's a handful. He laughed. Then maybe she is my kid? Lacey had to smile. She's sullen and sulky and obstinate and negative, and I'm pretty sure she stole some money from me, and she's demanding and bad-natured and thinks the world owes her for taking her mother. And she's impossible to talk to. And she hates me and everything else in the entire verse. The laughter again, but this time much softer. Yeah, but tell me what you really think about her, he said. She sighed. Sorry. I'm not in a good place right now. Well, I hope you never take a job in sales, because you're lousy at it. If you're trying to sell me on this kid, you're not doing the greatest job. I'm being honest. I get that, he said. Bobby, I have to ask you something straight out, okay? Please do. Sorry if this isn't diplomatic. But you were so crazy when I knew you. What are you like now? Different, he said. I'm not your button-down work in an office cubicle type, but I'm responsible. I own a little house. I pay my bills on time. I'm clean. She closed her eyes. That was what she needed to hear. I don't think there was a drug you hadn't tried when I knew you. I wasn't nearly the druggie I pretended to be. And I haven't used anything in 5 years. I'm in AA, Lace. The use of the nickname touched her, the meaning behind the words even more so. She knew the change AA had made in Tom. Like magic, Tom turned into a different man, and yet she knew the change had been gradual and had involved hard work. It had been anything but magic. That's great, Bobby, she said. Are you working? No, Lace, I stand on a street corner and panhandle. The image was so close to what she had imagined that it took her a minute to realize he was joking. Well, what sort of work do you do? I went back to college and changed my major to art, although I never did finish. I got into scrimshaw. I'm a scrimshander. She frowned into the phone, picturing the few pieces of scrimshaw she had seen, drawings of tall ships etched in black on ancient whale teeth. That's what you do for a living? He laughed at the tone of her voice. Actually, yes, he said. I'm not living in the lap of luxury, but I love what I do. I work mostly on commission. And how about you? Stained glass, she said. And I work part-time as a vet tech in my father's practice. Didn't your mother used to do stained glass? Yes. Like mother like daughter, huh? The thought irritated her. Not quite, she said. I also teach drawing at the adult schools around here, he said. Supplements my income a bit. Are you married? She hadn't considered what this news might do to any relationship he was in. He said. I lived with a woman for a few years. She's the silversmith who does the work on the jewelry pieces I make. We split a year ago, but stayed friends. How about you? Unattached, she said. And although I'm happy with that status, it makes the idea of raising someone else's child even more daunting. Yeah, I bet. He was quiet, and she could almost hear him thinking through the next step of this conversation. So look, Lace, he said. I don't have much money, but if she's really mine, she's yours. If she's mine, he said again, I'll help. Can I meet her? I think I should talk to her about it first, she said. I'm really not sure what the best course of action is. If she wants to meet you, And you're willing, then I'll call you and we can figure out what to do next. Fair enough, he said. I'll talk to her tomorrow, she said. That is, if she's in a decent mood. Sounds like you might have to settle for half decent, he said. Lacey laughed. You're right, she said. And thanks for being so easy about this. He hesitated. You don't think much of me, do you? He asked. It was her turn to be silent. I don't know what to think, Bobby, she said. Right. I'll call you after I talk to her, Lacey said. Okay. And Lacey? Yes. I'm sorry if I hurt you in any way that summer. She got off the phone, and to her surprise, began to cry. Chapter 18 Bobby sat with the phone in his lap for a long time after hanging up with Lacey, a numbness settling over him as he replayed the conversation in his mind. He reached for the pack of Marlboros on the broad work table, set up in what was supposed to be his dining room, and shook one of the cigarettes into his hand. He lit it, inhaled deeply and let the smoke out of his mouth in a long, slow stream. Lacey O'Neill. He remembered how she had chopped off her beautiful, if out of control, red hair that summer. Chopped it off to within an inch of her scalp and then dyed it jet black. Yet every time he'd at her with that short, dark mop on her head, his mind had painted in the missing red hair. That's how much that long hair had been part of her, he could see it even when it wasn't there. He should have asked her what she looked like now. Was her hair long, or did she still try to hide who she was with dye and scissors? And Jessica Dillard. Very young. A petite blonde seductress. How easily a 17-year-old boy could be seduced. Although he'd always found Lacey's personality and big blue eyes and deep dimples more engaging than Jessica's sultry looks and provocative nature, Lacey's quiet fragility had scared him off. He'd made love to her once, if you could call deflowering a virgin on the beach making love. It had hurt her, that much he remembered. She'd yelped in pain and he'd stopped, but she told him to keep on going. He knew she wasn't having any fun, that she just wanted him to get it over with, but he was too far gone to get into a long discussion about the matter. He'd finished what he started and the very next night, turned to her best friend, who didn't seem to have a fear in the world, who did not yelp, who liked to wrap her body around his, her blonde hair splayed out on the sand. Jessica had been an animal, bucking beneath him. They'd done it every which way. Most of the time with a condom. Some of the time without. What a goddamned asshole he'd been. Sometimes you looked back at the person you once were and wanted to throw up. He'd tried so hard to hide from the past, but every now and then, a reminder would pop up that he just couldn't shake. Like Lacey's phone call. Like a child she said was his with a sigh, he set the phone back on the corner of the table, then reached for the piece of mammoth ivory he'd been working on when the call had come. The ancient piece of ivory, now plain and smooth and off-white, would become a belt buckle decorated with a delicate color portrait of 3 beloved dogs, a gift from one of his customers to her husband. It was going to be beautiful, and it would take him weeks to complete. It would also cost the woman a pretty penny. He couldn't get into working on the ivory, though. He would mess it up if he tried now. He took another drag on his cigarette and looked through the dining room window. His view was of the alley behind his small house, and beyond the alley, the garage of one of his neighbors, the one with the dog that barked and snarled at him every time he took his garbage out. A year ago he'd wanted a kid so badly he just about cried every time Claudia got her period. They'd been trying for nearly 3 years, and if they'd succeeded he would have married her and they would have made a go of it. He tried not to let his disappointment show, but she knew how much he longed for a child. Someone to pour his love into. Someone to raise better than he had been raised. He would correct all the mistakes his parents had made. Mackenzie. Funny name for a girl. It made him smile. So, she was belligerent and obstinate and all those other negative adjectives Lacey had used to describe her. She was still a real, living, breathing child in need of a father. But he was as sure as he could be that she was not his. Chapter 19. Mackenzie was eyeing the cul-de-sac in the window of the music store when Lacey came up behind her. She'd just tossed 3 bags of new clothes for the girl into the car but knew they weren't done shopping yet. "Would you like to get a couple of CDs?" she asked. "Where's the CD player?" Mackenzie kept her gaze on the store window. "There's one in the living room, but maybe you should have a boom box for your room. What do you think?" "I think yes," Mackenzie said. "Could we go in here and get one?" "Go on in and get a few CDs, and then we can go to Kmart. The boom boxes will be cheaper there." "How many can I get?" Mackenzie asked. "4, Lacey said. "I'll sit out here and you can come get me when you're ready to pay, okay?" "'Kay." Mackenzie walked into the store, and Lacey sat down on a bench. She was wiped out. Her legs ached, and when she looked down at her pale, freckled arms, they looked flabby to her. She hadn't made it to the gym since Mackenzie's arrival, and she wasn't sure when she would be able to go again. Until a year ago, she'd like to go to the gym in the afternoon or evening, when it was filled with young singles and she could easily meet guys. These days, though, she liked to go very early in the morning, when only the truly serious exercisers were present and she was safe from temptation. Now she would have to figure out when the mothers went to the gym and joined their ranks. She and Mackenzie had spent the entire morning shopping in the outlet stores. Lacey was handing over her credit card with abandon, but that could not continue. This was a special shopping trip, she told herself. Mackenzie's boxes of clothing and other paraphernalia had not yet arrived from Phoenix, and she needed new clothes and a few other things to help her begin to feel at home. Money was going to be a problem. Nola had given Lacey $200 to use on this shopping spree, but she would have to ask her for more. She would need a regular infusion of money if she was going to be able to take care of Mackenzie above the poverty line. But she couldn't talk to Nola about this yet. Despite her ambivalence about wanting custody of Mackenzie, Nola was still smarting over Jessica's guardianship decision, and Lacey thought it politic to wait a while longer before broaching the subject of a monthly stipend for the girl. There was Bobby, of course, but even if he was willing to help, it didn't sound like he would have much to offer monetarily. Living in the keeper's house had been a blessing, Lacey thought, since there had been no rent involved, only the responsibility of helping with the restoration. Next year, though, she would have to find a rental and go back to the real world. Her income was sufficient to meet her own modest needs, but not those of a child. Mackenzie had inherited the few $1,000s that had been in Jessica's savings account, and she would inherit about $10,000 when the condo sold, but that money should go into a college savings account. They had spent much of the morning in the Gap outlet, with Mackenzie wanting every belly button exposing outfit she tried on. "I need to get my navel pierced," she said, as if she was talking of her need for water or sunshine, and Lacey almost told her that she had a pierced navel herself. She longed to make Mackenzie see that she was not a pathetic old spinster, but the time didn't seem right. After the Gap, they visited most of the stores on the Strip, and Mackenzie's conflicted, pre-adolescent needs and desires were much in evidence. She wanted stuffed animals, and Lacey let her pick out a teddy and a dog for her room. She wanted a small glass horse. She wanted games for her computer. And she wanted nail polish and necklaces. Lacey bought her nearly everything she asked for, as if she could make up for the loss of a mother by giving her material possessions. Mackenzie opened the door of the record store and poked her head outside. "Ready," she said, and Lacey walked inside to hand over her credit card. "Once let's get something to eat and then we'll stop at Kmart on the way home," she said, as they left the store and walked toward the car. Her plan for the morning had been to take Mackenzie shopping, then, over lunch, tell her about her conversation with Bobby. She had no idea how Mackenzie would respond to the fact that she'd spoken with her father. It took them a while to decide where to have lunch, but Mackenzie finally agreed that Taco Bell would be all right. In Phoenix, though, I would never go to Taco Bell, she said as they pulled into the restaurant's parking lot, but since there's hardly any other Mexican food here, I guess it's the only choice. Maybe we can make some Mexican food at home one of these nights, Lacey suggested, but Mackenzie was already out of the car and hearing range. Inside the restaurant, they carried their trays of food to a table near the front window. As soon as they'd sat down, Mackenzie reached into her purse for her cell phone. "No," Lacey said, for what seemed like the first time that day. She shook her head at the cell phone. "Please put that away," she said. "I want to talk to you." "I don't want to talk," Mackenzie said. "I mean, I want to talk to my friends on the phone, but not now," Lacey said. "I have something important to discuss with you." "What?" She lowered the phone to her lap and began unwrapping her taco. "I've spoken with your father." "What?" Mackenzie's hands froze on the taco. Her eyes were huge. Lacey nodded. "I contacted him. He'd like to meet you." "No way." Mackenzie shook her head violently. "Why not?" "Because he's a jerk." She wondered what, if anything, Jessica had told her daughter about Bobby. "Why do you say that?" she asked. Mackenzie lifted the taco toward her mouth, but set it down again without taking a bite. "My mother said he was not the least bit interested in me," she said. "He didn't know about you." "She never let him know." "He knew and he didn't care?" "No, Mackenzie, he had no idea." "I'm sorry, but if your mother told you that she told him about you, she was." She could hardly say that Jessica had lied to her. She was probably trying to protect you, because she was afraid that if she did tell him, he might not care. She said he was a big loser, that it was probably good that he didn't want to see me. "You know what?" Lacey said with a nod. "She's right that he was a big loser when she knew him. And I was a big loser back then, too." Mackenzie looked unsurprised by that revelation and Lacey rushed on, wanting to avoid the girl's inevitable retort, "You're still a big loser." "And so was your mother," she added. "Don't you dare say that." There was fire in Mackenzie's eyes. "We were all young and stupid and just trying to figure out how to get by in life," Lacey said. "Just like you're doing. Eventually, we grew up and got our acts together." "I totally know how to get by," Mackenzie said. "And my mother was never a loser?" "Define loser, then," Lacey said. "Someone who has no life?" "And what does that mean, exactly?" Lacey pressed her. "You know, they don't have anything going for them. They use drugs, or drink, or do stupid things. Maybe she was overstepping herself here, but she didn't bother to stop. That defines me and your mother and Bobby." "But it was a phase we were going through." Mackenzie frowned. "My mother never used drugs." "Maybe not," Lacey lied. "But she did make some stupid choices. Just like I did. And like all our friends did." "That's his name?" "Bobby." Lacey nodded. "What a dork." "You know." Lacey looked down at her untouched burrito. "Ultimately it doesn't matter what you think. You can't change who your father is, so maybe you could try being grateful that he'd like to get to know you." "Where does he live?" "In Richmond, Virginia. That's about 4 hours away. He could come here to meet you. You wouldn't have to go there." Mackenzie played with her taco, picking up shreds of cheese that had fallen onto her tray and sticking them back in the shell as a silence stretched between them. "I don't want him to come," she said. "It's your choice," Lacey said. "You don't have to meet him if you don't want to." "Good." Mackenzie wrapped up the taco and left it on the tray. "Can I talk on my phone now?" Lacey acquiesced, exhausted from the simple conversation. She guessed Bobby would be relieved to hear that Mackenzie was not up for a visit from him. Maybe someday he and his daughter could meet, but not now. Mackenzie had been poisoned against him, and perhaps that was just as well. But she felt the sting of disappointment, not over losing any possible financial or moral support from Bobby, but over the lost chance to see him once again. They stopped at Kmart, where Mackenzie found a boombox. Lacey picked up some paper goods, while Mackenzie disappeared into some other part of the store. Her cart filled with boombox, paper towels, and toilet paper, Lacey walked through the store looking for her. She turned the corner of the cosmetic aisle just in time to see Mackenzie slip something into the pocket of her shorts. Damn! She pushed the cart down the aisle toward her, and Mackenzie glanced up, quickly covering a look of surprise with a false smile. "I'm ready to go," she said, turning away from the cosmetics and heading away from Lacey. Lacey stopped pushing the cart right where Mackenzie had been standing. "Put it back, Mackenzie," she said. Mackenzie turned to look at her. "What?" "All innocence." Jessica had mastered that same look at an even earlier age. "Whatever you just slipped into your pocket," Lacey said. "Put it back, you were spying on me." Mackenzie looked indignant. "You were pretty obvious," she said. "You're a crappy thief." With a sound of disgust, Mackenzie pulled the small plastic box from her pocket and hung it back on the rack. Lacey looked at the purloined item and had to laugh. "False eyelashes?" she asked. "Leave me alone." Mackenzie turned her back on her and walked away. "Can we go now? It's almost time for the young and the restless." They drove home, Lacey quiet at the wheel while Mackenzie talked softly on the phone in the back seat. Lacey caught snippets of conversation. Some giggling, a sound she only heard from Mackenzie when she was on the phone. It hurt her that she might be laughing about her. Overnight, Lacey had turned into someone kids made fun of. When she pulled into the parking lot, Lacey spotted Clay standing by the dog kennel, explaining something to a woman whose two dogs stood on either side of her. Mackenzie clicked her phone shut and sat up straight. "Golden retrievers," she said, more to herself than to Lacey. "Is he doing that search and rescue training thing with them?" Lacey nodded. "Could I go watch?" Mackenzie was willing to give up the young and the restless to watch Clay train dogs. In the rearview mirror, Lacey saw genuine excitement in her eyes. Although it pleased her to see Mackenzie show interest in something other than clothes and makeup and music, it was not a good idea. She turned in her seat to look at Mackenzie. "That woman is probably paying for her lesson by the hour," she said, "so if you went over there right now, you'd be distracting the dogs and costing her money. But why don't you talk to Clay about it tonight? Maybe he'd let you sit in on some of the lessons, since you like dogs so much." Mackenzie didn't answer her. She got out of the car and helped Lacey unload the trunk, then started walking toward the house with her arms full and her eyes on the dogs. Lacey followed close behind her, bags hanging from her fingertips. When she was halfway to the house, Mackenzie turned to face her. "I'll meet him," she said. "That Bobby guy. I mean, if he wants to come all the way out here, I might as well chapter 20 RCK bowled his third strike in a row, and he guessed that Lacey had figured out he was a ringer by now. In the lane next to them, Mackenzie, Jack and Maggie were bowling, all three of them for the first time, and while they weren't actually talking to one another, they were letting out sounds of joy or lament as their balls hit or missed their targets. Mackenzie had sulked a bit at first, but he had the feeling she simply couldn't let anyone know this was an activity she might enjoy. On the other hand, Jack, with his Harry Potter glasses and placid demeanor, and Maggie, with her frenetic chatter and energy, were delightful kids. But then, they hadn't just lost their mother. Lacey had told him she'd practically had to drag Mackenzie out of the house. It was the first time the girl was to meet Rick, and she'd seemed less than taken with his choice of activities. As he was teaching her how to let go of the ball, she'd muttered under her breath, "Bowling? Who bowls? I am like so glad I don't know anybody around here who could see me." Rick knew that Lacey had felt nervous having to entertain Mackenzie for an entire rainy Saturday, and he was pleased with himself for suggesting bowling. It gave the kids a chance to get to know each other better, and gave him a chance to be with Lacey in a setting where they could talk easily, without the children overhearing. "I get the feeling you bowl often," Lacey said, as she stood at the end of the lane waiting for her ball to return to her. She glanced over at the kids and he followed her gaze. Jack was standing at the end of the lane, his ball poised close to his chest, concentrating hard on the pins. "I'm in a league," Rick admitted. The guys he bowled with were blue-collar types, and he felt a certain comfort with them that he'd never experienced with his legal colleagues. His father had taught him to bowl. He'd grown up with the echoey sounds of the bowling alley, the smoke, the scent of hot dogs, and the smell of men. And although this bowling alley was filled with children, smoke-free at least this afternoon and pizza-scented, he felt that old familiar comfort here. "You're not too bad for a beginner," he said as Lacey rolled her ball down the lane. She wasn't. He liked watching her. She wore navy blue shorts that exposed the tight muscles in her calves. Her long hair was full and curly from the rain, and there was a gracefulness about her when she stepped forward to let go of the ball. "Well," Lacey said, as he got up to take his turn, "I called Mackenzie's father again last night, and he's coming to the Outer Banks sometime this week. He plans to stay a while. Are you glad?" "I think it's the right thing to do." "So do I." He was quiet for a moment as he concentrated on the pins at the end of the lane. He moved forward, swinging the ball back, controlling it carefully as he brought it forward and let it go. He watched it curve too sharply to the right, missing 3 pins. "I just hope he's a decent guy and that I'm not making a huge mistake," Lacey said. Rick cooled his hand over the fan as he waited for his ball to return. "How does he sound on the phone?" he asked. "Decent." She smiled. "Like he's been through a lot and learned from it." "Can't ask for more than that." "Guess not, Mr. Forgiveness." He laughed. "Speaking of which, how's your victim's impact statement coming along?" She groaned. "Not too well. I'm not much of a writer." "You can do it." The attorney said not to be overly emotional, she said. "But it's my mother, and when I start remembering what happened, I want to stab the paper with my pen." He slipped his fingers into his ball and lifted it toward his chest. "I don't know if I agree about keeping your emotions out of it. I think you should play them up. Let out all the pain and fury." "That's not what she said, and she's the one who'll be passing judgment on it." Lacey lifted her legs straight out in front of her and studied the ugly bowling shoes. "I think it might be hopeless," she said. "The lawyer says Pointer's been a model prisoner. That he plans to become a minister when he gets out." Rick focused on the pins, moved forward and let go of the ball. It rolled down the alley and caught one of the pins, but left the other 2 standing. His concentration was off. "Is he remorseful?" he asked, turning around to look at her. "So he says." He cooled his hand over the fan again. "I have a radical idea," he said. "What's that?" She stood up to take her turn. "What if you went to visit him?" he asked. "See him for yourself. Listen to what he has to say. Ask him your questions. Then you can make your own judgment as to what sort of man he's become." He watched her face harden. "Frankly, Rick, that idea makes me feel nauseous." She lifted her ball from the rack. "I don't ever want to see him again. I saw him once the day he shot my mother, and believe me, that was enough." She turned toward the pins and let the ball go with a vengeance. It practically flew into the gutter and she groaned. Then she turned to look at him, her hands on her hips. "You know," she said, "it's a good thing you didn't go into criminal law. You are way too soft." "You're soft, too, Lacey," he said. "You try to hide that part of yourself, but you're not very good at it." She walked over to where he was sitting and plunked herself down on the bench. "I don't want to talk about this anymore," she said. "I have too much else on my mind. Like finding a place for Bobby to stay." He motioned toward the lane. "You still have another ball," he said. "I'll get to it." She lifted her pale legs to frown at the shoes again. "There are no cheap rooms in the Outer Banks in the summer?" "Could he stay at the keeper's house?" he suggested. She wrinkled her nose. "Too close for comfort. I mean, what if he's still a scummy guy? And it just seems like that would be forcing him down Mackenzie's throat." "Would Mackenzie's grandmother take him?" Lacey laughed. "No way. She's furious at me for even contacting him. I'm thinking of asking Tom, my biological father. He's in AA, too, and he's pretty easygoing." She got up again and walked toward the balls. Rick thought of the spare room in his cottage. "He can stay with me," he said. She whirled around to look at him. "Vivi hat. I have that extra bedroom. It's just sitting there. He wouldn't have to pay me anything." She looked doubtful. "I can't really vouch for what sort of person he is," she said. Rick shrugged. "I'm not worried. And I don't know how long he'll want to stay. Wouldn't you feel cramped? All I need is that little corner of the living room where my computer's set up. I haven't even walked in that extra bedroom once since I've been there. It's not a 4-star hotel, but, God, you are so nice." She smiled at him, her dimples showing. He returned the smile and shrugged. "I'd like to help," he said. "Thank you. That would be fabulous." She turned and stood at attention, concentrating on the pins, and he could feel his heart pounding hard against his rib cage. He did want to help her. To repay her. Because she was going to help him, too, whether she knew it or not. Chapter 21. Lacey heard the vehicle before she saw it. She and Rick were sitting on the broad porch of the keeper's house when they heard the crackling of gravel, and the rough sound of an engine growled above the ocean's whisper. Lacey looked toward the woods and spotted a patch of powder blue through the trees. "I don't believe it," she said, getting to her feet. "What?" Rick followed her gaze toward the trees. "He's still driving that van," she said. "It was already ancient in 1991. The battered-looking, faded blue to white Volkswagen bus bounced from the trees into the parking lot, and Lacey felt a nearly forgotten visceral pull. How she had longed to see that van during the summer she was 14. She used to watch for it, eyeing the stream of cars along the beach road, searching for the distinctive blue bus. It had meant excitement. Forbidden danger. Rick stood up, too, a grin on his face. "I haven't seen one of those since I was a kid," he said. "I'll be right back." Lacey trotted down the porch steps and started walking across the sand toward the parking lot. Bobby got out of the van, and she had to mask her surprise at the sight of him. She wasn't sure she would have recognized him if she'd passed him on the street. He was completely bald. He wore old jeans and a pale blue t-shirt, the bottom edge of a tattoo visible beneath the sleeve. His shoulders were broader than they'd been when he was a kid and his arms more muscular. Still, the blue eyes and the cockeyed grin she used to fantasize about were the same, and if she hadn't already known it, she knew it now. Having Bobby Asher in the area was going to be the ultimate test of her will. "Lacey." He reached out and pulled her into a bear hug, and she caught the scent of both soap and tobacco. He stood back to hold her at arm's length. "I'm sure glad you let your hair grow out again. That red and black checkerboard look just wasn't you." She laughed, trying to gracefully extract herself from his embrace. "It's good to see you," she said. "I can't believe you're still driving this VW." She found it difficult to look him straight in the eye, as if he might be able to see right through to the melting core inside her. He ran one hand over his bald head. "So, what do you think?" he asked. "You look great," she said, and she wasn't lying. My older brothers both have the same hair gene, so I knew what was coming, he said. I shaved it off before it fell out completely. Gave me the illusion of having some control over the process. He was self-conscious about it, and that made her feel some tenderness toward him. Well, she said, waving for him to follow her, come on up to the house. He started walking next to her. It's so cool you live out here, he said. I know, she said. I lucked out. She wondered how she really looked to him. She dressed with care that morning, annoyed with herself that what he thought mattered to her, as she tried to strike the right balance between the conservative young woman she was struggling to be these days and the little tart she had once been. She was wearing blue-striped copper-length pants and a sleeveless white shirt cut high on her shoulders, and when she'd looked in the mirror, she thought she'd managed to pull it off. Not too sexy, but not exactly puritanical, either. They were nearing the house, and Bobby shaded his eyes to look toward the porch. Is that your brother? He asked. No, it's a friend. She wondered what he would read into that description of Rick. Did you know my brother? No, but I remember you have one, he said. And where's Mackenzie? Up in her room. She's nervous about meeting you. She laughed. Not that she's told me she's nervous. She doesn't tell me anything. But when I asked her if she wanted to wait on the porch with us, she declined the invitation. Can't blame her for that, Bobby said. This has to be hard for her. They'd reached the porch and Lacey introduced Bobby to Rick as they climbed the steps. Rick's going to let you stay at his place in Duck while you're here, she said. She hoped Rick didn't regret the invitation now that he saw the man in the flesh. The two of them shook hands, looking almost like separate species. Rick was squeaky clean, from his thick dark hair to his spotless BMW parked next to the old van in the parking lot. Bobby certainly was not grubby or even unkempt, but there was an earthiness about him that no amount of soap and water could ever remove. That's really nice of you, Bobby said to Rick. I'll be happy to pay you something for no. Rick shook his head. Trust me. The accommodations aren't worth much, but I think you'll be comfortable there. Have a seat. Lacey motioned to one of the chairs. I'll get Mackenzie. Bobby sat down, but Rick remained standing, leaning against the porch railing. I'm going to give Bob directions to my house and then take off, he said to Lacey. She moved forward to kiss his cheek, grateful that he seemed to know his presence could only complicate matters once Mackenzie came downstairs. Thanks for being such a help, she said. Upstairs, she discovered that Mackenzie was not in her room. Her old possessions had not yet arrived, so she had few things to strew around the room, yet she'd managed to make the space look sloppy, nonetheless. Her new clothes were tossed on the unmade bed and the chair, along with the jewel cases for the CDs. Only the stuffed dog and the teddy bear looked like they were in place, sitting neatly on her pillow. Mackenzie, she called, stepping back into the hallway. She checked the bathroom, then the other rooms, then retraced her steps, this time peeking in closets and underneath the beds. She gave up on the second story and walked downstairs, hunting through the rooms there as well, calling her name. She stepped back onto the porch, the screen door thudding shut behind her. I can't find her, she said to the two men, wondering if her voice betrayed her worry. She's not in the house. She scanned the open, sandy area around the keeper's house, then looked toward the woods, the only place that could offer the girl any cover. Cupping her hands around her mouth, she called in that direction. Mackenzie. There was no response, only the subdued sound of the waves on the beach and the ever-present buzz of cicadas. Do you think she's hiding? Rick asked. She must be, she said. She looked at Bobby. I guess she's more nervous about meeting you than I thought. Would she run away? Bobby asked. Lacey shrugged. Anything's possible with that kid, she said, but where would she go? It's not like we're near anything out here, and she's on foot. Why don't we spread out and look for her? Rick suggested. Okay, Lacey said. I'll cover the house again. Maybe she's up in the attic. Lacey opened the screen door and walked inside. She stood still in the living room for a moment, her heart thudding in her chest, as she tried to imagine where Mackenzie might be. Crazy thoughts ran through her head. Hitchhiking. Suicide. She remembered stupidly leaving her purse on the kitchen table that morning. Mackenzie could have taken all her money and her credit cards. She could have gotten a cab to come out here and pick her up. She could be on her way back to Phoenix by now. She felt as though she'd been entrusted with someone's priceless jewels and, ignorant of their value, had let them slip from her bungling grasp. She walked into the kitchen and checked her purse. Her wallet was there, along with all the cash she remembered having and her 2 credit cards. Scratch the running home to Phoenix theory. She walked back through the living room, climbed the stairs to the 2nd story, and headed for the leading to the attic. Chapter 22. Bobby watched Rick walk through the sand toward the woods in his Docker pants and Rockport shoes, then slipped his hands into the pockets of his jeans and tried to put himself in Mackenzie's place. Poor kid. He could imagine what this was like for her. Her mother had died suddenly. She'd never known her father and had been told nothing good about him. She'd been thrust into a new world here in the comparative isolation of Kiss River with a woman she barely knew. He would have been able to handle it better than she would at 11, because even at that age, he was already well into marijuana and beer, and he'd learned how to cope with just about anything that came his way by numbing his mind to the situation. His brothers had trained him well. 5 years ago, when he'd finally gotten sober, he'd had to learn how to cope without those mind-numbing aids, and it had not been an easy task. He'd had to learn all those skills he should have perfected as a teenager. This girl, Mackenzie, should be developing those skills now, when she was supposed to. If there was anything he wanted to do for her, it was to keep her from numbing herself to life's problems. His daughter or not, he could make that his gift to her. So, where would he hide if he were an 11-year-old female? Maybe the beach? His gaze went instantly to the lighthouse, and for the first time he noticed that the top was missing. He'd forgotten. There was a certain beauty to the tower now, in the way the late afternoon sunlight was reflected off the jagged bricks near the top. He began walking toward it, realizing quickly there would be little beach in Kiss River for Mackenzie to escape to, since the water was up so high that it actually surrounded the base of the lighthouse. He kicked off his sandals and rolled his jeans halfway up his calves, as high as they would go, to wade through it. There had been beach here 12 years ago, he remembered, a sliver of white sand, hidden away from much of the world. A great place to get high or have sex. He climbed the 3 steps leading into the building and walked into the cool, octagonal foyer. Mackenzie, he called, craning his neck to look up at the narrowing brick cylinder. His voice echoed back at him, and he heard the twittering of birds, the flapping of their wings, and could see patches of the blue sky high above him. Mackenzie, if you're up there, please answer me. We're worried about you. I can't move. The voice was soft, but loud enough for him to hear. He started up the stairs. Why can't you move? He asked as he climbed. He pictured her with a foot stuck between the metal steps. Or maybe she'd fallen and broken an ankle. It was a moment before the voice came again. I just can't, she said. I'm on my way up, he said. How high up are you? I can't think about it. He found her on the 3rd landing, sitting on the floor, her back against the bricks and her arms wrapped around her skinny bent legs. He stopped on the top step and looked at her. Are you all right? Are you hurt or something? I freaked out. It's so high. I can't make myself go up higher and I can't even go down. It's like I'm paralyzed or something. Oh. He nodded in sympathy, leaning against the brick wall near the top step. That happened to me once. I was mountain climbing. You know, trying to scale a mountain that went straight up. I got halfway up and froze. Had to be rescued. The tale was a complete fabrication. He had never even been mountain climbing, but it seemed like a GCKD time for a lie. "Are you my father?" she asked. He hadn't expected the question so soon, and he knew this was nothing to lie about. Sighing, he walked across the landing and sat down as she was, on the floor, his back against the wall and a few feet away from her. He didn't want to frighten her. "The honest-to-God truth is, I don't know," he said. He had to pick his words carefully, knowing that his own rationale for being here was muddy at best. "But your mother thought I was, and that's good enough for me." She was quiet, and he wondered if she was disappointed or pleased by his uncertainty. "What if you don't like me, though?" she said. "You might not." "Hey, there isn't a kid alive who's likable all the time," he said. "Not a normal kid, anyway." He studied her face. She was beautiful. Jessica's daughter, without a doubt, but he could see none of his features in her. None at all. Her neediness, though, her vulnerability, was a palpable force here on the cool landing. It pulsed in the air between them, pulling his heart in her direction. "Let's go down, Mackenzie. What do you think? I can't even stand up. Hold on to me." He stood and reached his hand out to her. She took it and got stiffly to her feet, as though her legs were made of wood. He could feel the quivering of her through her hand. He walked her slowly toward the stairs. "Do you want me to hold on to you or you to hold on to me?" he asked. She leaned forward gingerly to grab the railing as if it were a life preserver. "I'll keep one hand on the railing and one on you," she said. "But I have to close my eyes." He laughed. "Okay," he said. "Whatever works." They made their way down the stairs in that fashion, Mackenzie clutching his forearm hard enough to cause one of his fingers to go numb, and him repeating, "Step, step, 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 okay, now we're on a landing, walk, 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 now we're at the steps again. We'll be down soon." When they reached the foyer, Mackenzie let go of his arm and ran ahead of him. She jumped over the 3 steps into the water, finally free. "I am never going into that stupid lighthouse again," she said, shaking her arms up and down, as if she could rid herself of the experience that way. He walked with her through the sand toward the keeper's house. "Were you up there to avoid meeting me?" he asked. "Of course not," she said, with a bit too much defensiveness. She grew quiet, then she no longer needed him and he didn't push her to talk. He looked at his watch as they walked across the sand. It was nearly 6 o'clock. He should have timed his arrival better. He would be getting a call at 6 sharp and he'd need to take it in private. The thought made him anxious. He was trying to juggle many balls at once. Rick was returning from his fruitless search of the woods when Bobby and Mackenzie neared the house, and Lacey rushed onto the porch. "You found her," she said, running down the steps toward them. She tried to hug Mackenzie, but Bobby could tell it was like hugging the trunk of a rough bark tree. "I was worried about you," Lacey said to the girl. "Where were you?" "She was in the lighthouse," Bobby said. "In the lighthouse?" Lacey looked amazed. "I'm going upstairs," Mackenzie said, pushing past them. "No," Lacey said. "Stay down here and talk to Bobby for a while." He put his hand on Lacey's arm and mouthed the words, "Let her go." "All right," Lacey said. "You can go up if you want." "Thank you." The words were sarcastic, and the 3 adults watched the girl walk up the porch steps and into the house. "I can't believe she was in the lighthouse," Lacey said. "I thought she was terrified of it." "She is." Bobby looked at the screen door through which Mackenzie had disappeared. "But apparently not as much as she was of meeting me." Chapter 23. Once Rick had gone home, Lacey left Bobby on the porch and went upstairs to check on Mackenzie. She found her sitting at her computer, madly typing an email to her friends. "You're making a big deal out of nothing?" Mackenzie shouted when Lacey asked if she was all right. "I just wanted to be sure you weren't." "I am fine," Mackenzie insisted. "I just decided it was time to see what it was like from the top of the lighthouse, but I got hydrophobia up there. That's all." Lacey struggled not to laugh out loud. "All right," she said. "I'm glad you're fine." She went downstairs again and, as she walked through the kitchen, she could hear Bobby talking to someone on the porch. Maybe Clay or Gina had arrived home. It wasn't until she pushed open the screen door that she realized he was talking on his cell phone. He was sitting in one of the Adirondack chairs, his bare feet propped up on the railing and Sasha by his side, and he glanced at Lacey when she stepped onto the porch. "Gotta go," he said into the phone. "I'll try to call you later." She felt intrusive as she sat down in the other chair, but he quickly slipped his phone into his shirt pocket and looked over at her. "How is she?" he asked quietly, and she wondered if he'd heard any of her conversation with the girl through Mackenzie's open window, which was right above the porch. "Embarrassed, I think." Lacey kept her voice low. "She says she had an attack of hydrophobia in the lighthouse." Bobby laughed. "Better keep her away from the ocean, then." "Well," Lacey said, "this has been a really rocky start to your visit. Can I get you something to drink? Iced tea or soda?" "What I would really like is to go all the way to the top of the lighthouse," he said, pointing toward the tower. "It's so cool, the way the stairs jut up in the air." "Is it safe? Can we climb it?" "Sure." She stood up, and Sasha leaped joyfully to his feet. "You stay here, Sasha," she said, and the dog lay down again with a great sigh. She and Bobby descended the porch steps, and they were quiet as they walked toward the lighthouse. The tide was high, and Lacey rolled her capris above her knees, wading through the swirling, knee-high water to get to the steps. Bobby's jeans were so tight that he could only roll them partway up his calves, and they were already wet from his earlier foray into the lighthouse. He didn't seem to care, though, and he plowed right into the water. Once they were climbing the interior stairs, Lacey told him about the Fresnel lens. "It was salvaged from the ocean bottom last summer," she said, "and they are going to display it next to the keeper's house in a little building that will look like the old lantern room." "Just last summer?" he asked. "I thought the storm was a long time ago." "It was, but no one had the motivation to salvage it until Gina, my sister-in-law, moved here. It's a long story, but she was the one really responsible for raising it." "You work out, huh?" he asked suddenly. Apparently his mind was not on the lighthouse at all. She was a few steps above him and suddenly grew self-conscious about her body. Vivi had part of her had given away the fact that she worked out. "I have for years," she said, "although having Mackenzie here has put a dent in my schedule." "What made you ask?" "You're not the least bit breathless climbing these stairs," he said. "Neither are you." She'd noticed that. Most people needed to stop at least once to catch their breath on the circular stairway. "I try to stay fit," he said, as if his cut and cord arms had not already given him away. "Is there a Y around here?" "I can get you a guest pass to my gym," she said. "That would be great," he said. They had reached the landing closest to the top of the lighthouse. "This is where I found Mackenzie," he said, as they crossed the landing to start the next flight of stairs. "Wow!" Lacey was impressed. "I can't believe she made it up this high." In another minute, they reached the top of the stairs. "Careful here," she said to him. "Hold on to the railing when you turn around." "Whoa," he said, reaching quickly for the railing. "I guess I have a touch of hydrophobia myself." He turned carefully and sat down next to her on the top step, several feet above the jagged edge of the tower. "Oh, man," he said. "It's like being suspended in the air up here." "I know." He twisted his neck to the right, then the left to take in the 360-degree view. "Do you ever see the horses from up here?" he asked. "Oh, I hate to tell you, but the horses are gone." She explained how the wild mustangs had been moved farther north to protect them from the ever-increasing traffic. "You can only see them now by paying for an all-terrain vehicle tour?" "You've got to be kidding." He shook his head. "Pave paradise and put up a parking lot, right? Would it bother you if I smoked?" She shook her head. "Not outside. Just please not in the keeper's house." Rick would not want smoke in his cottage, either, but she would leave it to him to set his own rules. He reached into the rear pocket of his jeans and pulled out a crushed pack of Marlboros and a book of matches. He had to walk down a few steps to light the cigarette so that the breeze wouldn't blow out the match. Sitting next to her again, he exhaled a stream of smoke. "I've been trying to quit," he said, then laughed. "But I've been trying to quit for 5 years, so I guess that's a load of bullshit, huh?" "Yeah." She nodded. "I'd say so." She wanted to lift the sleeve of his t-shirt to see his tattoo. The part that showed beneath the hem of the sleeve looked like small blue squares. "Thanks for arranging a place for me to stay," he said. "I figured I'd have to sleep in the bus. It wouldn't be the first time." She remembered the mattress in the back of the bus. He used to park the VW in the lot at Jockey's Ridge, and 4 or 5 of them would sit on that mattress and get high in the hot, smoky air. Bobby would eventually kick everyone out except Jessica, and Lacey would to block from her mind what was happening inside the bus while she and her other friends sat on the sand, waiting. If Bobby still had a mattress in the van, she at least hoped it was not the same one he'd had in 1991. "Well," she said, "I hope it works out okay. Rick's pretty easygoing, but his cottage is tiny. He seems like a nice guy." Bobby took a drag on his cigarette. "How long have you been seeing him?" "Just a month, and it's not serious," she said. "I'm avoiding seriousness these days." "How come?" She shrugged. The feelings just aren't there, at least not yet." She laughed, stretching her arms out in front of her. "I guess I still have this romantic notion that I could find a man I'd love enough that nothing else would matter. A till death do us part kind of guy. Someone I'd lay down my life for." "Have you ever felt that way about anyone?" he asked. "Not even close," she said. Her relationships with men had involved too little emotional intimacy and way too much sex. She squirmed at having revealed so much to him. "So, how about you? Have you ever felt that way about anyone?" He kidded. "I felt that way about my ex-girlfriend, Claudia," he said. "I still do." "You're still in love with her?" "Not in love. I just love her. She's a special friend." "You're lucky," she said. "Well, who knows?" He watched as the ash fell from his cigarette into the depths of the lighthouse. "Maybe it will work out for you with Rick." "Maybe," she said, although she doubted it. "What's the light like at his place?" Bobby asked. "The light? Right. Is there natural light to work by?" "I brought my work with me since I didn't know how long I'd be staying." "Oh," she said. "The light might not be great. The cottage is pretty deep in the woods." "I'll work it out," he said. "I'd love to see your scrimshaw." The image of 3-mast schooners etched into whale teeth came back to her. "I brought most of my stuff, actually." He took another drag on his cigarette and exhaled, and the breeze stole the smoke away before she could even see it. "This is the season when I usually exhibit at craft fairs, and I'm going to miss a few. So I thought I'd bring my wares with me in case I could sell at any of the venues around here. There's a craft fair next weekend in Manteo," she said. "You were supposed to sign up months ago, but I'm sure I can get you a booth." "That'd be great, Lacey. Will you be exhibiting there?" "Yes. I want to see your work, too," he said. "I remember your mother's." I always thought it was so sad she died, you know, with all those ideas and creativity and talent inside of her. I'm glad you carried on the tradition. I'm not as good as she was, she said, annoyed at her self-deprecation the moment the words left her mouth. Or at least, I'm different. I work mostly in her old studio in Kill Devil Hills, but I use the sunroom here, sometimes. Do you remember the studio? He took another pull on the cigarette. I do, he said. The guy with the ponytail, right? Tom Nestor. She wasn't ready to tell him that Tom was the man who turned out to be her father. I think it's very cool that we both ended up being artists, Bobby said. He was smiling to himself, his gaze on the horizon. He held his cigarette in his mouth while he reached down to re-roll one wet leg of his jeans, and removed the cigarette without taking another drag. So, how's it been, having Mackenzie here? He asked. I don't like her? The word slipped out before she could think. God. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? It sounds honest, he said. It's so strange. Lacey watched a speedboat as it lanced across the water in the distance. I usually like everyone, she said, but she really is a little twit. I'm honestly thinking about letting Nola have her. She wanted her at first. Planned to fight for custody and everything. But I don't think Nola's having much more luck with her than I am. Nola, ugh. Bobby shivered with what was perhaps mock horror, and Lacey had to laugh. I'd tried to forget about Jessica's mommy dearest, he said. She's not that bad. Lacey felt strange defending Nola, but she was coming to feel sorry for the older woman. They were both in the same bind. What makes Mackenzie a little twit? He asked. His cigarette had reached the point of needing to be crushed out, but he held it between his fingers, letting it burn itself out instead of crushing it on the lighthouse stairs. You said on the phone that she was obstinate and that she stole from you. What else? Like that's not enough, she asked. He shrugged. Is there more? Well, if I say black, she says white. She's very negative. She would not tell him about Mackenzie's most recent escapade. Just that morning she'd found her vibrator in the center of the kitchen table, pointing up toward the ceiling, and knew that the girl had gone through her night table. She was glad she'd been the one to find it and not Clay or Gina. I caught her lifting false eyelashes at the Kmart, and who knows what else she's stolen that I haven't discovered. False eyelashes. Bobby laughed. At least she's original. You think it's funny now, but just wait till you have to deal with her yourself. You never shoplifted when you were a kid? No, I didn't, she said with some indignation. I know you did, though. He smiled at her, that crooked smile that she simply could not look at for more than a second without her legs turning to jelly. You were a good kid, weren't you? He asked. I mean, deep down. You really were. That's why what? His hands over his thighs. I liked you a lot back then, he said. More than I liked Jessica, at first. But there was something so vulnerable about you. So trusting. I just felt like you were too young and innocent for me to corrupt. He'd liked her more than Jessica? She wanted to ask him for details about his attraction to her, but stopped herself. What did it matter now? You were right about me, she said. I was trying to act tough, but I was actually a pile of mush inside. He looked suddenly serious, turning his head from her slightly, and she saw a tightness in his jaw. What? She asked him, knowing something dark had come into his mind. He gave her a quick, apologetic smile. I have to tell you the truth, Lace, he said. I'm not convinced I'm Mackenzie's father. She felt him backing out. She could hardly blame him. She would back out herself if she could. Jessica said you were, she said. I understand, he said. But My ex-girlfriend Claudia and I wanted to have a child. We tried hard for a couple of years and were tested and everything. I have lazy sperm. That's what the doctor said. It upset me more than it did her, I think. I really wanted a kid. Well, maybe your sperm wasn't so lazy when you were 17? A possibility, he acknowledged. His phone suddenly rang, the sound a simple, quiet burring coming from his shirt pocket. He made no move to answer it. They can leave a message, he said. She waited for the ringing to come to an end, then spoke again. So what are you saying? She asked. Do you want a DNA test? No. Not unless you insist on it. I don't get it, she said. Why not? I'm afraid if I have the DNA test that I'll discover she's not really mine, and I don't want to know that. Is that crazy? Yeah. She smiled. She's so difficult. You only talked to her for a few minutes. You don't know. Why would you take on a problem kid if you didn't have to? You know who she reminds me of? He asked, without answering her question. You. The way you were back when I knew you. Lacey frowned. She's nothing like me, she said. His smile looked secretive now, as if he knew something she did not, and it annoyed her a little. Why do you think she is the way she is? He asked her. Belligerent, as you say. Obstinate and oppositional. I think that Jessica was not the best mother. Lacey was sorry for maligning her friend, but she was beginning to believe it was the truth. She always sounded like a good mom when she'd tell me about the things she was doing with Mackenzie, but now that I know Mackenzie, she shook her head. Think Jessica spoiled her. She let her get away with too much. He sighed, squinting at the horizon as if the early evening light was bright for him. I think you're smarter than that, Lacey, he said. What do you mean? She felt him turn to look at her, but she did not meet his eyes. He was too close, his eyes were too blue. Do you remember what it was like when your mother died? He asked. All too well, she said. So, how'd you feel back then? Alone. Unbelievably sad. Scared. What were you afraid of? She hesitated, remembering how uncertain and unsafe the world was. She said. What was going to happen to my family? What would happen to me, now that I was the responsibility of my father, who seemed to barely notice I existed. And if someone who didn't know you know the real Lacey was witnessing your behavior back then, how would they have described you? Like I said, I pretended to be tough and rebellious, so no one could see the scared kid inside me. Suddenly, she understood. It was so simple, and the realization brought tears of sympathy to her eyes. Mackenzie's just scared, she said, daring to look at him. His face was serious and sad, and he kidded. She's got to be terrified, he said. And it's even worse for her than it was for you. You still had your father and brother and friends and house and neighborhood and school, and she has nothing familiar around her at all. Just this stranger, practically a stranger, anyway, who came and took her away. So what do I do? She asked. I'm not great at this, either, Lace, he said, shaking his head. I'm still a work in progress myself. But whenever I find myself disliking the way someone acts, I try to think about their motivation, and I can usually see that it boils down to fear. That helps me feel a little more sympathetic towards them. Well, I can try to do that, she said, but she thought of her vibrator standing at attention on the kitchen table and knew it was going to be a challenge for her to equate Mackenzie's incendiary behavior with fear. The cigarette was cold and dead now, and Bobby pulled out the pack of Marlboros again, this time slipping the butt beneath the plastic wrapper before returning the pack to his pocket. There's something else I have to tell you, he said. What? The breeze kicked up and she caught her hair in her hand and held it against her shoulder. When I was 24, he said, I was in a car accident myself. It was my fault. I was drunk on my ass, and I killed the parents of 2 little kids. Oh, God, Bobby. She felt disgust and sympathy, in equal measures. I spent some time locked up, which was the best thing for me because it forced me to get sober and it gave me time to think. When I got out, I tried to contact the grandparents of those kids to see how I could help, but they didn't want any part of me. So, when you called and told me Jessica was killed by a drunk driver, I just felt like this is my chance. Do you get it? I don't really care if Mackenzie's mine or not. I don't care if she's a little bitch. I just want to help. She nodded slowly, letting herself truly look at him for the first time since climbing to the top of the lighthouse. He was not the same person he'd years ago, and it wasn't just his lack of hair and his muscular frame that were different. You've changed so much, she said. Not really, he said. I've just grown up. Haven't you? Sometimes I wonder, she said. He looked at his watch. The sun's going down, he said. During the time they'd been sitting on top of the lighthouse, afternoon had shifted to evening. I love watching the sunset from up here. She let go of her hair to circle her knees with her arms. Although the sun was actually setting behind them, from this vantage point, it colored the entire world. He looked toward the horizon again, where the clouds were beginning to turn a deep purple. I'd better get going, he said. I've got the directions from Rick, but it doesn't sound like an easy place to find after dark. It's not, she said, standing up. She felt her hair blow wild in the breeze and caught it in her hands again. Sit, he said, giving her shoulder a little nudge as he got to his feet. Stay up here and enjoy your sunset. I can find my way down. All right, she said, taking her seat again. Thanks for coming, Bobby. He looked down at her, the fiery light of the setting sun in his eyes. You have grown up, Lace, whether you know it or not, he said. He bent down and brushed his lips across her cheek. You're a beautiful woman, you know that. Chapter 24. Bobby's head and gut, his entire being, really ached with the need for caffeine. Sitting across from his host at the little table in Rick's kitchen, he poured himself a second bowl of cornflakes, his eyes on the coffee maker on the counter. He'd checked for coffee earlier, but had found none in any of the 4 old knotty pine cabinets in the kitchen. Plenty of wine in the refrigerator, though. Wine no longer tempted him, but it still gave him a jolt to see it. He'd had no alcohol in his own house for years. You're not a coffee drinker, huh? He asked Rick as he poured himself a glass of orange juice. No, sorry, Rick said, swallowing a spoonful of cereal. I take it you are? Bobby nodded. I'll buy some today, and replenish the OJ. Anything else you need while I'm at the store? Nothing I can think of. So far, their breakfast table conversation had comfortable, if mundane. They'd talked about where they grew up, where they'd traveled, what their families were like. Bobby tamed some of his answers, not wanting to get into anything too heavy. What he really wanted was to get a sense of Rick's relationship with Lacey. Lacey had downplayed their connection, but still, she was obviously involved with him, and Bobby didn't want to complicate her life any more than it already was. The truth was, he hadn't expected to feel such a pull toward her the day before. Yes, he'd been drawn to her once upon a time, but he'd been a different person then, attracted to anyone with breasts and a sense of abandon. The connection he'd felt with her this time, up on the lighthouse stairs, was something else. He had certainly taken stock of her beauty and the way her go had blossomed into something far more inviting than it had been at 14, but it was her goodness that touched him, her struggle to do what was right for a child she did not even like. She'd been right about the lighting in Rick's cottage, it was going to be very poor to work by. Earlier that morning, he'd walked out on the rickety back deck for a cigarette. Through the gaps in the trees, he could see that the sun was shining on the water of the Sound, although the inside of the cottage was still dark. Just sitting here at the tiny kitchen table necessitated having the overhead light on. He would have to buy a good halogen lamp, at the very least. The rundown cottage appealed to him, though. It was funky and rustic, so different from all the new construction on the Outer Banks. In spite of the lighting problem, he liked how the woods had grown up around the house, concealing it from the world. His bedroom was fine. He didn't care that the double bed barely fit inside it or that the mattress smelled musty. He had slept in far worse places. Best of all, he was not that far from Elise. The opportunity to come to the Outer Banks had seemed like a small miracle to him, and Elise had hungrily agreed to his plan. She would stay with old friends in Kitty Hawk, he'd suggested, and he would find a place somewhere near Kiss River. Rick's cottage in Duck put him even closer to her. It was perfect. The only problem was that he could not call her, and he knew already that waiting for her calls was going to drive him crazy. "I like your house," Bobby said to Rick, returning his attention to his surroundings. "It has character." Rick laughed, looking around him at the grimy cupboard doors and the old linoleum floor that ran through every room in the cottage. "I guess that's one word for it," he said. "Your room okay?" "It's a palace compared to some places I've been." He'd expected Rick to be a tight-assed conservative lawyer, but except for the fact that he kept no coffee in the house, the guy was really okay. Rick had even told him he could smoke in the cottage if he liked, but Bobby D declined. Even at home he only smoked outside, his theory being that if he had to go out to smoke, it would keep the cigarettes to a minimum. It had surprised him that someone like Rick would spend a summer in a cottage like this, but since it belonged to a friend it probably cost him very little in rent. Maybe nothing at all. Rick was there for the whole summer, and even a lawyer didn't make enough to afford a decent place in the Banks for that long. He wasn't sure if Rick was fastidious or if the neatness of the place, especially the bathroom they were sharing, was merely a product of preparing the house for a guest. At any rate, Bobby would have to remember to pick up after himself. He wasn't a slob, but he could let things pile up without really noticing what was happening. If it was a choice working on a piece of scrimshaw or putting away the cereal box after breakfast, there was no contest. "Lacey said you knew her when you were kids," Rick said, and Bobby saw his opening. "Yeah," he said. "I hadn't seen her in years." He moved the cereal around in his bowl, deciding to test the waters. "She's great, isn't she?" he asked. "She is," Rick agreed, and Bobby tried to quantify the light in his eyes to determine the level of his attraction. Rick poured more cornflakes into his bowl. "You might pick up another box of these, if you don't mind," he said. "I will," Bobby said, hoping that was not the end of the conversation about Lacey. It was not. "She's got a lot on her plate this summer, though," Rick said, dipping his spoon into his bowl. "Yeah," Bobby shook his head in sympathy. "Having a kid suddenly dumped in your lap has to be rough." "Well, she's getting dumped in yours, too," Rick said. "Not to the same degree," Bobby said. "I could walk away if I chose to." "Lacey can't." Rick raised his eyebrows at that response. "I hope you won't," he said. "I have no intention of walking away," Bobby assured him. He thought of going into his doubts about Mackenzie being his, but it was just too much for breakfast conversation with a man he barely knew. "It's not just the whole Mackenzie thing," Rick said. "Do you know about the parole hearing?" "Parole hearing?" Bobby lifted the last of cereal to his mouth. "The guy who killed Lacey's mother is up for parole. Lacey and her brother and father are fighting it, and I think it's tearing her up. Opening old wounds and that sort of thing." "Are you representing her?" "Oh, no," Rick said. "I'm a tax attorney. I'm just trying to provide her with a sympathetic ear." Finished with his cereal, Bobby leaned back and the legs of his chair creaked beneath his weight. "I didn't know her mother," he said. The whole murder issue had gone over his fuzzy brain head, for the most part. I met Lacey the summer after it happened. She was pretty screwed up, although I don't think I knew the depth of it at the time, since I was pretty screwed up myself. Well, I'm only telling you about the parole hearing so you're aware of everything she's dealing with, Rick said. He looked like the type of guy who'd never been screwed up a day in his life. It's my personal and professional opinion that she needs to let the whole parole thing go, he continued. According to the prison documents, the guy's been a model prisoner who presents absolutely no danger to anyone if he's released. I think Lacey's beating her head against a brick wall, but she still seems to feel a need to fight it. I hate to see her suffer through all of this only to lose in the end. You can't really blame her for trying. Bobby thought he would feel the same way in her shoes. I don't, Rick said. But I think when someone lets their emotions take over, they can lose sight of reason. I suppose you're right. Bobby stood up and carried his cereal bowl and orange juice glass over to the sink and started to wash them. So, Rick was finished eating, but he remained seated at the table. What are your plans for this morning, P? I'm going up to Kiss River in a few minutes, he said. I'd like to spend some time with Mackenzie and get to know her better, as well as give Lacey a break. He dried the bowl, glass, and utensils and put them away. I don't remember where any of the amusement areas are, he said. Do you know? I've seen a big water park in Kill Devil Hills, if you want to go down that far. Great idea, thanks, he said, walking into the living room. He picked up his keys from the end table, wished Rick a productive writing day, and walked outside with one thing on his mind: coffee. 2 cups of 7-Eleven coffee and 1 cigarette later, he pulled into the parking lot near the keeper's house, where he said a little prayer that Mackenzie would agree to go with him without a fight. He thought back to his conversation with Lacey the day before on the lighthouse stairs. He'd sounded so sure of himself, so confident, as though he knew how to handle a kid and it was no big deal. But it was a big deal, and the reality was, he was nervous. As he walked toward the house, he could see Lacey through the screen door, sweeping the kitchen floor, and he called out his hello. She opened the door for him, her smile so wide, so sexy, and so sweet, that he couldn't help but smile back. The kitchen smelled like coffee. She saw him eye the pot. Want a cup? She asked. He kidded. I've had 2, but could use a third, he said. Rick doesn't drink it, and I nearly passed out over breakfast. She laughed. Still have a little monkey on your back, huh? She asked as she poured the coffee into a mug. A kinder, gentler monkey, I hope. He took the mug from her hand and swallowed a mouthful of the coffee, and only then noticed the stained glass panels in the windows of the kitchen. They sent a blue wash over Lacey's skin and her ethereal halo of hair. Are these yours? He asked, pointing to the panels. The glass was cut to form delicate stalks of seagrass against a vivid blue sky. Ah, she said. So beautiful. I'm going to have to buy something of yours to take back with. Maybe we can make a trade, she said. Then she leaned against the kitchen counter, her arms folded across her chest. Some of Mackenzie's boxes arrived this morning, so she's unpacking. I'm not sure you'll be able to tear her away. She looked apologetic. I was hoping to take her to a water park. What do you think? It's a great idea, Bobby, but I just don't know. She shook her head. She shrugged. You know. I'll give it a try, he said. And Nola called, Lacey added. She wants Mackenzie for the night, so if you can actually get her to go out with you, would you mind dropping her off there after your outing? He cringed. He knew he would have to see Nola at some point, but was not looking forward to it. Even when he'd been with Jessica that long ago summer, he had done his best to avoid her mother. Is she going to bite my head off? He asked. Lacey smiled. Possibly. Great. Lacey led him through the kitchen to the living room, then pointed toward the stairs. Her room's a couple doors to the right in the hallway up there, she said quietly. Good luck. He climbed the stairs and walked down the hallway, noticing the intricate stained glass panels adorning every window he passed. Mackenzie did not seem to hear his approach, and he felt like a voyeur as he watched her from the doorway of her room. She sat on the floor, two large cardboard boxes on her left side, and the black lab, Sasha, on her right. She was talking softly to the dog, an arm around his back, nuzzling his neck. Mackenzie, he said. She quickly let go of the dog and turned to face him, looking embarrassed at being caught in a tender moment. Reaching into the box at her side, she pulled out the figurine of a horse. May I come in? He asked. She shrugged, and he walked in and sat on the edge of her unmade bed. Lacey said you got some of your things today, he said. She shrugged again. There's still a lot more? She pulled another horse from the box and unwrapped it carefully from a ream of paper towels. I don't have anything of my own here. My whole life is missing. He nodded. It was a great phrase. My whole life is missing. I can only imagine how strange that feels, he said. It pisses me off, she said, and the hesitancy in her words made him think she was trying that phrase out for the first time, or at least the first time in front of an adult, waiting to see what response she would get. I bet it does, he said. He motioned toward the box. Is that whole box full of plastic horses? No, she said, a truly nasty and impatient edge to her voice, as though he were the stupidest man alive. It's full of ceramic horses. And resin horses. None of them are just plain old plastic. Do you collect them? He asked. I have 22. Do you like to ride? He was trying to remember if there were any stables in the area. He hadn't ridden since the summer he'd spent on a Wyoming dude ranch, years ago. That week was a blur in his mind, he'd been wasted the entire time. I've never been on a horse, she said. Never? Not even one of those rides where they lead you around. She shook her head. Well, maybe we can find a place to do that. Last time I spent a summer here, wild horses roamed the area around Kiss River. It was very cool. They've moved them up north, and Lacey says there's a tour you can take to see them. To hell with his water park idea. The tour would probably be 4 times as expensive, but it was a much better plan. How about we do that today? He asked. You and me. I have to stay here and unpack and fix up my room, she said, reaching into the box again without looking at him. I have to go to my grandmother's tonight, so this is the only chance I have. It won't take us all day, he said, and I'd really like to see them. Please come with me. He made it sound like she'd doing him a favor. She rolled her eyes at his insistence. Okay, she said, shoulders sagging. You win. He wanted to argue the win/lose point, but decided to let her save face if that's what she needed to do. Let me ask Lacey where the place is, okay? He got to his feet. And you can continue unpacking? She went back to her horses, and he left the room, feeling pretty damn smug about his success with her. Lacey was no longer in the kitchen, and he called out her name. In here, she said. He followed the sound of her voice through the living room and dining room to a sunroom filled with light. Stained glass panels hung from a multitude of window panes, and Lacey sat at a broad work table wearing green safety glasses and holding a cutting tool above a piece of amber glass. Bobby was awed by Thess' unlit space and instantly filled with envy. This is perfect, he said. Look at the natural light you have. It's not great at Rick's, is it? She said. It was a statement, not a question. The cottage is fine. The lighting is not. But I'm going to get a good lamp and work here, she said. She motioned to a second, smaller work table. Would that give you enough space? It would be perfect, he said. Are you sure? She nodded. Of course. I don't need both tables at once. Well, I may take you up on it. He sat down at the second table, liking that the chair swiveled. Right now, though, I need to get directions from you to that all-terrain tour place you told me ATM_LT. Mackenzie and I are going to go look at the horses. Her jaw dropped open, and when she spoke, she was nearly whispering. She said she'd go with you. He kidded. Not with any great enthusiasm, but yes, she said she would. Well. Lacey grimaced. There's a problem, though. You need reservations in advance. She reached into a wooden box beneath the table, pulled out a phone book and leafing through it. I doubt you can go today. I didn't think of that, he said, disappointed. It was unlikely that he could get Mackenzie to agree to an alternate plan. This place is crawling with tourists, isn't it? He asked. I thought it was crowded when I was 17, but when I drove up here and saw all the houses along the way, I know. Lacey started dialing the phone. That's why I've loved living in Kiss River. It feels like it used to out here. He turned the chair back and forth while Lacey pushed a couple of extra buttons on the receiver, obviously waiting to talk to a human. Yes, she said finally. Hi. I was wondering how soon I could get a reservation for an ATV tour to see the horses. He watched her face light up as she heard the answer. She had some major dimples. The sight of them made him smile. Great, she said. 2 people at 2. That's perfect. Okay, I'll tell them. She hung up the phone. You are a lucky man, she said. They had a cancellation at 2 o'clock today. But it's hugely expensive. She wrinkled her nose. It's $44 for you and half price for kids 12 and under? And time with Mackenzie priceless, he said, and she laughed. That's excellent, Lace, he added. Thanks. Upstairs, he told Mackenzie she was free to fix up her room until 1 o'clock. Then he carried his scrimshaw case from his bus into the sunroom. He opened it on the second work table and watched Lacey's eyes widen at the sight of the engraved and incised pendants and pins, belt buckles and knife handles, all spread out on black velvet. I've never seen anything like this before, she said, touching one of his favorite pieces, a pendant bearing a picture of a calico cat curled in a ball on a fireplace hearth. The colors were vibrant, the design intricate, the cat realistic. She looked at him. I thought you meant the kind of scrimshaw. You know, the usual kind. The ships on whale's teeth and that sort of thing. He laughed. I started out that way and got bored very quickly. Oh, my God, Bobby. She lifted one of the pins and held it close to her eyes. You're so talented. I just weld bits of glass together. Don't put your own work down, Lacey, he said. It's exceptional. Even if you just drew these designs on paper, they'd be beautiful, she said. But you've etched them into engraved, he corrected her. Everyone made that mistake. What's the material? He pointed to the pin she was holding. That piece is 10,000-year-old woolly mammoth tusk, he said. She laughed. You're kidding? Is that legal? It's legal, he said. And expensive. He spent the next couple of hours telling her about scrimshaw, trying to keep his mind off the fact that Elise had not called. Twice during his conversation with Lacey, he pulled his cell phone from his pocket to check that it was on and the battery charged. Lacey studied every piece he'd made, looking at many of them under a magnifying glass to see the delicate stippling, shaking her head in awe, asking him questions about technique. She was fascinated. If he stuck around Kiss River long enough, he thought, he was quite certain he'd be giving her lessons. At 1 o'clock he and Mackenzie were sitting in the bus, pulling onto the gravel lane leading away from the keeper's house. Her small overnight bag was in the back seat and her grumpy mood had accompanied her into the front, where she'd insisted it was not safe for her to ride until he informed her that the bus had no airbag. It did, however, have seat belts, which he'd installed himself years ago. She'd been annoyed to discover the bus was not air-conditioned, and although he'd opened every window that was capable of opening, the interior of the vehicle was undeniably steamy. "I hope no one sees me in this tin can," she said as they jostled over the ruts in the gravel road. "A lot of people think it's pretty cool," he said. "Like who?" "Your mother did, although that was a long time ago. My mother wouldn't be caught dead in a car like this." She turned her head away from him quickly, and he knew her words had jolted her. He didn't know what to say to ease her pain.